2, 3, get everything set up. Ha 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 ha. We are back now. It was weird to take a week off. My tooth still hurts a little bit, but it's not super bad. So just do this real fast, do this real fast. Here we go. Yeah, all right, we back. Cool, let me go ahead and get everything set up. I'm already in a key. I'm just going to do this quickly. We're making a tier list today. Today is actually the tank tier list day. So hopefully everything works. Good morning, Kato. I just want to make sure that all 3 platforms are set. Kato, as you may or may not know, I am back on the Green website, which is something I've been working on for a little bit. But now I'm back there, which is cool. The last few days when I haven't been able to talk too much because of the wisdom tooth. I have been streaming there. They're really chill streams though. Yo, Mert. Hi, Kato. Have you ever had your wisdom tooth out before? How have you done? Have you gone through wisdom tooth? I would say the tooth itself is not that bad, but hey, Zarkin. Yo. I would say, like, the tooth itself, to be honest, is maybe not, like, the worst thing. But the headaches that I've gotten from it are tough. I think that's the hardest part for me. I notice the headaches more than the actual localized tooth pain. Okay, so we're just setting everything up here. And then, in a second, we'll do some keys. We're playing with Shin, which is exciting. I think he's trying his mage today. Tell you the tooth doesn't hurt? Yeah, exactly. So, right, the tooth doesn't even hurt because it's not even there. All right. I have news for people as we get started for today. It is weird. It's weird, but I have news, which is that apparently I trained my cat. The cat, apparently I accidentally trained him to associate him screaming with me giving him treats. So now he just screams a lot. And I have to untrain this behavior because obviously I don't want him to scream all the time. I didn't know that happened. Yep. Hey, random. So now what he does is like 5 a.m. and he's hungry. He just goes outside my door and starts screaming repeatedly, nonstop for an hour. How unfortunate. Yeah. So he thinks now he can just scream and get food, which is a problem because that is no good for me. That's not gonna work for me. All right, they're waiting for me. I'm almost done. Merry almost Christmas. It's the 24th year already. It's Christmas Eve here. But yesterday, I think the week just got to me. I had a migraine last night, and I had to cancel work. First time. I hate canceling my calls. I never cancel work. But it was just last night I had like an actual migraine. Not like a headache. A headache is different. A headache is like, oh, my head is pounding, it hurts. No. A migraine is like, I think I met Jesus. It was interesting. I became a saint. I elevated above humanity for 3 hours. It only was like 3 hours of intensity, but like I can't move. I'll literally land there and I can't move for shit. And you just have to sort of confront your life a little bit when you have one of those. I will say, I only get them maybe once a year, maybe twice a year, something like that level, where it's actually, it's so painful that you don't think about the pain. So because it's not painful anymore. If you registered the pain, you would scream and go to the hospital. But otherwise, you just kind of have to lay there and you're like, look, I like rainbow bridges. If it's my time, it's my time. Like, you actually have to just sort of have acceptance and let it pass. That was where I was at. Yo. Sorry. Let's go. Let's roll. We'll keep. Yep. If for some reason I miss your message on Kick, then feel free to hop over to the regular stream, because I will have all 3 up today. Normally, Nexus 15. All right, Nexus 15, a key where I will actually have to lock in just a little bit. Oh, what's up, bro? Let's see. Do I have combat potions for today? Do I have some crit potions? Maybe some haste ones? Health potions, all good. All right, character set up pretty much. We're using these trinkets. Prop pally is... Well, I'm going to make a tank tier list today, but I'll tell you about prop pally in a second. Yo. Hello. All right, Nexus. I can die in this key if I'm not careful. So hopefully I don't. That would be the plan there. It's a good plan. Can everybody hear me okay? Is the audio all right today? Should be some nice lo-fi in the background. It always feels weird. Haven't been on Purple, Twitch, and YouTube for a while. So it'll be good to multi-stream today and get back to it. And hello there to people on YouTube. I've got 3 chats set up now, so I might miss something. And if I miss your chat. Boom. Tank tier list will be... I want to do a few keys. I was actually going to test Lightsmith before I actually made the tier list, but I know exactly where things are. After playing a whole bunch of beta, I know where things are. I'd like to show you where things are, though. Because I can just literally do a key as prop pally right now, and you'll be like, oh, got it. That's why prop pally is so good. You'll be like, correct. All right, doing this here. Boom. Rebuffing the weapon. Ready. Okay. There we go. We can go into Chrome. I just started, so I don't know if he is going to be interested in this whatsoever, but... If he wants to, can do. If not, all good. If he's curious to knock, we can do that. And if he doesn't want to, because I just started stream, that is a-okay. But I will ask. We are playing with Shindig the Rogue. If you want, sure. Just started today. Alrighty then. Just good to be back, Kato. In the last week, how have you prepared for the holidays? What have you done to prepare for the holidays last week? Started a countdown timer. Let's do it. Oh, I know. Okay. Alrighty then. Oh, my pre-pot. My pre-pot. You don't really celebrate Christmas? Really? I don't remember this key at all. It's not that bad, but let's see though. Let there be light. Yo, what's up, Moa? It's good to see you. Yeah. Redeem, how do you have a streak? I haven't even been on. Wait, how do you have a streak already? Whoa, my game is lagging. Holy lag. Holy lag, man. My game is quite lagging right now. That's okay. No resets on my shields. You were here the last 7 streams. It's so weird to take a week off, Moa. I don't like it. Also, even with this whatever lag that I'm experiencing, take a look at my prop pally damage. Take a look at the prop pally. Yeah, I was about to say. So prop pally just blasts right now. Like it is, in fact, I don't want to spoil the tier list or anything like that, but there are surprisingly, and this is actually pretty healthy for the game, you know that there are 2 possible tanks at the moment in like the top tier of the tier list. In the Cheesecake S tier, there's actually not 1, but 2, which, to be honest, is good for the game. And I'm still playing prop pally a little wrong because I have a habit of setting Word of Glory when I'm not supposed to anymore. You don't even really press Glory unless you absolutely need to, because it doesn't have buffs associated with it. There's no faith in the light. There's no whatever. I mean, to be fair, is one of those things where it doesn't cost you anything, but it actually really benefits me, so I'll probably be doing some more stuff on that platform. And I have to be careful about how I talk about it, actually. But yeah, I will definitely be doing more there. There will be some sort of exclusive stream or some after-stream stuff or something. 100%, just because it is 100% worth it to invest into it. That's why when I want to give people the option, there are no ads there. You don't have to worry about ads or anything. It's just a different platform, and obviously people are attached to what they use. As long as I don't die. Dude, cooldowns that pull. Dude, the damage meters are pretty funny though, huh? I'm still gonna joke that you're a trader. Yeah, that's absolutely fine. Honestly, I am. But also, it helps me pay the rent and buy myself some nice steaks, so I don't really mind too much. You know? That was fun. No problem, Senior Savage. That's because I made a new account there. It is a brand new account. So we pull this. We pull this side. Yeah? And then we also pull this. Now, this is a tough pull. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bubble for aggro. I wish I had full cooldowns here. It's very sad that I don't, because my damage is going to be shit for a few seconds. I'm going to get it right now. Go, 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 go. And I'll have wings for at least most of this, so that's good. My damage will pop back up now. Here we go. Ultimate shields. Get more shield resets. Beautiful. Bam, bam, bam. I'll kick that one. I'll kick this one because I'm a prop pally. Take a look at the DPS meters because I'm a prop pally. Prop Pally is not only doing big damn, but it's also very sturdy. The defensive buffs to Prop Pally were kind of insane. Moa, what do you do to prepare for Christmas? What do you like to do to prepare for the holidays? Is it possible to make every tank S tier? No. I don't, I mean, so I have a theory. I have a really good, what do you do for the holidays? Not just Christmas then, but the holidays in general. You can go and take this guy in. It's just a little scary. It does hurt, but it should be okay. 3, 2, 1. Big shields. Pally will control the kicks, so no kicks go off here. I just watch out for the reds on myself. Boom, I have shield this one. I guess somebody gets the other one, good. Go ahead and kick this. And here, you hang out with others who don't celebrate. What do you do like for New Year's though? Nothing? You don't celebrate for New Year's or any of that? It's like a holiday season. It's not just Christmas, right? It's like I don't really celebrate Christmas myself, but I do celebrate the holidays. I think it's just a fun time of year, basically. I would call it a fun time of year, if nothing else. I really hope I remember to log whiskey. What? I let him die. I was gonna get him. I could have sacked him, actually, if I was paying attention. But I was not paying attention. What about me? I want to spend time with Kitty. I want to stream. I'm a pretty simple guy. I was thinking about this because my dad is coming to visit me, and he was like, yo, while I'm there, what do you want to do? And I was like, oh, I'm like a really simple type of guy. I'm hard chilling. Like, I basically just want to stream and work out and eat good food, and that's it. Like, whatever I'm dedicated to doing is pretty much what I do, you know? I don't know about old soul. I mean, I am an old soul, but yeah, basically, like, I don't know. There are a lot of things that just don't impress me the same way. Like, I don't like going out very much. I'm just a hardcore introvert. It's the going out thing that gets me, because I don't really want to go out. Like, they want to do some tourist stuff, and I'll say, hey, you guys go do that. Like, I'm not going to do it with you. because that just isn't my thing. I'm much more of a, you know, let's chill. I want to spend the day at the spa. Like, that sounds great. Spa day? Ooh, excellent. How exciting. So wait, maybe I am old. That does sound like an old thing to say, doesn't it? Yeah, I like the aquarium. That's true. That's true. Aquarium is cool. Maybe we don't want to use defensive since this boss will kill you. Okay. So, hold up. Please tell me that someone is logging this. I really hope that I remember to. Whoop, uh-oh. I'm surprised that does not kill you. So you have to taunt the boss and immediately walk in with full defenses. Oh, but I have to wings a second early on this fight. God damn it, I forgot. If you wings now and you don't get it for the damage amp, and your damage is so much lower because it's 55 seconds, which is super annoying. Before you pull the boss, you have to wings in the future. Forgot. Okay, that one was planned there. Toll now. Perfect. Weapon now. Position these guys away. Get one kick. Harden there. Watch the flare. So the flare is here. It's 45 seconds. You see that? So on this flare window, I don't actually get my wings. And it probably is worth a few wings. Maybe you can't. Maybe you just don't wing this. I don't know. Saving it for this would be... Maybe it's trolling. Maybe you do just send it. But otherwise, your damage is so low on this boss. Like, it feels bad. Wings this one. So, like, do I hold wings then? And send on the next... Maybe set of ads or burn or something, though? You're going to a rave, but you hate social gatherings. Interesting. Okay. But... Is there a particular reason why you guys chose a rave? Like, you basically are doing it for him? Like, he really wants to go to a rave, so you're gonna go to a rave type thing? Keep in mind, I have never been to a rave. I don't know if I ever will go to a rave. Oh my god. Annoying one. I got stunned on that. And I still have that video you did with Kitty at the marketplace, so I'll watch that. Did you really like it that much, Moa? I'm glad you did. I want to do it again soon. Life's just been so busy recently. And obviously the tooth has been annoying. And he wants a... Fair enough. You gotta do what you gotta do, I guess. Alright. I'm glad you liked it, Moa. So I'll send the wings now, no point in holding it. That cast does actually want that. Umbra Lash, Big Word of Glory. Here we go, though. Yeah, I think that's a good plan. I think that if you want to do things that are a little outside of your comfort zone, you should. But just know that you can go home early. I think that's a great plan. I'm holding lust for next key. Good lust next pull. Works. Good lust next pull. Yeah, I do like next pull and then the end. Anyone logging, by the way? I forgot. I like sitting in the middle of the city and watching people. Yeah, so here's the thing. I like doing it, but it's so awkward. So I only really get to do it. It's like I only get to do it sometimes, you know? This is going to be a very tough pull with 3 of these guys. I lay on hands myself, actually. We're going to lust it. I'm going to go in here and get the haste buff and then just take infinite amounts of giga damage, but I'm not going to die. But I'm not going to die. Because I have big shields. I got big shields. I have big kings. But I have infinite damage, infinite damage, infinite damage. I step out of this because this is going to be an insane tank damage pull. Please kill it now. Thank God. This area is, by the way, so when I make a tank tier list, this is one of the areas of the dungeons that I'm going to talk about. This is, in particular, this area, because they added all these mechanics that were very unnecessary, in my opinion, for tanks. They did not need to do most of what they did in this area. Do not pull that seer. Don't do it. Please tag you. Thank you. Yeah, so I think that this was an example of them maybe overcooking a little bit would be the right approach here. I think overcooking would be the right way to say it. It was a mistake for them to make this area as complicated for tanks as they did. It wasn't necessary. They added a bunch of on-hit magic damage, debuffs to the tank, this to the tank, little circles to dodge, blah, 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 blah. It's like, the tank, like right now, actually, if I didn't have cooldowns up, I'd be dead. Some random moments. So you get to watch, basically, without actually... I have to bubble right now. I don't know. This area feels really bad to tank. I'm going to pull it nice and safe. All of these guys clap you a lot. They apply debuffs to you, and there's AoE damage happening, and it's like, it doesn't need to exist. Like, they could just take the mechanic off the tank here, and the dungeon would be better. Good tanks are going to be able to do it, but it will absolutely kill every single pug that you're in. And I just don't find that to be positive, productive gameplay for tanks. So I have a plan. But if you don't have a plan as a tank here, then you are going to die. And normally there's like 1 or 2 pulls like this in the dungeon, which I guess it's fine to have like 1 or 2 pulls, but having this many feels rough. And there's also some tanks that can deal with it a lot better. My druid dies through Incarn in 1 hit. Like, my druid actually will die in Incarn in like less than a second, which is crazy. So hopefully I make this look easy. So what you do is you pull the seer with this so that you can get funnel for boss. And now I'm scared. I don't know. I think that some tanks like locking in, but I don't. Like right now I'm going to get stunned and I might die. I don't like locking in as a tank. It's scary. I just want to be a good... Oh my god. I'm lagging on beta, and it's just really hard for me to see these purple puddles on top of more purple puddles. I can't see shit. It's not for me. Yeah, I mean, the rest of the druid helped me a lot there, but I don't know. It's not my thing. Okay, go boss. Whoa, oh, bomb went off. Wait. Resto Druid can do this, but no one else can. Funnel. Alright, ready? Take the blue line there. Who has it? He's got it, okay. Will VDH be fine? Yeah, so don't worry. So, I don't want to spoil the tier list, Kato. But these dungeons are very specific. Tank meta is oftentimes determined by what the dungeons require of the tank. It's not necessarily a given. Like some tanks, some things are more magic damage, some things are more melee season, just like melees are absolutely clapping that season. So it's not a given. Just because the tank is tuned highly, that's the best tank. Sometimes you need your tank to bring a dispel, sometimes you need it to fill a group buff. There are different reasons why different tanks are brought. VDH is going to be just fine. You don't have to worry about that. But there are 2 tanks in S tier. There are, I think, like 2 give or take in like a solid tier, and then yeah. Also, it's so tough, even though like, I mean, there's nothing I could do about it. Like, I didn't have another option because I got my wisdom tooth out and my mouth is like swelling. I look like a chipmunk, you know, so I couldn't stream for a week. But every time I do this, Dude, it is so... I don't know why, actually. Like, it's, like, pretty clear, like, oh, I'm, like, I just had the wisdom tooth out, and, like, I need to recover. It is so fucking punishing, just as my own thought process for a second, to take a week off of stream on Twitch. You know that? Unbelievably punishing. It is ridiculous how much they kind of hate you for that. They do. Like, it's really like, if there's like a literal, you notice it every time, ask any streamer, where it's just like, when you take a week off, the next time you stream, they just go, oh, and they don't give your notification to people, not in the same way. Like, actually, a lot of people have told me before they don't get your notification. A lot of people have told me, oh, I didn't even know you were live. Like, they don't even put you on the same thing. It's really weird. It always is so discouraging for any streamer to take time off. Luckily, I don't actually take time off anyways. Hey, TH and people. Agreed. That being said, look at Discord. There's a notification in there. There are... Oh. You know one thing that would help? I never put the Discord notification out. I just realized. That would help. I get your notification on YouTube. Yeah, so that's what happens. Kevin, oftentimes what happens is... So, that's interesting that you say that. Yeah. It does that, and I've noticed it does that. And it's normally when I've taken a little bit of time off. Like, that's when it happens. It's 100%. I've noticed it. It just really, really doesn't like it when you do that. So if I have to take a week off for medical reasons, I know I wouldn't take a week off for any other reason, no. Hey, Lona. But I think that for me, moving forward, I'm still new at this, remember, I'm figuring stuff out. But for me, moving forward, I feel like the real trick is still just going to be the multi-stream. And just being able to multi. I think that that is the key in a lot of ways to actually finding a bit more, just like making it work. That's what I think. So you can watch wherever you'd like to. I should be live. Now remember, tomorrow I actually won't be. Tomorrow is the exception to that rule, because I will be doing the gym promo for my friend. Remember that? Are the lasers the apex? The big laser? Yeah. Like on the enemies? Yeah. If you see a little one. Ooh, shield that one in. Boop, boop, boop. Shield him again. Yeah, these lasers are the apex talent. It's kind of cool, right, Saito? Saito, did you know that I am back on green? You don't have to say it. That's so weird. I don't know. I don't want to be weird about it, but I also want to be uber respectful. I am a rule follower, so if the rules say one thing, I will follow the rules. Can lay out hands my healer in a second if he needs it. Resto Druid continues to be super OP. But it's a new account. It's a new account there, by the way. Shameless. Well, so I have to tell people, because like Moa, the last 7 days, I have been streaming just only on... Yeah, but I've only been streaming there, and it's like, I want to tell people that if they want to hang out, that's where I'll be. But at the same time, like, I can't really tell people, you know? Good morning, Tintin. It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard. Yeah, because what happened is that I had an old account, and exactly, so people who are like, yo, he's not live, because they have the old account, but it's a new account with the same name. It just is confusing, isn't it? Correct. I know. One thing that I'm going to do very soon, which I'm very excited about, by the way. Also, take a look at my pally overall damage. I've been yapping this whole key, not fully locked in, not pulling specifically around my cooldowns, doesn't matter. Did I? So, no. I didn't intentionally stop streaming there. I misunderstood something, and it was technically my bad, but I misunderstood, how it works over there. Yeah, I also kind of do a little bit, though. Hey, cheeky. Haha, I thought about a woo healer. No joke, I really thought that maybe I would do, like, an a woo healer. Or like an a woo wow. I thought a woo wow would be good as well. still have bubble up. I missed time my bubble, actually. That's fine. Pally is not squishy anymore, no. Pally is very tanky. This boss does some damage, but Pally is uber tanky and also the best damage. If you take a look, this is overall right here. I am a DPS, except on this last boss, single target isn't that high, but AoE, you are a DPS on AoE. It's kind of insane. There's also a trick for this boss. You ready? If you ping the boss, the ping stays when he goes into the phase, so you can find him instantly. This one. Yeah, that's a fun fact. Yo, let's go. Good morning, good morning. Hey, Kirby. Kirby David. Have you ever played Super Smash Bros? And did you know that there are competitive Super Smash Bros tournaments? Like, it's no joke, like a highly, highly, highly competitive game. Yeah. I grew up playing it on my GameCube, and I didn't know that it was like, it turned into this like crazy competitive thing for a long time. You can click the boss health bar on the side screen to find the real one. Yep. So this boss, you can also Hunter's Mark the boss. Hunter's Mark stays during the phase, which is also kind of cool. So like, if you have a Hunter, you can just Hunter's Mark him and find it. Hey, Flex. What I'm gonna do, just in case anyone is curious, a lot of people have asked before, but what I'm gonna do is just make a Patreon video breaking down what I've learned in 1 year of streaming. Because now I've been streaming for a year. Yeah, 2025 was the year I streamed. I had to take like 2 months off, and obviously my wisdom tooth and stuff. Hey. But I wanted to make a video just being like, hey, this is everything that I have learned in this journey. And here's what my plan is moving forward, including like the stats and the finances of it and all the numbers and stuff like that. Like, I think that's a really cool thing. A lot of people are curious about stream, and I just think it's good information. Like, I think that information should be out there because, as far as I know, most of what I've learned, no one talks about. It's just very, like, it's like very shadowy for some reason, that people don't want to talk about their stats or anything like that, you know? Hey, Tindon, this is World of Warcraft. We are testing the new content for the new expansion coming out in, like, what is it, 2 months now? 3 months? You don't have an introductory video? Got my first AOTC on the weekend. Nice. Only to watch. Yeah, I know. Dementia's is tough. GG's. Was I logging that by chance? Yeah, that's what I play, Tin. I only play WoW. Oh, I was logging. Okay, I was logging, I think. Good. So, Pally. I think Pally gets nerfed. I think Pally gets a nerf soon. Or they buff other tanks to compensate. Because I actually think, I mean, is it really bad for the game if tanks do that much damage? Particularly Maul breaks pugs in slightly different ways. Alright, what next? So I could try Lightsmith Pally, which is a little bit less tanky, but apparently still does pretty good damage. We could do a key as Lightsmith. I haven't actually... Templar. Pally is... Yeah, it's not squishy at all. It's giga omega tanky on top of the fact it does this much damage, and it still has Pally control. So, this season of The War Within. Ooh, on a kill. Yeah, Warrior did a lot. I don't know if it does this... Not this close. I don't think the breakdown looks exactly like this. Single target, you gotta remember, a lot of this is pad AoE. If you take a look at a single target boss, it isn't anywhere close to this. Yeah, like single target, I could be doing 30k or a little bit higher. That looks a lot better. Hey, Ariana. How's it going? Never really got into WoW. WoW's a hard game to get into, man. Terrace, actually. I want to practice the Giga Route there. I want to practice the Giga Route for Terrace. Yes. Monk can. Monk has that potential. The only problem with Monk is that it can't live. Like, when I make the tier list later today, we have to talk about the position that Monk is in going into midnight, you know? Which is interesting. No, it's the only DPS, and they leave the tankiness alone. So, one of the problems, Kevin, is that when tanks do damage, Druid if you can for smooth key. I wanna pull like a demon. So one of the problems is if you take a look at my healing breakdown from this key, yeah? This is overall here? Yeah. If you take a look at the healing, a lot of my healing is through my damage now. The problem is that a fair bit, like every shield, I overworded Glory there a bunch. But when you play Pally really well, the problem is that so much of your... If they nerf the damage a bunch, then you also nerf the healing. Through the talents like Undying Embers and Refining Fire and this and Solace and stuff like that. Because they've kind of baked in more passive leech, and every tank has some form of passive leech. So if tanks do more damage, then they actually do more healing as well. Every tank works like this. So you have Warrior through Brutal Vitality. They feel their Ignore Pain faster. You have Druid through any of their... Druid through Ursoc's Fury at the moment. You have VDH just through Leech, literally, talents. You see what I mean? Yeah. Exactly. Well, I mean, oh my god, I was talking to some people yesterday about playing WoW, and I was like, do you guys know what the MDI is? And they're like, what's the MDI? And I said, oh, you know, like Mythic Plus? And they're like, what's Mythic Plus? And I was like, oh my god. I was like, what? And I was like, do you know what the raid is? And they're like, oh, like the last time I raided was like, what was that one raid with the vampire dude? It was like, oh, it's Castle Nathria. And I'm like, what do you do? And they're like, oh, we like questing and like leveling characters, and we just explore the world, and I farm stuff to buy my whatever. And I was like, what? It's such a different world out there. There are so many different types of people who play this game. And yes, Purple, I think we do. Created. Come. Yes. But there are so many different types of WoW players. Sometimes you need to just take a step back and realize the game is vast. It is a crazily vast game. Unbelievably vast. That's sometimes I think you need to... Yeah. Just a bunch of otherwise simple but poorly explained things like crafting orders. Yeah, I mean, so a lot of people... I made the video about how to learn a DPS specialization, and people were asking, what secondary stats do you play? And I'm like, bro, I don't even think about it. I don't think whatsoever about my secondary stats, to be honest. Because secondary stats are also poorly explained in terms of what they do. It's always, they talk as if secondary stats are explained as if you couldn't play without the right ones, which is fundamentally false. That's like fundamentally a false notion. You know? Was watching LB, he had no clue about a quest on people might easily told me so. Yeah. Dude, I'm excited. I get to... Oh, I'm on a podcast. Right. Hey, guys, I'm on a podcast. In 6 days, I'm on a podcast. It might not be one that you know, but it is nonetheless a cool podcast. Very cool podcast. I missed Dratnos by 1 week. Yep, I forgot. I'm going to post it in Discord. It is time. Yes. I'm actually super excited about it. I think hopefully we get to talk about some of the really cool things, maybe some of the differences between tanking and healing and this or whatever. I'm going to be on with 2 healers, so I know that the 2 guests that I'm on with, they're basically both healer mains, and I wonder what that kind of ends up meaning. Yeah, but a lot of the guides as well. So I have a goal. It's a really good goal, and I'm super excited about it. I think I'm going to nail it, but it's going to be hard to do, but I think I can do it. A lot of guides are way too much and way too min-maxy. Somebody just goes, yo, what I want to do right now is try Resto Druid, and they go, all right, let me look up a Resto Druid guide. And they start going over everything. the mastery, the this interaction. Hey, Soul of the Forest. And then you got the Archdruid talent. You got this, and it's like bro, 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 bro. Stop. When no damage, rejuve. When damage, wild growth, swift mend, regrowth. Done. Guide over. And I want to make really simple, very straightforward, 5-minute guides, if that. And it's just, you know what I mean, though? That's what I want to do. It's one of my goals is to make quick guides. Like, see if I could break it down in just a minute or two and go from there. That is one of the goals that I have. I think it's a really good goal. I think it would help people way more than this nuanced, advanced, min-max stuff. You know? In my opinion. I think it would help a lot. So that is my plan. Yeah, I've never heard of that before. Can you link me one, Cheeky? Link me one, I'm curious. We got uncreated here. Nice. Alright, let's reset the meters. I still have a bit of a headache, and the funny thing is that when I have a headache, I don't really like, as silly as it sounds, I don't really like tanking when I have a headache. Tanking is a role that requires a lot of effort, and I don't always like tanking when I have a headache. Seriously. I mean that. It's like not that crazy to say, in my opinion. But it sounds crazy. Everyone always thinks, oh, like tanks are, there's a lot you have to think about as a tank, and DPS can just blast. DPS is so much more friendly. Often. Oh, hold up. I got you. Yeah, that's the bot. It does that so that people cannot spam cheap viewers here. That's what it does. Are we just trying to time this? Time, if we can. Alright. Magister's Terrace. There is a really fun route that we can do here. And I've been learning it. Morge, you redeemed a flex redeem. My bad. What? Wow. Oh, I am so sore. Oh my god. So, even though I've been recovering from wisdom tooth, I went to the gym yesterday. And then you don't want to know what happened. I was sleeping peacefully last night, and apparently I have trained my cat to identify the fact that if he screams loud enough, I will give him treats. So now I need to break this habit, because he's learned that if he sits out the door at 5 a.m. and just starts screaming, eventually I will open the door and give him a treat to shut up. But he is now gaming the system. And that is problematic for me, because I kind of need to sleep to recover and stuff.
The terrace holds what we require to gain entry to the Void Store.
He's very cute, but I messed up, and now I have to fix this, because, ow. Yep. Yo, so I'm going to be on a pod. Let me link this, by the way. Okay, hold up. Wait. Downloads. Wait, I don't think I downloaded it. Can I show you guys the official thing? I want to show you. It's really cool. Here, wait. Download image. Boom. Save image. Nice. Cool. Down over here. Look at this. I just want to show you. I think this is a cool thing here. Boom. Window capture, general of Discord. Here. Boom, look. You see it? Look. Aha! It's me! Oh, what's up, Zooty? Hey, Zooty. I'm gonna be on a podcast in like 6 days. Oh no, wait, 4 days. Actually, it's 4 days now. Holy shit. I'm gonna be on. Thank you. I'm gonna be on a podcast with Mr. Mad Skills TV and LB Ninja with brutally honest. It's his podcast. Oh, hi, Gfo. Hello. Bro, I've been tough the last week. It's been a tough week, man. It do be tough. I don't like taking a week off of stream. Thank you for coming to say hi. But yeah, anyways, this is a little podcast announcement. Who's the cutie in the middle? That's me. I had to find a photo to use. All right, cool. Now we're doing high keys with Shin. We are also making a actual tank tier list today, which will be exciting. Ready. I was looking at that pod. It's actually a good pod. It's really a good one, Zooty. I like it a lot. Yeah, I'm excited. I think he's great at interviewing. It's 16. I mean, look, send, I guess. I can tank 16 if we can do it.
The way forward.
Do it. Yeah. So I was allowed to suggest the topic, and one thing that I want to suggest, and Gfo, you can tell me what you think about this. You know what I want to suggest? We need to talk about how the fact that tanking is fucking toxic, and it takes so much more effort to tank than any other role in Mythic Plus, except healing. Like healing and tanking in general, no one appreciates how much work you put into it. That's what I want to talk about. Because I've had a headache the last few days, you know what I mean, though? Listen. And, no problem. Go face plant. Into your pillow. Not this thing. Yeah. Because they gotta add either something. They gotta do something. Make tanks and healers more powerful, add a little bit more mechanics for DPS, or whatever. And the thing is, now, listen. I had a headache, and I was just recovering from Wisdom 2 surgery, and I was sitting here playing offline keys, and I was just like, oh, God, my mouth hurts, my head hurts, my throat hurts, and I was tanking some dungeons, right? I was just tanking some dungeons. And you want to know what happened? I was doing perfectly. One of the top prop pally logs that day. I was like, I was doing unbelievably well. And then on the first boss here, I forgot to move 0.1 seconds early. And bam. Yeah, I have my Wisdom 2. That's why I was gone for a week. I had to take an entire week off. And I couldn't. It was like, what am I going to do? Yep. Very unfortunate. But anyways, I was sitting here and I was just like, yeah, never mind. No tanking this day. So that was on a 15 Magister's Terrace, and I just forgot to move the boss by like 2 seconds. Like by 0.2 seconds, okay? Yeah, well, they're out now. I don't have any left. But it was annoying for sure. I forgot to move the boss by 0.2 seconds, and the key was over. And I was just like, you know what? Let me not tank. And so what I did instead... I was about to say, he's not healing, right? Like, I got this now. That's okay. So... Did I forget to reset the meters, or... That doesn't look right. That's bugged for sure. He said 1 sec. Like, how many seconds does he need? Because these guys hurt. Yeah, it'll be a good relief going forward. Yeah, if the healer really isn't here... Oh, we have to wait. Wait. Yeah. Hopes for Pally is currently amazing right now. It's very, very, very good right now. But the thing is that I think it'll get nerfed. The reason it's a little bit too good right now, in my opinion. Okay, now go. This isn't gonna be the cleanest log because of all that, but that's fine. So your healer is in misery here, by the way. This is a tough pull to heal. Very, very tough pull to heal. And for me, it's the easiest role in the game. So I am a tank main. And for me, tanking is second nature, right? Like, I'm also a tank player where it's like tanking's not that hard. But it requires you to be focused. I don't feel like I'm always playing a game when I'm... This is what I realized because I've been testing DPS the last few days. Do you know what it actually is? I don't always feel like I'm playing a game when I'm tanking. Sometimes I feel like I'm working. And I'm good at it, so I'm working good. But sometimes, man, it doesn't feel like a game. It feels like a job. That's the truth of it. Is that oftentimes, instead of it feeling like this very rewarding thing, it feels more like a job. And it is rewarding in the same way that a job is rewarding. But it's not like this chill vibe, fun thing. I oftentimes feel like that. And also, and one of the reasons, by the way, is because of how they've designed these new dungeons. This is when I make the tier list later, I'm really going to get into this. So, these dungeons, for no apparent reason whatsoever, they already hit hard enough. Almost every mob has a different form of magic debuff applied on hit. So, now there are some tanks that are going to be very good, and some tanks that are going to be very bad. This guy. Successful melee attacks inflict blank amount of arcane damage. Another mob. Melee attacks inflict additional arcane damage. Another mob. Shadow damage inflicted on hit. It's like, bro, I am... There, it goes through armor.
You'll go no further, Umbrick.
So it's really annoying.
Defenses were specially made with you in mind.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Guardian Druid gets one-tapped if you're not careful. Well, every tank has tools to deal with it, but some tanks are way better at stuff like that than others. Exactly. That's the problem. Exactly, though. Hey, Gfo and Zudi, thanks for coming to say hi. I appreciate it. It's so weird to take a week off and stream gets so affected by it. There's one thing I'd like to tell you. If you ever want to, and I don't know if you have, but do either of you use the green site? Do you understand what I'm saying with this? I have to apparently. I don't know why this is the rule, but I don't make the rules. I understand what you're saying. Have you ever message me on Discord, make a little group chat with me on Discord, or I'm sure you guys already are in a group chat with like Degeneracy, so yeah, message me on your group chat, and then yeah. So that's hilarious to me still, Malden, which is obviously like absolutely random, probably shouldn't be a thing. Bubble clears my... Wait, Bubble actually clears the whole... That's so annoying. You want to time this so that you can refresh the buff. Yeah, so basically just invite me there and I'll send you some stream stats and I'll also talk about it though. Yeah, only Shaman healers can kick, and by the way, I have noticed it incredibly. I've really noticed that. So right now I need to move the boss over here. Yeah, Windwalker is not pumping. What's happening is that he is attempting to pump. And it's sort of like... Listen, like, I don't know, I don't want you to think about your grandfather like this, but it's kind of like at some point you get to the age where you're an attempted pumper. And it's not successful. And that's okay. Like, you have to accept the fact that, you know, it is what it is. That's him right now. That's Windwalker. Maybe there will be a little blue pill that comes along and helps you out at some point. I am stuck on this chair. So we're going to put the next one here like this. Boom, boom, boom. And then, how do I actually live this hit? Hello, Maxis. Hello. How's it going? Much better. So I've been recovering from wisdom tooth stuff. I've had wisdom tooth issues. So they took it out and I feel a lot better now, which is nice. But still hurts. Hey, easier. How's it going? We're not doing a lot of damage to this boss right now. Why does it feel like our damage got so heavily nerfed somehow? Sub-Zero. Take all three of those. I haven't used the rune perfectly, so let's just drag them over here now. Yeah, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to people. Even if it's not, I feel like these days it's understood. You know, if you say Merry Christmas and I don't celebrate Christmas, I'll just say Merry Christmas back. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's tough. I mean, I would say that if you're worried about midnight whatsoever, genuinely don't be. Like, everything's gonna be fine. But if you're a Windwalker monk, then scream into the void. Like, everybody's gonna be fine except monks. Blizzard hates monks. I don't know why. Follow with it. That could be a movie, Max. Brew seems good at least. So Brew right now is in a position where... No, Brew's in a position where it doesn't do enough pad damage individually, and you have to have a reason to play Brew. Like, Brew kind of needs an identity. Does this make sense, though? Hold up. I'm not doing this pull without my wings. Brew needs an identity. Do you see? And the identity of Brew is normally, I do big damn. However, it doesn't currently do big enough damn. So I think that Brew is in a bit of a tough spot, actually. Are you familiar with the Better Blizzard's frames? Yeah, I'm familiar. So I'm using completely base UI, by the way. I have 0 add-ons installed whatsoever at the moment. Absolutely 0. So what you do here is you try to maintain the buff. You click on this thing, and then I go grab these. This is the advanced Giga route. This is like the secret tech route, kind of. And you try to extend the buff. You can click on this crystal to extend the buff right here. The crystal extends the buff, nice. And then you keep the buff going into this pull. I have Arden up, so I'll be fine. Hold up, wait a second. This is actually, this is Giga whole, this is amazing big brain tech. So then you keep the buff at 20. And you walk in, then you do the next pull here, because this pull is so hard, but now you have 20 stack of the buff, and boom, this is the big brain. This is the big brain. There we go. That helps this pull a lot, so then you can have full cooldowns on the next one. Now the question is there a way to maintain the buff past this point? Because this is actually very helpful. It's 20% damage and healing done, so the question would be, is there a way to maintain somehow past this point? That I don't know. Use bubble now. I don't think so. So, yeah, basically, here's the thing. Oops. Tough pull. Oh, uh-oh. My healer was not prepared for this. If your healer is not prepared for this, everybody dies. Instantly, pretty much. Even I'll die here, actually. This pull hurts a lot. I can Ardent and Healing Potion myself. There's unnecessary amounts of damage in this pull. I don't have Lay on Hands. Uh-oh. This is a massive HPS check, this pull. You can do this one that I'm doing right here, but it is a tough pull. I kick the bolt. Boom. Pally survives without a healer. It's okay. He needs to be full ramping it. These spellbreakers are no joke. Right. So, when it comes to the identity of tanks and keys, though, you see, what has to happen is that a tank either has to do big damage, fit utility, fit a group buff, or whatever. And Brewmaster notoriously is going to have the same exact niche as it does right now, which is the fact that if you want to play it, the only way you're playing Brew is if there's a physical meta that requires a monk buff, and Mistweaver is not strong enough to compensate. And obviously Windwalker is not being played. That is kind of the only way you'll end up seeing Brewmaster being played. It is decent, but it is not OP right now. That's the problem. Same with Blood DK. Blood DK also has the same problem where it needs to be OP in order to justify playing it. Yeah. I mean, I'm playing with nothing, so I play base UI. I have 0 add-ons installed. I don't even have any add-ons installed. I've been playing it the whole time. It works. Judgment has a chance to proc it. I just don't even track it. Hold up. I'm gonna go help. Is my wrestler druid? Boom. He might be. What tank do you think is meta right now? Well, when I make the tier list later, there are 2 meta tanks. There are 2 S tier tanks. Those guys hurt. Just big HPS. nonstop. So there's a few pulls where grips are required, but there's a problem with the fact that AMS is better on a DPS right now than it is on a tank. There are so many fights, like this next one, AMS can get rid of the mechanic once a minute. But if you're a tank, you don't get the mechanic. On Ember Dawn, AMS can get rid of the mechanic. On the second boss of Windrunner Spire, AMS can get rid of the mechanic, but you don't get it as a tank. So you want AMS on the DPS. DPS AMS is really strong right now. But tank AMS is not like, there's no mechanic like second boss of Priory that you cheese. You have to think about the profile of the dungeons and where you're going to struggle. So Invis, AMS, and Meld, they can all get rid of one of these dots, which is going to make this fight a lot easier, especially on a 1 minute interval. Like if we die here, but we had a DK, we wouldn't die. Hopefully we just don't die here, but also still. So I'm going to sack him, because I'm a prop alley. And if I didn't sack him there, I'm dead. Fuck. I shouldn't have sacked. And I got hit after that. Okay, so my bad.
My task remains. My watch continues.
Nah, it's my bad, it's my bad, it's my bad. Ah, I hate tanking. I hate tanking. I went to sack and I forgot my positioning. Do we want to keep experimenting? Because we're not going to time it. Also, don't be in cat form. Big healing here. I actually don't even know if I got hit by the puddle. I might have just died to regular damage, though. Could it be Vengeance and Prop Pally? Well, interesting why, though. Nah. God. Move funny. This one. Okay. We got. Yeah. No problem. We just have a bunch of melee, so all the things are appearing right there, though. If we're all stacked in melee, it actually gets kind of tough and toxic. Well, hold up, I don't want to spoil the tier list for you. I want to spoil it. But basically, a lot of these dungeons, what they're going to require... When I actually lock in here for a second. So what they're going to require is you need to solve puzzles. These bosses are all about solving puzzles. He gets a thing, just like everything. He gets a magic thing that you can dispel, but no one's going to dispel it on beta. Healer, heal. More healing. Hi, oh stop, how's it going? My only problem with this is I think the healer is still in cat form. Don't be a cat form, this boss. This boss is perma ramp. There is a problem with healing as well right now, which is that anytime a healer greeds their damage, they're wrong. Straight up. If a healer is greeting damage, they're incorrect on that. It is not worth it. Healer damage is, especially on a fight like this, is not a good idea. I can sack the mage. And then freedom myself. I go last. Because, like, I'm going to have to burn some cooldowns here. Boom, like this. Perfect. Yeah. Yo, hey, Sonny. If you are wondering why this boss hurts sometimes, he gets a magic amp. There's a debuff on him. I'll show you when he gets it. That's when he starts clapping it. Puzzle mechanics. So puzzle mechanics, like, you have to figure out, like, this boss, even as an example. This boss is going to kill all of your pugs, as, you know what I mean, though? Hey, Zudi. Picking up what you're putting down. Thanks, man. Oh, hi, Sonny. Thank you for the sub, dude. Yo. Hello. Hold up 1 second. Yeah, I know. There's going to be spoilers. Hey, Nanani. I'm back. So right now, this boss is going to be clapping me. And then I need to do this. I'm going to go in. I get hit in the back because I have to move as a tank. I don't know. This boss, he's technically not that bad. That's the debuff he gets. It's attack speed increased by 100% and auto attacks inflict additional magic damage. When I make the tier list later, you're going to notice this as a very, very strong thing. You're going to notice I talk about this a lot. They really got to stop making mobs inflict auto attack magic damage. Why? Like, it really favors certain tanks over others. But there's like 7 different mobs in this dungeon that do this. Hey, Sonny. Morning, Nanami. What are you guys doing for Christmas? You're celebrating today. Ooh, a day early. For family reasons? There's the debuff right there. We do celebrate today in most of Europe. Wait, why? You guys celebrate today? That boss gets a magic. And if you can dispel or something, though. Yo, hello there. Hiya, Ollie. Hello, hello. Well, exactly. There's a lot of magic damage on tanks. So if you're a DK, I suppose you'll be fine, like Miss Aoi, but otherwise, it hurts, though. Yeah. Or steal. You can also spell steal it, but it is a magic. Yep. I don't think it'll do much with a steal because I want to do a big pull, but that's a video. Welcome back. Thank you. Man, it was tough to be gone. It was so tough. I hate taking a week off stream. Ollie, what's the longest you've ever taken off stream? It's hard. Like, I miss it. Like, I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I wish I could stream, but I got my wisdom tooth out, so I couldn't think. But my head was just, like, pounding for a bit, and I had a really hard time focusing. Yeah. It's weird to take a whole week off. It becomes such a huge part of your life, doesn't it? It becomes, like, such a massive part of your life that it's hard to consider not streaming for a bit. Go straight through the middle here. I got sick last year on Christmas, so you had to. Yeah. I mean, there's nothing you can do. Like, if you get sick, you get sick. The problem with streaming is that you have to talk. You know? The thing is, you have to be present when you stream. So, like, if this last week I had the dental thing and my mouth is swollen and I'm like, oh, I don't really want to talk right now, then it's better to just, I think, take the time off a little bit. Oops. Yeah. Although, I also, do you ever use the green platform or anything like that? Can somebody fill this in for me? I can't say it, because whatever. But if I ever say this and I'm being super weird about it, can anyone else just fill in the... Like, you just, like, comment, you're like, oh, this. You know what I'm talking about? Hopefully somebody will do that. But I will try to respect the rules, and this is what the rules say. Yes, that one. Oh, thank you, Zudi. Yeah, that one. Never used that? Yes, that's the one. So I've been doing a bunch of streams there while I've been recovering, though. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. I'm a little bit sus about saying it. Oh, we're supposed to line of sight this, but they don't know how to line of sight this. This is not gonna work. Kick that one. I gotta stop the infusers here, probably on this pull. My job is to stop the infusers. Boom, kick this, bubble now. Kick that, boom. We're supposed to line of sight in this hallway. Oh, everybody's about to die. I forgot to say line of sight. Yeah, I think, but I actually bet you that's happened a lot more than people realize that that's happened. No joke, I bet you that's actually happened kind of a lot. Like, I don't think that's that crazy of a thing.
Only the strongest survive.
Then they come in. I hate doing damage as a healer. Do you? A lot of people like it. Hey, DH. Hello, hello. Hi there. The mobs. So they group and you blast. But our damage is so maybe not that many casters. Yeah. Yeah. So if you do this, what you do is you just take them and you go around the corner like this. But you don't have to take them here. You just go here. I'm a prop pally. Prop pally can control it pretty well. Kick this one. Kick that one. Bam. How's prop pally feel? So prop pally feels great. My only problem with prop pally is this. It requires me to focus. You guys want to hear an announcement? I'm going to tell you an announcement. You heard it here first, and I'm not 100% convinced about this right now, but I just like to point out, I'm kind of serious. I think I want to main DPS next season. Well, two things. Number one is I'm going to be on a podcast in 4 days, and that's super cool. The podcast thing is also cool, but I think I want to tank as an alt, and I think that I want to main DPS for a season. I, too, want to experience the bliss and joy that comes from not having to care about anything in the key. I want to know, what is it like on the other side? Yeah, I want to know. I heard the grass is greener. I too want to be able to just move like this and not instantly die. I too want to think, oh, I'm just, let me put it this way. So here's the thing, that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about that midnight. That's what I'm thinking, is that I'm a little worried about getting bored. Okay. But yeah, if you look at the current meters, I'm already, listen. You know this key we're doing right now? This is a 15 terrace. This is a hard key on beta. I would say this is probably the hardest key on beta right now. 15 terrace, okay? I did a 17 terrace where Vikman was healing. Yeah, so I had Vikman healing and a Giga tank. And I didn't think about it once. I didn't think about what would one-tap me. I didn't think about what would actually hurt me in the key. I didn't think about this healing debuff. I just went in and I blasted. And I was like, bro, if this was the 17 on this key is like one of the highest keys that's been done. If I was healing, I would have to make a plan for literally everything nonstop, all the time. If I was tanking, I would have to be like, if I miss this global, everyone's dead. But no, I was DPSing, so it didn't matter. I just did my rotation, I used my kick, and that's it. No one can convince me, 0% of the player base could convince me that DPS is just as hard. And there have been people, since I've started on this rant, since I started playing DPS, I'd like to point out that there have been people who have tried to tell me, they're like, oh, but DPS is just as hard. And I'm like, what? I mean, do you honestly think that? Does anyone genuinely believe DPS is just as hard as tanking and healing? I was trying to understand why, and one of the arguments was somebody said, but somebody said, but DPS, they have to get their rotation perfect. And I was like, yeah, so do I. What do you mean? Like, so does the tank and the healer, except for the fact that the consequences of messing up is that your entire key is over instead of you cost the B-res. Like, well, I thought that was a weird argument. I heard that argument before, and I was just like, what? Oh, I lay on hands myself instead of res, because that was the wrong button. Where's my res again? Alt left? Oh, no. I don't know where my res is bound to on my pally. Yeah. Tank, you need to have... This is a different perspective. On one hand, I want to be, like, super understanding of it, but I just don't think I mean, you should just try playing DPS. Like, I think that the argument there, Jenny, if you believe that, I would just say go play like Hunter for a week, like play BM Hunter for a week on live if you can, and then yeah. Like, well, on 21, everyone has to contribute and everyone has to be a Giga player. But even at that level, Pigeon, you can mess up your rotation slightly as a DPS and still time the key. You know? Hey, congrats, Palliator. That's an achievement at this point. That's hard. Whereas a tank, that one motion I just did, if that hits me harder than I realized because the key level goes up, we're all dead. I don't know. I don't think they're really comparable, though. On any of it, very little, Cheeky. Very, 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 extremely little. And one of the things that people don't realize is that even at higher keys, DPS is the only role that can be played at like 80% efficiency and still time dungeons. I mean, you've seen it. I guarantee you. On live right now, if you've been pushing 12, 15, even plus 19 keys, I don't know where you are, but anywhere in that realm, BM Hunter is meta, yeah? Every single time you play with the BM Hunter, they should be top damage bar none. It is an incredible DPS right now. If you play with a Giga BM Hunter who doesn't actually miss their buttons, they are going to be doing top damage in that key. Single target, AoE, doesn't matter. They're, at the end of the key, they're top damage. How many times have you timed a key where the BM Hunter was equal to the other DPS? And I mean equal. So they're not bad. That just means they're doing equal damage to the other DPS. A lot. You've seen that. That means they're not playing perfectly. Like people don't understand. That means they're not bad, but that means they're not that good. Like, that's what's interesting about it. This thing. And you don't realize that. Yeah. But they should be top. Now, that's not my experience playing with all hunters. I'm just saying that it's a different way of looking at the game a little bit. Overall in Wildfire. Oh, as a survival. It's just easy to compare something like Hunter for the point of this conversation. Where DPS is kind of the only role that can be played at such a low efficiency. Like, you can, so for example, at 13, a DPS could play at 50% efficiency and you would still time the key. You would just have one DPS doing, 2 million less than the other DPS, but you still time the key. If you have a good tank and a good healer, then the key is still timed. But if your tank or your healer is playing at 50%, as in they're messing up 50% of their globals, I don't think you time the key. Let alone all of the prep and the research and the timing and all that stuff. Right? Okay, I'm trying to save my wings here. Does that make sense? This is a long boss fight. Yeah. So, think about a Blood DK where it's like, even at a 12 key level, which is not the highest key right now, but even then, still challenging enough where if a Blood DK zones out for 2 seconds, whoops. Like, that's why a lot of people like playing it, but also why it's challenging. Because if you just have to miss one Death Strike and you're dead. But no DPS at that key level will have to think like that. It's not a thing. Everyone is just chilling. There are some people who like that sort of gameplay, but I think that Blizzard does need to address it to an extent. Because, I don't know, I just think there's a lot of toxicity about tanking and healing in this, you know what I mean, though? Hey, Sonny, sorry, I was missing your comments. Sonny, you said that you're celebrating today, but I didn't ask you, what are you doing to celebrate? Do you guys have, like, a big roast dinner, or, like, what do you do? Because I've recently discovered roast dinners, and they're very, very good. What's this? Oh, the tier list. That is the healer tier list. I have to update it for the tank one today. That was after playing all the healers. Let's go up, 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 up. Like that one K-pop song. We going up, 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 da, 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 da. Make sure nothing pulls. Good. I arted myself because I'm out of movement speed. Blessing of freedom. Cool. Don't let the fear go off. Big pull, big pull, big pull. You can do this. It's not impossible to do this pull, but you cannot let the fear go off. When the fear goes off, everyone dies. I'm a prop pally though, so I'm just gonna grab that one, and I'm gonna grab this one. Perfect. Now, I'm gonna bubble myself right now. That was a late bubble. If I had messed that bubble up by 0.2 seconds, everyone's dead. But DPS don't have to think about this pull. DPS don't have to think about gathering it in this pixel perfect formation like this. They don't have to think about that. I get this kick on top of the fact I'm doing everything else. I double Guardian of Ancient Kings. Oh, I'm gonna die.
Your survival wasn't
LOL. That was through Kings? Out of curiosity, was this current? Oh, he wasn't healing me. Was he in cat? It's okay. Just need healing there. I had Kings up. Died through. It's healing absorb on tank. So need like the full suite. Is the healer in my stream by chance? No, it's just that he was in cat form. This current? Wanna finish? That pull is not that bad. Yeah. You gotta pre-ramp it. Gotta pre-ramp it there. It's a tough pull. Like, you can do it, but... And I could have done it better. I could have lay on hands and then bubbled myself. It would have been just up. Cool. He just hasn't healed it before, I'm pretty sure, so he doesn't know the damage intake. And that's one of the toxic things as well. Remember, as a tank and a healer, you have to know these things before the key starts. If he doesn't know it, then he can't do it. Because he thought he was going to be fine there, but he can't do it, though. Rather than consume small ones around, which just help with kills. No. That's not what happens. Nah. You can heal it, no problem. As a tank and a healer, you are expected to know everything that just happened and why we died. You're expected to know all of that before the key starts. Are other healers easier than Disc? All healing right now is pretty accessible, to be honest. I think that Oracle Disc right now, even Void Weaver's not hard. I don't think Disc is that hard right now. There's a few interactions you have to understand, but it's not. I wouldn't describe it as being that hard. Resto Shaman. Yeah. I made a guide. I made a quick guide on Resto Shaman. And Resto Shaman right now is actually just 2 buttons. It's crazy. I don't know. Healing is okay. Tanking is pretty toxic right now, though. Tanking feels super toxic in my opinion. So lay on hands myself. Holy shit, you see the lay on hands that even chew through that absorb? I almost died through the lay on hands. Yeah, I know what DPS class I want to play as long as it's tuned well. I think that as a DPS player, you're trolling yourself if you don't just play the meta. Personally speaking, I think that you kind of just have to play meta, in my opinion. I think that's what you should do, personally speaking. He's 15%. 15% is not that much. Okay, I bubble. He gets a small buff, but not a big one. Yo, what's up, Laura? I'm doing okay. I got my wisdom tooth out like a week ago, so... I mean, it's been a few days now I can recover, but I had to take a week off stream, which was annoying. I don't like having to take a week off stream. This meta, I play it. If I'm gonna play a DPS, it's weird. As a tank and a healer, I'm like, look, I just want to do my job well. You know, like, I just want to be... As a tank, it's my job to be a giga tank, yeah? Like, that's my job. Just to be a... I just want to be a tank. If I'm a healer, hey, did I let anybody die? Did I heal successfully? Cool, that's my job, right? Makes sense. But as a DPS, if I'm DPSing a key and I'm getting out DPS'd, I feel bad. I get more competitive as a DPS player.
I know what
Real
to do.
crashing. Yo, good night,
I'll
Sudi. Good
need
night.
to attune the
I'll see you
sinister
next
to the
time.
void storm.
Does that make sense? Like, actually, I feel way more competitive as a DPS player. But as a tank and a healer, I'm like, yeah, but I can still basically carry my team and do a good job and everything. Spot healing is weird. So spot healing right now on Mistweaver is, with the new Apex talent, really interesting. Because you have the most, like, arguably the most powerful spot heal, but it's gated behind a cooldown. So it depends on what type of spot healing you have to do. But, like, Thunder Focus T into Enveloping Mist without any ramp whatsoever is a giga combo right now. It is unbelievably giga at the moment. Like, everyone, like, you are topping. Somebody's health bar with that. So Thunder Focus T into Enveloping Mist right now is an actual combo. But yeah, DPS is super competitive. It's a different play. I'm not saying DPS has it, like, completely easy. I just think DPS doesn't have to learn the key in the same way that others do. Yep. Well, so to be fair, one of the reason that healing, and Cheeky, this is probably what we're going to talk a lot about on the podcast, I bet, because I'm doing the podcast with two other healers, if you know LB Ninja and Mad Skills TV. And the truth is, healing is toxic because healing a 12 is oftentimes harder than healing a 20. Tanking, not necessarily. Tanking is a little bit more independent, where it's like, yes, I do depend on my team to help me, but ultimately I'm a lone wolf. Like, I gotta play well, and if I play well, then I'm a good tank. But healing is not like that. In fact, some of the best healers in the world will struggle to heal 12s. I've seen it happen myself. If you take a 4K IO healer and you put them into your pug group, everyone is dying. And that just doesn't make a lot of sense. Well, he's dead. It doesn't technically make a lot of sense, because it shouldn't be like that, but it is. And it's simply because when I play with, like, I was playing with Vikman. You know Vikman, the healer, the wrestler druid? Oh, we missed the soak. Everyone's dead. I can't save it. Even if I bubble right now, no, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So when I was playing with Vikman, Vikman heals in a way where he's trying to min-max his Wrestler Druid damage. So what he does is he does not heal when there's no damage happening, because he expects everyone to play well. This is a good skill at a high level. At a very high level, this is an amazing skill to have. Think about that. Does that make sense? So he doesn't heal if there's no damage. It's like, because the casts are not going to, we're going to get all the casts. People are going to use all their defensives, so he just won't heal. But it's the opposite mentality in a 12, which is that you should be healing at all times and getting ready to cover mistakes. Healing at like a 12 or like a 15 even, or even like a 17 right now is all about covering mistakes. That's more like a question. Oh, okay. I think it's as far as I know, it's like a 1% buff per thing. Unless I'm wrong about it. I hovered over him when we did that pull and it was 15%, which is not nothing, but doesn't seem that bad because the Tyrant only hits the tank. The Tyrant doesn't do AoE damage. It's the other guy that does the AoE damage on the pull previous to this. There are two big blobs. One of them does the heal absorb on the tank, which the healer just needs to heal me. And the second one does the AoE damage. The Tyrant only hits the tank. Two different blobs. As far as I know. I think that is correct. It's simple, just heal, but the question is when. Like the timing your heals is basically healing is like playing an FPS. In so many ways, like you're like playing a hardcore FPS. You're locked in and your like reaction time is very important for healing. Especially in lower keys. Reaction time becomes the most important thing. If I don't have to get it as a tank, I'll take that. But I don't think healers have it easy, because healers have to do everything that DPS have to do, except they also have to be healing. And also have to be doing, most of the time, more mechanics and stuff, though. Doable with 0 healers, people turn them anyways. Yeah, I mean, so that was a problem with WoW, if you don't know the history of it. At one point, that was happening with WoW. Where people were playing no healers in keys, and Blizzard was like, nope, can't have that. And so a lot of their design decisions have been specifically to contend with the fact that people were playing no healers. I think, for me personally, healing is more chill than tanking, but both of them still hurt. Both of them are still stressful. Compared to DPSing. I don't know, man, like, I think that the longer I stream, the more I want to stream. And the more I stream, the more I want to commit to streaming. Like, streaming is a huge part of my life. Again, this is the first year of my life that I've streamed, and it's, like, such a huge giga part of my day. And I was realizing that I stream the way I do, and I want to hang out with people while I'm tanking and healing high content. If I just did easy content, it'd be much easier. But I'm trying to push keys as a tank and a healer, and also chat with people at the same time. Shouldn't I just DPS at that point? Like, don't you think I should just maybe DPS? Wouldn't that be better? I like the game. The thing is, for me, I like playing World of Warcraft. I like the game. I don't really care so much what I play. I'm not attached to one spec more than anything else. I just want a game. If I get to play WoW, I'm happy. You know? So I don't know, I'm really considering it. If there's a DPS I like, I mean, it depends. You know, but that's the thing, at a certain key level, G-Folk, even tanks can't just soak mechanics. And honestly, if you have to compare that, and you're like, you know what, I guess as a DPS player, I can't soak that one circle, I might have to actually dodge it, I'm alright with making that sacrifice. It is what it is. Also, keep in mind, I soaked a swirly earlier and insta-died, and you'll have that happen, because that boss you can't soak. But also, can I tell you guys something? This is what really concerns me about tanking right now. This is the thing that really gets me, okay? Argus, yo! Argus, thank you for saying hi on the other, on Green website, by the way. Genuinely. I appreciate you hanging out with me there, I really do. Thank you for that. Hey Argus, thanks for the prime, dude. It means a lot for anyone who's been hanging out with me the last week. Obviously, I haven't been live on here, but I've been streaming on... fuck me, dude. It's so weird, god damn it. Can we all make code words? We ought to make code words that are just us. So, okay, one is mozzarella, one is parmesan, and one is fucking Gouda. Alright, bet. So, here. Everybody here right now, look, ready? Okay, red. Alright, here we go. Like this, and then, yeah? Alright, so basically, here's what's up. When my mouth was hurting, I could not consume mozzarella. Yeah? Listen, I couldn't consume mozzarella, and so I was just having parmesan. And I also couldn't have any Gouda at the same time. So I was basically just on I was just eating parmesan. And then what happened is, so if some people were eating parmesan with me, and that made me feel really good, because, you know, that felt really nice that people were willing to eat parmesan with me. And thank you for all the people who were eating parmesan with me, you know, because parmesan is good. Did I break the rules? Did you get your... Yeah, and parmesan... So the thing is with parmesan is it allows me to be my cheesy self more than, you know, because like it's a deeper depth of flavor. It's not like one of those plain mozzarellas. You've never had Parmesan. Well, you should try Parmesan. The thing is, I feel like you should consider trying Parmesan. It's delicious. Yeah. Two more. But I'm lactose intolerant. Oh yeah, that sucks. So that is true, and you don't have to in any way, shape, or form. And I get that perspective. I do. My thought process on it is that all cheeses in this context do that. And if you want to disengage from all cheese, then that's fine. That would be your prerogative. But I think that if you engage with any of the cheeses, you have to accept the fact that you are engaging with an individual, not a representative. Because it allows me to put myself out there, but that doesn't necessarily mean that I believe or disbelieve. You don't know, right? Maybe that's me. It's not, but maybe it is. But I will say that it's done a lot less than you think it is, Nikita. Nikita, I will say that even if they can say something but not do it is the problem. And that happens everywhere, unfortunately. All right, great. Does that make sense for everybody? That did I cover that properly? I feel like I did a good job. Yep. All right, Souls come tank. Shin doing more. Did he have a group? Okay, so I heal. I heal or DPS? What key we want to do? No. I don't want to tank. I don't want to tank no more. You go. You do it. You do it. No, you do it. Listen. You do it. Listen. What did this game do to you? These dungeons are not fun to tank. These dungeons are not fun to tank, man. I'm really worried because I'm telling you right now, these dungeons are not fun to tank. It feels more like tanking Grim Batol and Stone Vault. It feels more like a Grim Batol season than it does a Last War Within season. Also, hi Kabizzle. Sorry, I missed your thing. Kabizzle, you still here? Or did my cheese talk get you? Hey, Troll. How's it going? All right, Troll. So what we're trying to do right now is figure out who's going to tank these beta keys, because I don't want to tank no more. All right. Okay, so purple will tank. That means that I'll heal. So's will DPS. So I can either DPS or heal. Bet. You going to play beta at all, Troll? Hello. Oh, wait. Vash is going to heal. Okay. Okay, DPS. Okay. Alright, so we're swapping around here then.
They can't join our group.
Well, it's a leader, and I'll go. I would if it wasn't 1 a.m. Do you play beta at all? Have you logged into beta? Time to try Ret Pally? No. Frost Mage or Unholy DK? Frost Mage or Unholy, those are my choices. I have two choices here. Frost Mage or Unholy. Unholy? Bet. I'll play Unholy. But Obly linked me a build, as I mentioned in the YouTube video that I made. Frost? Oh, Lona. Sorry. Hi, Lona. I saw that you said that, but it was just a second late. I'm going to hop on beta and stuff, though. You don't want to play pre-patch on live. Fair enough. All right, so have I tried Blood? Yeah, I played a lot of Blood DK early on. Then they giga nerfed Blood DK, and they nerfed it too far, Palliator. Unfortunately, I feel like Blood DK didn't deserve the nerfs it got. It was doing just a bit too well because there was an interaction with Sand Lane and their Apex talent, and then bloop, Done. They took that out back, and they went too far with it, unfortunately. I am looking for my Discord because Obley had linked me a new thing. Little green. Oh. Ah, that's great. There's a little group chat now. Who's this? I gotta mod somebody in my Discord. Alright. Also, I forgot to do this. Here you go. The wisdom tooth is still pinned. My bad. Troll, have you tried Holy Priest on beta? Because I actually played with a Holy Priest just recently, and they were not bad. Boom. Alright, cool. I will do the actual tank tier list in a second, though, because I want to do it, and I want to talk about the state of tanking. Something I had planned. Tomorrow, I'm not around because, specifically, just remember, if purple is coming to tank, right? Suggested by. Tomorrow, I'm not around because I'm doing the gym photo shoot. Okay. Looking for, right, direct messages. He sent me this a while ago, damn. I talked to so many people on Discord. Obley, there it is. Cool. Control C, N, talents, import, Obley says. Okay, so the main things were just these two talents changed. You still play the Soul Reaper here. Morbidity, they're affected by this here, and then what's this? I feel like Death's Advance is way cooler. I like this talent more. Just those two. Okay. Everything else is exactly the same. Sounds good. Let's do it. Alright. Alright. Sure. Yeah, I think the Death Advance. I mean, I get the... Yeah, the Death... And also, I can apply to my team, too, which is weirdly helpful sometimes. I agree. Okay, we'll grab all this. I'm not sure if I'm even playing... By the way... I'm supposed to craft gems and stuff. Anyone got gems? If we're playing properly, I'm supposed to actually go get the real stuff here.
Don't die out there.
Cool, I'm gonna run to the bathroom very quickly and then I'm ready to go. Oh, combat potions. That's what I was looking for.
What would you ask of death?
Just buy a bunch. The other thing was that flask-wise, I don't know what my stats are supposed to be at all, but if I were to craft rings and a neck, it'd probably help, because I don't think I want verse. I'm running full verse because all the things you can buy are PvP-oriented. 1 second, be right back. My cat is actually being quiet for once. Very nice. What's this? Ooh, nice. I got some gems. Cool. What's up, Quill? Hello, hello. W gems. Nice. Hello there. Reminder, the guy we're playing with is a Giga DPS. You should go... You know who we're playing with? Everybody knows Shin, right? If you don't know the guy who I'm streaming with, Shindig, you should follow him now. You want to make friends with him now because very soon he's just going to be... I'm sure he's going to be in Liquid soon. I bet, you know, wouldn't surprise me. Wouldn't surprise me if that guy, his mobility track is going to take him to the highest level guild soon. He's a crack player. It's a good time. Boo, Liquid. Oh, no. Are you an Echo fan? Are we playing with are you an Echo fan? Really? Interesting. I'm an enjoyer of content, but I'm a Liquid fan. I will say. I like Liquid's vibes. That's how I like the game. I'm like, dude, I also want to play the game in a way where I could just chill and whatever, though. He prefers his... All right. Time for Unholy. Here we go. Combat log on. I can do this. You ready? I've got this. Are you ready for some Unholy DK gameplay? Not tanking. So, Palliator, I have played DK tank, and it's in a tough spot right now. They over-nerfed it, and they didn't compensate past the nerf. So I think that DK is actually kind of in a tough spot, in my opinion. I want to listen to this for myself right now. Oh, man. Dude, ow. My mouth. You ever wake up after having like a really, like a particular night and then you're just like, damn, dude, my mouth hurts. No? Just me? All right. Count down 10. All right. Let's do it. Where are my combat potions? Down here. Combat potion before the key goes in, and let's roll. I want to try this new build.
My sisters were the
I think giving everybody movement speed is kind of nice.
They threw their home and their bond away.
Oh, my pet! No! I hit it before the key, and it's on cooldown. There's no fucking shot. I hate pet classes. Oh my god, I can't summon my pet. I can't summon my pet. Because I hit it right before the key. Oh my god. Unbelievable. No fucking shot. Clip it. Clip it. I need to live this. Never let me live this down. Clip it. Exclamation clip. Somebody do it. I hate pet classes. Is that necessary? Does that help anyone? Does anyone get a better game experience from that? I should have done so much more. My damage was so delayed.
I'm out of range.
It was so sad. Because when I DPS, right, I get kind of competitive. Also, I swear they nerfed Unholy overnight. I don't know what they did to it, but it's not playing the way it was. The first time I played Unholy, I was blasting, and this time I'm just doing okay. It's not bad, but I notice it. Holding cooldowns. He started WoW again. Back when Emergency went live. That was a pretty hype race. That was a pretty hype race, although Sneak Dot Lua was a little bit of shame brought into it. Okay, holding. I can't believe my pet was basically on passive. I didn't have a pet in the first pull.
But the wilderness has overtaken
Good big
it now.
pull. Nice. I don't even have to worry about the healer letting me die on my cooldowns because I'm a DK. So I just survive. And I save him here because I have grip. What I should have done there was alter that slightly. I'm learning a little bit over time now that I should have built a bit more power. I wasn't really paying attention properly. I do think the Race to World First is... I never watched the replays of it, but I do enjoy watching it live. It's a very live event. I think that's not true, by the way. I don't think that's true for... What's it called? The MDI I rewatch replays of. I like watching replays of the MDI. The webcam froze? Oh, I can't fix it right now. I'm in the middle of a key. I'm DPSing. It's too competitive. I can't stop in the middle of the key. Oh, apparently the webcam froze. It does that. I don't know why it's been doing that, but it's been doing that a lot more recently. It's okay, I'm a DK, I'll live. It's because out of shame. It DC'd out of shame. Because, yeah, what happened was, the first pull, it basically was like, no. And then it froze. Hold on, I'll be back. I got it. I need to just unplug it and replug it back in, though. Per usual. Uh-oh, what happened? I can't see it. Wait, what happened? Like, don't hold. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. No, don't let me die. Oh.
Wasn't necessary.
Rip. All right, Mass Res, hold up. That's not even an interesting pose. That's a normal pose. There. You're still rapping for the first pull. Oh, man. I'm really curious to know what Vash thinks about Shaman after playing. I played my Totemic. Where's my pet? No fucking pet. God. Just auto resummon the pet. Just when you take the res, you summon the pet. Why do I have to click the button? You'll never see me cash out like this on a tank or a healer.
Soothing sounds of my heart.
I still feel so bad. My pet wasn't. I forgot. I died, so I had to resummon my pet for no reason. I don't know why that can't just be a thing. So I think it takes a GCD. I don't think you can macro it like that. I mean, I'm sure you get used to it, but like I like Unholy a lot right now. It's a lot of fun to play Unholy, and I feel like I have meaningful utility and can help my team and stuff. Oh, rest in peace, my good cooldowns. Screw it, pressing. So I do like Unholy right now, but yeah. Hey, Lacus. Thank you for saying hi on Parmesan. If only you could have a weak aura. No, I mean, the weak aura doesn't solve the problem that I'll still forget. I think that I very realistically might try to play the game with absolutely no add-ons. Why can't I just memorize everything? Are we pulling this in a boss?
Well now, that
Drive
dragon
stuns.
seems to have stolen my heart. I won't let you close to my heart.
Yeah, I mean, that's part of Quasi's weak aura. It's part of every pet class ever. I'm gonna be ethical and single target right now. Look, imagine being not a DK on this fight. Grip, 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 grip. You know what I have? I'm a Tauren. You know what I have? Warstone. Nope, we're dead. I wouldn't pull those on a boss. I think not on boss. Not those. Yeah. Hold on, wait, listen. My pet has been... How about we just restart the whole dungeon? Restart real fast. We can restart the whole dungeon, and we got this. No problem. We just restart the entire dungeon, and we'll be just fine. Restart the whole key. Since when do you play Death Knight? Since a few days ago. But the problem is that I keep forgetting to summon my pet. Twice. So I wanna top the meters. I get so competitive. No, so you keep playing it. It gives me more pad. Don't play something good. Hey, Lacus, we are back. Although, if you're gonna watch anywhere and you ever wanted to support stream, watching on green does help me more. Still a Guardian.
Time is money. If you ever need anything,
That's a good question, Brace. That's a good question. That's a good question. Thank you, Lacus. Yeah, that helps a lot. Thank you. There's a problem with that. You gotta understand, right? You gotta understand. Tanking is... I don't know if tanking is super fun right now on beta. Every other role is fun. Every other fun. It seems like it's a good game. Like, I like the direction that Midnight's going in, but I'm not convinced that Guardian... I'm not convinced that tanking is feeling very rewarding. Yep. It is what it is. It's true. I actually don't know if Guardian or any tank right now feels good. A lot of these dungeons have unnecessary tank mechanics that don't need to be there. That's the thing. A lot of these dungeons, they have unnecessary tank mechanics. If they took those out, tanking would be more fun. There's a reason it's hard to find a tank. And I was thinking that, honestly, going into Midnight, they would be like, we're not going to let this stay. Because we know we play our game, yeah, and we know that there needs to be more tanks and more healers. And we're doing a new expansion where everything's changing. They're pruning everything. I mean, this is the truth of it. This is what we thought was going to happen. So it's the perfect time for them to make a change in the game, right? Right? It's the perfect time for them to make a change. They could solve the tank and healer problem in an instant if they so desired to. They just need to change design philosophy slightly in keys, but they also just need to make tanks and healers powerful. It is the way to make them feel good. Right now, when I DPS, I'm like, oh, zug zug, rainbows and unicorns. When I tank these beta keys, especially at a higher level, I look away for 2 seconds, bam, everybody's dead, keys over. I start healing and I miss one global, boom, everybody's dead, keys over. It actually feels like tanking is harder going into Midnight. It is a rant that I will go on, and I mean this. This is my fear, is that after playing all the roles on beta at a high enough key level to actually check everything, tanking is hard. tanking feels harder going into midnight. Everything got easier except tanking. Tanking feels harder. I have slightly less tools to deal with the incoming damage, and the incoming damage is a lot more similar to the War Within Season 1 than it is this last season. I feel like every dungeon I'm tanking is like Grim Batol or like Stone Vault, and I have less tools to deal with it. So it kind of feels toxic to tank right now, I'm not going to lie. That's the rant. It's not that it's impossible. On one hand, it's a fun challenge, but it's not how I want to spend my day today. That's the truth of it. That's my actual rant. And I will not be too more. I won't be negative too much. Morning, loot. It's, yeah, like, there's the unnecessary thing is that I don't understand why they have to make tanking hard. Because here's like the real kicker and why I think this is, they intended it. Why do so many mobs have extra magic damage on melee hit? That doesn't affect DPS. That's a tank mechanic. Right? Think about that. They have extra magic damage on melee hit, but no one's getting meleeed except the tank. So why does that even need to exist? Why can't there one mob in the pack? Sure, but why does almost every single mob have some sort of extra magic damage inflicted? That's what I wonder.
The void beckons.
Okay, my pet's out. I got my pet now.
Embrace.
It feels unnecessary.
Leave yours.
Like, honestly, it kind of feels like a little bit of like, because remember, everything got simpler, but if the tank damage is equivalent and we have less tools to deal with it, it doesn't feel good.
If we can calm the spirits here, maybe they'll return.
Where's my pet? No, wait, my pet, again. What happened? I didn't do anything. This is what happened last time. What happened to my pet?
Which path will you choose?
Where is he? Pet, no. You. God fucking, why did my pet disappear again? He couldn't cross the bridge? I did summon it after the start. I did summon it. I hate pet classes. I'm cashing out about a lot of things right now. Listen, I know I did summon it. He just vanished. And it was on cool. That's what happened last time. That's what I thought I did. I still did damage, but I could have done a lot more damage. What? Yeah, wait. So that bridge, like, disappears the pet? That's weird. Huh. That's super weird, actually, because I definitely summoned him this time. Boom, boom, boom. Perfect. And go 1, alternate 3, and then alternate 2, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4. Boom, 2 like this, and then more 2, more 2, more 2, and then 2, and then 2, and then like a 1, and then a 1. Have you ever actually thought about your DPS rotation like this? It's kind of fun in my opinion. You go like 2, 2, 2, ballerina, plie, swan kick, 2, and then 3. That's actually all I'm doing as a DPS. That's like, this is the mind of a DPS player. Okay, you gotta forget, I got my wisdom tooth out, remember? So like, if I'm being a little hypercritical today, it's because I have a headache a little bit. Just remember, I don't want to cash out too much on DPS players, but at the same time, like, it's sort of deserved. Because watch this, I'm gonna go like 1, 2, 3, and then like boom, 2, and then 4, and then 4, and then 4, and then I'm press my AMS because of damage, and then 2, 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 and then 4. And then 4, and then 4, and then 4, and now there's less targets, so I decide, and then I think I go like R, and then I go like 3, 2, 1, 2, 1, yeah, 3. That's it, and look at my damage. Okay. I probably could have done better. Death Strike, Health Stone. Boom. Easy. Death Strike. Health Potion if needed. Can I get it as well? Health Potion if needed. There you go. Death Strike. I did 3 Death Strikes there. I want to play like this all the time. 1. Build resources. Don't take aggro, but just build resources. Good. Focus the caster, dude. AMS. R. 4, 4, 4, 2. 2, wait, 2, 4, 2, 2, 2. It's actually hilarious. As a tank player, I have to think about so much. As a DPS, I'm just like, do I hit 2 or 4? I love it. Maybe I will get bored after a season, though. I could see it. Purple. You should do like a really giga pull next. Death Threat. Because you can actually pull this into the next thing. You don't have to worry about this next pull so much. You can like take this big guy into the left. The Lynx is a bait. He doesn't actually do anything. Not really. He's not tuned very highly right now. That's it, Onieli. That's the one. See, you kind of... You could just do this. You could even pull him all the way into the Lasher. And then 4, 2, 2, 2, boom. You just watch the one trap that goes out. 2, 2, 2, 4, boom. Alright, ready? 1, 1, 2. How many targets are there? I think 4. I'm not sure though. Maybe it's 3. I don't know. It could be 8 over here. So, I don't know. Maybe it will get boring to do this all the time. But if I hit them even faster, I do more numbers, so... Tank friends go DPS, get fed on how others tank. Yeah, that's kind of what I think is going to happen. So here's the only thing I know about myself, and it's a bad habit. It's actually something I know about myself, and I don't like this necessarily. I'm kind of controlling when it comes to games. I'm actually kind of like, I get competitive, and I get spicy real fast. And I know this because I play Hearthstone Battlegrounds with my girlfriend, and I'm like, you're doing it wrong. I unintentionally, like, I don't mean to be. Like, I'm like, we're just like having a good game. Right, maybe she's a little newer, she's learning, and I'm like, oh, you gotta play that card. And she's like, no, I'm gonna play this one, and I was like, I mean, right, okay, no problem. No problem, no problem, no problem, problem. And then I'm just like, hey, remember, like, you're playing for fun, just like, chill, 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 right? And then I see the next turn comes around, and I'm like, oh, you gotta play that card. And she plays the other one, and I'm just like... Ooh. And but I make the face, and she's like, "What'd I do wrong?" And I was like, "No, nothing, nothing. You're fine." And she's like, "No, you made a face." And I was like, "It's a bad habit, cause like I'm really chilling. Like, we're playing for fun. I don't want to be like that, but I am like that. A little bit." I know this about myself. I have to remind myself sometimes when we play Battlegrounds that we are literally just for fun, though. Dethrone Squish? Dethrone Squish? The bear tank? I didn't dethrone him. What are you talking about? I just grew up playing games my whole life, so... Yeah, but the thing is, I really want to play with her. Like, I don't want to be rude. Like, I really enjoy playing Battlegrounds with her. And I would so much rather play and lose than, like, not play. Oh, shit. Watch this. So, last tick here. Get in the AMS real quick. I Death Strike. I res. Resing now. Good. I'm going to live because I'm a DK, so I can heal myself, first of all. Yeah. But just know, like, and I tell her this at least. So I'm a big believer that we all have our quirks, but communication is very important. So what I do is I communicate with her. I'm like, hey, honey, if I do this, just so you know, it's like pure habit. I really don't mean it, and I genuinely enjoy playing with you. Oh, hey, I'm glad that my guides helped. I'm looking forward to making a lot more. I've been waiting because there have been a lot of changes, and I think that a lot of specs will continue to change, so I haven't made any sort of tank guides just yet. Considering I didn't have army on pull here, but I still feel like they shadow nerfed this somehow. Did you see my Holy Paladin? I made a Holy Paladin quick guide that was supposed to help people get into it. Hey, congratulations. Nice. I really hope that people enjoy Bear. I think Bear is a lot of fun, but it's getting way more complicated going into midnight. Man, why does my single target feel so bad? My overall feels fine, but I can't figure out single target right now. No, it's more complicated than that now. So Bear has a lot more complexity going into midnight. A lot more, actually. No, not anymore Mythic. You have to manage 2 resources now. I think I hold this now is the right choice. I might regret that. You're in Zuko's Discord giving him your Holy Paladin feedback. Solid, solid. I'm gonna play. Do you know who like Mad Skills TV and do you know who Mad Skills TV and LB Ninja are for healers? I'm gonna be doing a podcast with them this in like 4 days, and hopefully we get to talk a little bit about the state of healing. Have you tried beta at all, Scraps? Yeah, I'm gonna be on a podcast with them soon. Have you tried beta at all? I'd be curious to know if you've tried Holy Paladin on beta.
Sylvanas didn't ask
Nice,
to be
solid,
Ranger General,
solid.
but she gave everything to the task.
Then you know if you do keys though, healing can be very toxic in keys sometimes. Ooh, we're going big. All right, we're going big. Let's do it.
Bow gifted by our mother. Fanatics have invaded to loot it and anything else that belongs.
Calm down, big bull. Let's go. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. I press buttons. I press buttons. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. Don't let me die. I'm press all my defenses. We were supposed to lust this bull, which would have been nice, but that's okay. I press buttons faster. I press buttons harder. Answers to bridge people right now? Yeah, it's fair. What's up, Tiny? Use my utility, stop this, blinding sleet in the middle of my cooldowns, it's all good. Yeah, I don't know, my burst was so much higher before, I still feel like they shadow nerfed this. Yeah. We got this. I think Holy Paladin's fun. Lacus, they're both healers. They both make healer videos on YouTube. Mad Skill's been around for a little longer than LB, but they're both healers. When, you mean the tier list in terms of what's going to be the top tier tank, in my opinion? When I make the tier list in a second, I'll tell you. These dungeons have very specific tank checks. The one weird thing about these dungeons right now is that they're very specific with how they're checking tanks. So sometimes it's a little bit more vague. There's like, oh, there's a lot of bleeds this season, or there's a lot of melee damage this season, or whatever. But these dungeons in particular, unfortunately, and this is why it's not good, there's a lot of magic damage. A lot of magic. Some bleeds, but mostly magic damage. There are some tanks which are much better at dealing with that than others. Gonna have to send army now. Whoa, sorry. Hit by a puddle. You see, if you play DK, you can still basically be a tank and just get hit by the puddles. There's definitely some nuance to this spec that I have to learn still. To like get the most damage out of it. But I enjoy DK DPS right now. I think as long as you're having fun with it, that's the important thing to me. Like, the only thing that should matter right now is whether or not you're having fun playing the spec, because ultimately, they'll change numbers, you know? Numbers will change a bunch. So, I would look at whether or not you're enjoying how the Apex talent plays or whatever it is. I feel like that's so much more important, you know? Okay, so... Oop, we don't need all this. Use my utility here. You see, utility good. I have to hit this button anyways. It's a hard pull. I was gonna save it for boss, but oh well. You think you can help me with my last 2 keys as a tank? Oh, on retail right now. Not on retail because I'm not playing retail. I'm only beta testing until release, basically. What? I was backpedaling. My bad. Oh, not at the moment. That was hilarious though. On beta testing? I'm not doing 10s on beta. Oh, beta 10s you mean? Damn it. I had hit. My big cooldown. I think I wait for res here. Probably better wait for res. Okay, so don't backpedal that. Not at the moment because I'm playing with Shin and some other people. Another time maybe?
Our mother's bow meant everything to Sylvanas once. I'll need it.
Okay, so here, now my cooldowns are off. This is always a big question if your cooldowns end up being off like this, though. I'm glad you like my guides, though. I think you have to hold transformation at this point, which feels really, really bad, but I think that's the right move. So AMS on a mechanic like this, super helpful. I don't even take the stack. Okay, so build, boom, and then damage. This is all my damage now. Please tell me I have my pet not on passive, right? And then I have another defensive here. Oh, my game might just be lagging a lot. That is a thing with beta. I've noticed that my FPS on beta has been dropping a lot recently. And it just feels kind of bad. It's not like the worst. Like, it's playable, but it does feel bad. Good. I should be competing on this boss a little bit more than this. Boom here. AMS. You have AMS for every other mechanic here, which is awesome. I should stay on this target. Watch the curse if it goes out on me. But it does, I just go here, boom. That's what IBF is for. Here though. Any plans for Wrath of Lich King Classic? I'm not a classic enjoyer. For me, I just love the game. Like for me, the biggest thing for me is I just want to play the game and have fun with it. Where are we going, team? For me, it's like so important that I just want to enjoy the game, right? No matter what. And so that's really the only thing I care about at the end of the day. But I enjoy the game the most playing retail keys for me. Hey kitty, how's the bus? How's your travels going? Nerds, geeks, and weirdos. Yo, what's up, dude? How are ya? How you doing? What do you do to celebrate the holidays, nerds? Oh, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays to everyone who does celebrate. I hope everybody has a fantastic holiday season with lots of good food. Do I send res here? I was gonna hold for the last boss. I was gonna hold for the last boss just because this dungeon. Tonight with your family, tomorrow with the in-laws. So you got two sets with the in-laws. Got you. I was gonna hold for last boss. Because we sent one earlier. We only have one res. should decurse the melee if possible. All good, we got it. I popped it. Oh, actually, hold up. I was wrong. We might not have this. That was unfortunate timing. Hold up. Nice, okay, we got it. With all cooldowns. Whew.
Sylvanas was sometimes vain and loved to be admired.
What do you guys
But she
do
never
to celebrate?
wanted to be worshipped.
Celebration is mostly just about spending time with people that you love and eating good food, yeah? Isn't that like isn't that kind of the play? Okay, my pet is here. Good. Just checking. I can grip. If we do big pull, sure, but I wish I had army now. Okay, I'll wait. Hi, pit. Cool. Hello? I can't grip them if they're all the way over there. I'll grip them now. Climbing on top of this. I have no big cooldowns because that didn't group properly. I think I still pop army here, but it's a little out. Ow.
Wish you had lasted a
That
little
is not
longer.
magic damage. Pet first. I don't know if I pop or not pop here. Which, yeah. We won't get to the last boss. I don't think this pull is that bad, but I needed cooldowns for it. If I knew we were doing it, it would have been okay. Pitzel, what are you playing World of Warcraft? All good. I used. Farming rep for you're doing Rathian and Sibelian rep. I remember we had to do that just to get the cloak at the beginning of the Dragonflight. I had the full. I got the rep to Exalted or Revered or whatever it was early on because I had to for player power. Yeah, I don't like rep grids. I don't know if anybody really does. Wait, why do you need that? You're doing the Dragonflight meta achievement. Oh, I got you. I can't do that dragons. I don't have fun with this though. Where? Is there another mob in there? Oh, we just need to line the sight better. I didn't even realize that we had the other. Oof. My tooth is hurting a bit. I might just go ahead and send the tier list, by the way, right after this, potentially. Like one more key in the tier list. Wisdom tooth, man. It has really taken more out of me than I thought it would. And my cooldown's got all sorts of messed up. I think that if I DPS for a season, I'm gonna end up going back to tank. I have a feeling that I know myself well enough to say that I'm probably gonna actually end up taking or healing. Yeah, I feel that, Lucruz. It's tough to think about going back and farming those achievements, you know. Yeah. Because on one hand, I'm like, oh, this is super fun, but now all of a sudden my damage kind of depends on the route, and I don't know if the tank really understands the route, and if they'll pull around me, or if they'll understand, or it's like somebody will die, and I'll be like, oh, no. Or I'll be like, oh, I think I could have saved that. I think it depends on me finding a really good tank and healer to play with. But there's the thing, man, nobody really wants to. Well, no, because, like, there won't be a lot of wait times for me early on. I won't have to deal with wait times because I've been playing so much beta that I should A, have people to play with at the start, but also B, not just that, but more importantly, early IO is all that matters for wait times, because not many people will push early on. I cannot express to you how hard the start of the season is. Be very aware and be very friendly. People are learning and they will fail hard. You gotta remember this. The start of any expansion is the hardest time to pug keys, because everyone's still learning and no one really knows what they're doing. That's okay. But if you can play with people who did beta, you get early IO, then you'll get IO. And also, I play an off-meta tank right now, and trust me, the queue times are harder. Convincing people to play with not a warrior tank is impossible on live. Okay, let's go. So, full cooldowns here. Single target. With a combat motion. 1, 2, 3. Full uptime. I think that the tank or me should be. So I got like 100k burst there. It's not bad. Single target. Not bad. I need to get rid of this. I don't actually track this at all. Dodge, dodge, dodge. I don't know about them making the last 2 bosses of this dungeon more toxic. I feel like that didn't really need to happen, to be honest. They need to make things... I don't know, maybe I'm wrong, but I swear, if they made the game easier to play, then it would be better, because at a high enough key level, everything becomes hard anyways. And I just think that, like, in general, if they just made it a little bit friendlier, I think that would be better. Maybe I'm wrong. Like, maybe I'm wrong on that, and that people really like hardcore, engaging, you know, can't look away for a moment type design. But in my experience, there are more people who just want to chill. Hey, Quirky. Good morning, good morning. Like, I feel like there are more people who kind of just want to play the game, and yeah, they don't want it to be, like, too easy, but at the same time, like, making things arbitrarily way harder is... The last boss here is a good example of that. Oops. I res. This is why I say res. Quick res. I was early with the... Yeah, people like being OP, especially like DPS and tanks and healers, but I think that the biggest issue ends up being the tank and the healer. Well, it's even, like, think about the changes they've made, you know? I would like to be a DK. Correct. Think about the changes they made to stops. That actually took independence away from the player base. You remember when you used to just stop something and it would actually just stop? Like, they took that away, right? Like, that's hard. I don't know if that was a productive change. Like, I don't think that made the game better when they did that. Because actually what it did for higher keys is it made higher keys way more toxic and it made lower keys way more toxic.
I'll use these relics to return peace to the Spire. Perhaps then my sisters will return to me.
They don't have to nerf VDH. And Lapus, I see you both on Parmesan and Mozzarella. We gave everything code words before because it's hard to talk about different streaming sites while you're live on one of the streaming sites. So I realized that if I just give everything a code name, then I could just talk about it like I'm eating cheese. And everybody likes cheese. There's like weird. I'm a very big rule follower. Although I do play at the rules for sure. Like I'm naturally a rebel as a person. As a person, if you tell me not to do something, I'm like inherently determined to do it. Is this healthy? No. But do I end up doing it? Absolutely. I can't help myself. There's genuinely a world where like I cannot help myself. Also, there's a way to understand this boss to make it not that hard. You just put him in a 20? On what character? So, wait, so what character are you playing for a 20? 20 Halls of Atonement, huh? You could do it. With these two. Here. So you don't clear the little ones, you only clear the big ones now, which is the change they made. And then I have a big defensive here, that's why I saved it. This boss is kind of a nightmare to heal, but me as a DK makes this really easy. That's why I like playing DK, is I feel like I can do so much for my team. And here what I can do, if I think the healer is struggling, I can actually soak early and get rid of my stacks, and then just go over on this one. And then the next clear will solve both of them. You don't really, there's no reason you have to take 2 stacks all the time. In higher keys even, you might end up being, just doing this though. The hero version of Midnight. Actually, I was thinking about emailing World of Warcraft and asking them to be an official WoW sponsor. They gave some like WoW partners and stuff, you know. Earthquake. Where you are? Are you okay? Like in real life? Like in real life, Sos? That happened to me once. When the Thailand earthquake happened, I was live. Sos just said there was an earthquake in party chat. He said in party chat. He's in party chat playing right now. I mean, what else are you gonna do? Fair enough, but also like make sure you're okay. I was live when the Thailand earthquake happened that like collapsed some buildings, and I was just streaming and I was like, I don't want to go outside. So I just stayed inside. But if it was more intense, I would have had to. Oh yeah, it's the clear. We're timing it. We're timing it right now. Nice. Good job, Cheese. Yo, Sos. You good?
For now.
Everything okay?
At last, spirits that linger within these halls have
The
found
UI over the frame? Yeah, I don't give a shit.
I hope
Still
that
alive.
one day
Small?
My sisters will be able to do the same.
He
As
said
for myself,
earthquake.
I shall fill
Tommy
these
15s and
halls with
earthquakes.
music until they return
Oh,
home.
I already did this on higher on my DK, but yeah, not bad. So if you take a look at my overall damage, yeah, that's crazy. There was a 4.7 earthquake in Thailand about a year ago, and I was straight up live while I did it. Phone alerts so loud. Yeah, just take your time. Make sure everything's okay. DK's good. This is not the right combat meter. I wonder if I'll feel it. The quaking affix is back. The phone alerts are insane. Not bad. But I still think that like if you're playing with a mage, they do 110k here, they do 120k. Not bad. And look, my Demon Hunter's still also managing to put out a very respectable amount of damage as Annihilator. Dude is crazy. Yeah. You on like a bit. But Thailand doesn't have earthquake, right? Yeah. Yeah. Thailand doesn't have any earthquakes. There was no earthquake in Thailand until like 22 years ago, and then there was one that has just happened this year. And it was pretty freaky, man. Yeah, I grew up in LA. I grew up in LA, so there's a lot of earthquakes in LA because it's right on the fault line. Yeah. I was live for that. I was just like, whoa, spinny. And then the alarm started going off when I was live, and I was just like, nah, I'm fine. Classic. Oh. All right, I'm back to my normal yapping self, which is good. I feel I'm a yapper right now for sure. Ow, a little bit. My mouth is hurting just a bit. My wisdom tooth is healing, but I haven't been sleeping very well. And the problem is if you don't sleep very well, then you kind of don't recover very well. What next? The question is, what next? You good, Sos? Yeah, Sos, make sure to take your time. Don't mess with stuff like that. That stuff is scary. Health first, always. Sport. Boom, 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 boom. Do 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 do. Boom 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 boom. My voice is holding up all right. That's good. That's pretty good, man. Do 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 do. I'm on tank. I don't have tanky for the month, bro. That's what I'm saying. Seriously. It's not. It's a design. It's not fun to tank right now. Literally everyone is competing right now for who's going to tank. Purple's asking Soz if Soz wants to tank. Soz basically is asking me if I'm going to tank. Everyone's trying to find a tank. This is bad. It's bad that this is happening now. Imagine in the actual season. There's so many random tank mechanics right now. It doesn't make sense. We had one last month about weather. Wait, what did you have this though? No, I mean, it's not like I can't tank. It's just, it's not very fun. What's up, Loxar? How's it going? How's it going? Hello, hello. I don't know. I feel like tanking should be omega giga ultra fun. But like, I had more fun playing Unholy just now. You know? You fine as fuck? Damn. Fine as fuck. That's good. What are you doing for the holidays, Lux? What's your holiday plan? So he's gonna play what? He's playing his dev. Soz is playing. What is Soz playing? Tank. Just chill at home in the south of France with family. That's nice. Good question. So for Christmas, I'll be working. I'm doing a promo for a gym. So Yeah. For Christmas, I'll be working. For New Year, I'm going to spend time with my girlfriend. That's my plan. I don't have family here, unfortunately. I live alone in Thailand, so no family, you know. Good night, Kaliska. Good night. Good night. Unfortunately, yeah, I'd love to celebrate with my family. I actually really like my family. I think they're awesome, and I'm excited to see them soon. They're coming to visit me soon, which is really exciting. I'm actually hyper excited. In the month of January, two things. Number one, I will do a long stream for my birthday because people ask me what I want to do for my birthday, and I was like, dude, stream. That's pretty much all I want to do. I don't think it's actually. Is it? Do you think it's healthy? Like, pretty much all I want to do, pretty much like all day, is just stream, you know? That's like how I enjoy spending my time now. But sometimes I wonder if that's good or bad. Whatever works. I don't see the problem. My business partner has a house in Koh Samui. A house in Koh Samui. That's cool, man. I've been there before. I did a photo shoot in Koh Samui. That was the waterfall shoot. Not healthy life. Yeah. I'm not that worried about it, but sometimes I wonder a little bit. I've been to Koh Samui. I live in Bangkok. I live right in the middle of Bangkok locks, but I've been to Koh Samui. It's an interesting island. Koh Samui, I think, used to be cooler, but now it's very touristy. It became very touristy, in my opinion. So I don't like it as much, I will say. Also, I got my wisdom tooth out a few days ago, and it's kind of feeling it. I'm feeling it a little bit. So to that end, I will not do a crazy long stream. I'll multi-stream for a bit, and then eventually I will probably, I'll continue on the green for a little bit. That's what I'll do, probably. After this, I do tank tier list. So you've been to Thailand a bunch. Do you like it here? Compared to France, do you like it here, by the way? How do you feel about Thailand compared to France? What dungeon, by the way? What dungeon? Where are we going? What dungeon are we going to? Tomorrow, reminder for everyone, tomorrow I'll be off. I am doing a photo shoot at a gym, and it is actual Christmas Day. So tomorrow I will not be on stream. Tomorrow I am off. Which is sad, because I had to take a week off to recover from the wisdom tooth stuff, which is already sad. I don't like taking time off stream. I miss it. Every time I take time off stream, I'm like, I heard Cavern and TP'd. They should have put. Nah. The tank tier list. I know exactly where I'm ranking things right now.
Hey, how you doing?
Cavern.
What are you
Cavern it is. But I'm also tired. What sector do I work in? I work as a trainer. So I work in health and fitness. I've been doing it for over 10 years. Streaming is something I do during my daytime for fun. Time difference makes it so that I normally don't have any clients in the day. So I kind of have all my daytime to just do whatever. Yeah, I love it. I genuinely love my job. I get to help people. I get to make such a fundamental, significant difference in people's lives because there's so much that people don't understand about health and fitness. It's a very misunderstood thing. People think they have to do all these extra things that they really don't. And it's just like everyone deserves to move well. And liking what you see in the mirror is important, but it's also just not being in pain all the time is also really nice. You know, like everybody walks around nowadays and you're just like, well, I'm getting older. I guess my knee is going to just be like this forever. And you're like, you know, my shoulder, well, you know, the thing is I'm 25 now, so I'm an old soul. I'm just an old man. I'm an old lady. It is what it is. It's like, well, hold up now. You sure? Because I feel like people accept bad health way too quickly. A flex redeem, I bet. It's not about being like crazy, crazy fit. If you want to be, great. But it's not about having this insane level of fitness. It's just about not being in pain and being able to navigate your life without the stress of worrying all the time about your joints, about this, about whatever. That's really what it's about. And I get to help people do that. I get to work online, so I don't have to leave my home. Yeah, but that's what I work with. I used to focus a lot when I first started. I was 7 years ago. I was doing fitness modeling, and I was very focused back in the day, 7, 8 years ago, about aesthetics. I wanted to learn the best way to get, not being in pain. Yeah, well, I mean, my tooth is whatever. It'll heal. But like, I wanted to learn, how do you build better biceps? How do you get a six-pack? How do you teach your chest to do this thing? How do you learn all this? Because I was a very overweight kid, and I was never very attractive, and it was something I was really interested in learning in my early 20s. And I kind of figured out eventually that that's just not the play. And that's just, you can learn how to do all that, but it doesn't make you happy and it doesn't make you feel good necessarily. You have to combine it with health in order to succeed. So health is movement. Some people would say mobility, but it's movement in general.
The void.
Okay, my pet is summoning after the wall goes down.
Embrace it. Leave
And I get to help people do that.
sanity behind.
So yeah, I like my job. I'm not that expensive, but I'm also not exactly cheap either. Which makes streaming very difficult. Because although I love streaming could probably never make me as much, not even close. The 20, was it not resilient? Somebody put you into a 20 that wasn't resilient? No way. Really? And it wasn't a resilient 20? Big damn, big damn. It was supposed to be, who was it? Could have done a little better there. What do you think of the Druid tank? So, when I make the tier list in a second, I'll go talk about it more in depth. Druid is in an okay spot. There's nothing wrong with it necessarily, but there are two tanks that are dominating and better than everything else by such a large margin, No, I haven't made the tier list yet. I was going to make it after a few queues. I don't really need to test more because I know where things land. And I'm not going to do every hero talent of every tank. I'll just do the tanks in general because the hero talents on tanking are not competitive. You play one, not the other. He
He be the one bringing my
And it was your demon hunter? LOL.
people out of his way. For nothing far away.
Where are we going? Over here? Cool. Grip, grip, grip. 1, 2, 3. Big cooldowns. And blast. Kicking. Defensiving. Is it the eagle that was hitting me there, I think? Zed for this last few pulses. I think the eagle steps out and does a little frontal that you have to watch. Yeah, it's those shredding talons, that's what you have to watch out for. What's up, Gold? Yo, how's it going? How's it going, man? Yo, are you in... Wait, Luxar, are you in Koh Samui now then? I just realized. Because you said you come here for the holidays. It is the holidays. Gold is correct. I'm doing okay. I got my wisdom tooth out. That's why I was gone for a week. And it's very hard actually to just not stream for a week. I think it's really difficult to take time off of stream, mostly just because you get so used to it. Like, it's such a massive part of your day that it's weird to not end up streaming for it. So yeah, I'm doing okay. It's healing. It's healing a little bit slower than I would like, to be honest. I wish it was already full, like all done, you know? But it hurts a bit. It's not the worst. It's not the best. It's okay. No, I gotta try Brother Roker. It's all good. At the end of the day, it'll pass. Holiday plans, let's see. Christmas, I'm working. I'm working all day for Christmas, and then for New Year's is a big celebration for me. What's looking easier, Prop Pally or Warrior? Okay, so Warrior has a fundamental issue if you play Colossus, and I do think that Colossus seems better than Thane. It is something I will talk about in the tank tier list. Aggro in Pugs is way worse than aggro in coordinated groups. So Colossus Prot Warrior is gotta be the worst tank for aggro in Pugs because no one waits for you. No one waits at all. And so I think that that has to knock it down on the tier list by that fact alone. It is way too rough for aggro. Colossus. And so that by nature of that being true, I would say that Paladin would be better straight up, if nothing else, because of that. Like, I wanted to play my Colossus Warrior in some keys with Petco the other day, and we were just with DPS. I just couldn't. I mean, the healer was healing me early, and I just literally couldn't. It wasn't going to happen. There was no way. Because the aggro was such a problem. So I do think that that's a bit of an issue. Mountain Thane is technically still as easy as it is right now, but the loss of the tier set means that it just does kind of negative damage. If you're okay with doing negative damage, then Thane is fine. And Warrior would still be largely the easiest tank to play. Yes. They Giga buffed Paladin. A little bit too much, maybe. Possibly too much. Toxic Miracle. Holy. Yeah, possibly they buffed it too much. Alright. But when I go over it though, good morning, sir. Hey, Onos, welcome back. Merry Christmas. I do feel a little bit better. Just a bit. I'm still rough. Like, I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take care of myself. But yeah, I can talk. The swelling is down a lot. And overall, not too bad right now. Ooh, interesting route. Okay. I was wondering how the route would end up developing for this dungeon. Well, you can stop the bird. Can I get the bird? I just want to play kind of next X-Pack. Don't know between Prop Pal. Well, first of all, for tuning reasons. Like, if you're like, well, I just want to play the one that's good. You know what I mean? Like, I just want to play the meta tank. Like, I want to play whatever one is going to be really, really good. The answer is we don't know right now. That's the only real answer, because we just don't know. I feel like Paladin is not easy to play. You're not a meta seeker. In which case, you should go by playstyle. And if you're not a meta seeker, I don't know, Paladin, it's easier than it was. Yeah, I'd say Paladin is actually better going into midnight for casual or newer tank players that want to try something new than it is right now. Like right now, Paladin is filled with a ton of min-max and extra stuff that's kind of... Yeah. At a high enough key level, Paladin is kind of complicated to get right. Rip this. But I think for that, I think for 3k, Paladin will be an excellent tank. Maybe the best. Because they buffed it baseline, so what used to happen with Paladins is that if you dropped your mitigation, like if you weren't actually having a plan cooldown orientation-wise, then you were just dead. Because you're not supposed to be naked on a Paladin. It's a bad tank for people who like exhibitionism. For the strange of where epidemics, I went and sat down, she went like pop, done. But how was the recovery? The Wisdom Tooth got out pretty fast. And the first day was fine. The second day was kind of okay. And the third day I was like, oh, I got this headache. And then like yesterday I got this migraine. And it was just tough. Grab the headhunter here. So the headache has been getting me the most. Help. I am hooked. The Wisdom Tooth itself didn't actually take that long. That was a pretty pleasant process. Like, it was, they numbed me up and I was numb, and then it was kind of just like done. Like 2 to 3 days. I don't know. I don't know. I must have just had a rough time with the swelling. I think that it's because I didn't take pain medication. And so my body was like giga stressed. Like I was like just uber stressed the whole time. And maybe I should have just taken pain meds, to be honest. Like honestly, I think that might have just been a bad idea. Like maybe that was stupid. But my persistence on it just made this a lot harder. Yeah. Because, like, I don't know. That was probably a bad idea. No. So, yeah, like, at the end of the day, I do very much understand and believe that the stress you place on yourself, like, the burden of health, ends up being significantly more detrimental to the actual health thing that you decide. Does this make sense? So, for example, if you worry about your food all the time, that is actually worse than just eating bad food. Like, you're actually better just eating the bad food at that point. Because stressing about health is not good. It's the one thing, think about it like this. You know a ton of people. Yeah, I know, it was tough. It was a decision that I made, and honestly, it probably was the wrong one, but oh well. I guess I'm stubborn. I don't have to get everything right. But, like, it's still swollen now. Like, I can talk more, but I can still feel it, and I still can't eat properly. Why does it feel like sometimes I play with the delay of these single button rotation? Well, I have no more wisdom teeth to get out, so as long as I'm not in an accident that requires, you know, massive surgery or anything, I'll be fine. Oops. Healer, as now. Right in the cooldowns. How many did you have in total? All 4, but at separate times, and that's kind of shit. When I started talking about my wisdom teeth on stream, people were like, oh yeah, I got them all out at the same time. And I was like, you know what? That sounds way fucking better. Oh, wait, how come I had to get them all out at separate times? So there are 4 different times I've had to recover from Wisdom Teeth separate. And I was just like, wait a second. I mean, it sounds like it'd be way worse for, like, all at once, but I'd rather go through a bad week than repeat it consistently, you know? Like, I would so much rather just go through it once, do the hard thing, and then feel better. The lower ones for me, they had to like drill and do in several different pieces. And I remember those were like really bad because they had to take them out in chunks. The upper one was a single tooth. Those were easier. But the last time that I had my left one done, this was already like 5 years ago or something. It's been a long time. When that one was done, there was the strangest infection that happened. My tooth went necrotic. Not the unholy decay ability or the affix that we all hated, but I had necrosis. So a patch of my gum went, like, died. And it was very, 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 very painful and super fucking annoying. It took about, like, 2 months to heal properly. And I had to manually apply some numbing. It was like a patch. It wasn't where the tooth was. It was near. Yeah, I had necrotic in real life. It was not fun. And that scared me. And that was really annoying. Because that wasn't, like, a normal thing. That wasn't supposed to happen, apparently. The dentist said he had never seen it. He'd only read about it in his books. But I think he must have messed up or something. I love DK. I don't have to worry about this knockback. I can just blast. Not as hard as my Dev Evoker, which is kind of one of the next specs I want to try. I'm very interested in trying Dev Evoker next. Well played, Quirky. Well played.
How many of my people have died here?
Damn, like, I thought I was blasting there, but my Dev Evoker blasted more. Hey, Lucas. I got my teeth as a... Wait, what? You got your teeth as a baby when you were over... What? Wait, I have to read that again. I might not have heard that right. Oh, this is gonna be a big hit. Yes, as my stream reminder says, I had to take some time off. It's always tough to take time off of stream. But if you are new to my stream for any reason, I don't know. Normally, so what happens is, and this is, you can tell me if I'm wrong about this, but this is something I've noticed. I've been streaming now for a year, and I've learned a thing or two. You want to know something I've learned? If you take a week off, like an actual 7 days of no stream, with the next time you stream, then, yeah, hi Tropa. I'm on 3 platforms. But the idea is the next time you stream on Purple, they do not ever, they don't even put your notifications out properly. They don't like it. They hate it when you take time off. And I can confirm this right now. Has anyone here that is here for the first time, did anybody randomly find my stream, even with the title like Tank Tier List Day, because I am making it today finally? Even with a title like this. And I'm almost positive the answer is no. Yeah, they really don't like it. It's so punishing if you're trying to stream to take time off. I don't know why too, but it's absolutely a thing I have noticed, that the algorithm like basically says, haha, fuck you. You're not taking this seriously. That's what happens every time. Playing Dev, it feels nice, but I'm not reaching those numbers. I'd be curious. I haven't tried my Dev yet. I only really know Scale Commander, but Flame Shaper should be kind of brain dead now. Like, I don't think... Because you no longer have to actually cast Engulf. So Flame Shaper should be pretty chill. Are we skipping the big guy? No, we're playing the big guy. Yeah, the dev's pumping. I'm keeping up, kinda. But his pad AoE is insane. So watch this. Use that right now. Perfect. Nice. Yeah, I gotta say, like, it's probably not that bad, though. This beta bear is one of the worst tanks, judging by... no. I don't think so. I mean, I played bear in Petco's keys. Oh, no. I disagree with that entirely. I just don't think there are many beta bears playing. Like, aside from me, I'd be surprised if he's seen a single other Guardian. I mean, there's not that many bears on beta right now. And to be fair, I tanked one key for him, and it was the day after my Wisdom Tooth surgery. I was playing bear, and I died in a pull. That was a very hard tank pull, simply because I missed the global. But also because you gotta understand that playing with different healers makes tanks really hard or really easy, depending. So I was doing keys with Crive on his Prez Evoker, and Prez Evoker doesn't have as much... That's not actually true, but basically, there are some healers that don't like healing tanks. And so, if I'm playing with a Restlo Druid, I'm like, oh, I'm sure, you know? No, I disagree with that. I would disagree with that entirely. Based on numbers, based on the fact that Bear has a niche still, I don't think that's true. I'll have a different take on it. But also keep in mind that Petco doesn't actually play tanks. I know he has to rank everything, and he's a great DPS, but he doesn't tank and heal. I will say, and I'll be open about this, if you don't tank and heal, it's very hard to rate tanks and healers, because the only thing you can do is see other people play them, and it's complete RNG. Like, what if you're like, well, I've played with 3 bears, but it just so happens that the 3 bears you played with kind of sucked. Or if you, like, you don't know who you're playing with on beta. You have no clue at all. It could be an amazing bear. Like, how did Kira do on bear yesterday? 60, how did Kira feel on his bear? So bear still has the niche of the fact that Mark of the Wild exists, and Decurse is valuable. Not needed, but valuable. At the very least, it kind of matters. That's true. Game's so laggy right now. But so it's hard, because if you don't test it yourself... And I had the same thing happen with healers, where I was like, man, Holy Priest is the worst healer ever. Because I originally was doing beta keys, I only saw like 3 Holy Priests, and all of them couldn't even heal in 12. But then I tested Holy Priest, and I was like, oh, this shit kind of fun, and also it's not that bad. I just need a plan, and I was like, oh, I can make a plan, and then I tested it some more, and I was like, oh, I could totally do this. And then I kept testing it. Then I was like, this is actually kind of decent. And then... I played with a Holy Priest who healed this boss, did 100k HPS in a 14, and I played with a Holy Priest yesterday who was an actual Holy Priest main, and he was healing 14s, no problem. Was it the best? No, but was it fine? Absolutely. So I don't think that it, you know what I mean? Hi, Naya. How's it going? Merry Xmas, man. Merry Xmas, Naya. What are you guys doing for the holidays? So I can't stream tomorrow. I'm doing a photo shoot for a gym, actually. I was hired to do a promo for a gym, which is very exciting. I get to be the official gym model. You know, like when you go to the gym and you see all the posters around, like all the guys posing for the posters? You know that? So I'm gonna be that guy now. That's me. I am there. I am, actually. Yes. If you ever want to support the stream, that is a great way to do it. It's free. There's no ads. You don't have to worry about it. And AMS is still a broken mechanic. Thank you. I am there, yeah. I appreciate you asking. We have to code word it, apparently. I'm single targeting right now. I'm being super respectful. This is ethical DPS. My Lichborn was a second early. Luckily, I have AMS for the next one. I don't think we want to keep him on there. Oh, we didn't quite hit it. Okay. You want to wait to blow them up? Why don't we wait and kill the shield first and then get it after? Because I don't need to do mine right now. I think you do the shield first. Yeah, and then go. Perfect. Yeah, that works. Whoa, I'm in the thing. Ooh, scary, scary, scary. I can't see you online. It is a new account, yes. Start of a Wu's modeling career. No, the end of my career. Well, I used to model a long time ago, and I learned a lot about it. Yeah. And honestly, modeling is not what people think it is. I can tell you that. AMS still an absolutely broken mechanic. This is why I want to play DK. Even if DK is tuned maybe like not as well, like holy shit, it's so good, dude. You have, look at this AMZ that's about to help the tank and the team right now on top of everything else. Holy. You had mod and everything, I can remod you if you want. It's just the same name if you want to find me there. It's just a Wu tank. Argus, can you link it? If you can? It's just a brand new account. I had to start over. If we didn't have AMS, we'd have nothing else. That's kind of true. That's fair. You have to do a workout. You guys want to know the tech for working out? Yeah, I can show you later. I can give you a whole explanation if you want. Right after this key, remind me, and I'll just show you some things with working out. It's kind of crazy when you learn about it. Hi, Naya. Thank you. Much appreciated. It is such an easy way to support streamers if they multi-stream. I still think Death Grip is an instant cheat code. I mean, it helps when it helps, but it's certainly not a raid buff. There's no one can convince me that it is a raid buff. It is not. But yeah, I like the fact that I have, like, I'm an independent DPS. Like, I like feeling independent, you know? Like, I have options. Even there are little things, like the fact that Lichborn gives my team reach. That's another little thing, but it does matter in some content. I hope you're well, Naya. And I hope you have a fantastic holiday season. Grip is really good when it's good. If I could afford, I would send you a tip during... Oh, no. If you ever want to support me as a streamer, just come say hi. You know, I think. I appreciate it. For me, the biggest thing is, like, I'm sitting here, I got my wisdom tooth out. I got a little headache. I'm a little meh. I don't know, I try pretty hard to make content. Like, I want to make more YouTube videos, and I want to make really cool Patreon videos, and I want to make awesome guides, and I want to help the World of Warcraft community. I'm going to be on a podcast soon. In 4 days, I'm going to be on a WoW podcast. Like, that's super cool. I have all these goals of things that I want to do. And if you have the time and you just engage with my content, that makes me pretty happy. I'm chill with that. Genuinely.
Be careful. He seems powerful and unstable.
And that's a physical hit. Alright. Noted. I thought that was magic. That AMS did not work. Surprisingly, that is physical. Interesting. I figured AMS would work there. I appreciate it, Naya. Well, yeah, shortcake gold. I'll show you something really cool. Right after this key that we have to time. First, we have to time this key. Then I'll show you something really cool about the fitness modeling. Because you can make yourself look kind of however you want. Maybe not however you want, but you can change the way that you look very much depending on posing. When I first moved to Thailand, Maxtradamus and stuff, I did a lot of modeling. It was my job and kind of how I paid rent and stuff. And in doing that, I was like, whoa, I actually learned how to do it. And I was like, first of all, everything is fucking fake. Like, unbelievable how much lighting, makeup, and stuff will change your body, your composition, your everything. So that's the first thing to know, is that what you see is fake. I got... Oh, we don't have a res. Uh-oh. There's no res. Whoa. Rough.
Your survival
Shaman.
wasn't necessary.
You don't drink as much? You mean like water? Like drinking water or like drinking alcohol? Rip. Oh, he's a druid. Shaman, what am I talking about? But, Christmas dieting, but not during Xmas? Watch the birds. Hydration is not a big thing. Yeah, you've heard about, like, the dehydration that you do? No. So, here's the thing. Dehydration is used only at a very, very high level. Dehydration is not used commonly in fitness. That's not really a thing. Also, this shoot that I'm doing is not shirtless, so I don't really have to worry about that particular definition. People focus on all the intense stuff, like the dehydration or like the fasting or whatever, but a lot of it is just makeup and lighting and posing. Like, makeup, lighting, and posing is a big deal. So that's like a massive part of it. Yeah, that type of stuff. People do use diuretics and whatnot, but it's less common. For basic shoots. For big shoots, you can. I don't think Totem's killed. Totems didn't kill. I don't think. I think the regular slam hit him.
I'm out of room.
Do you do runway work? I never did a full-on runway. I did a red carpet event, which was the closest that I ever came to it. Oops. So I did a red carpet event, and that was kind of the closest I ever came to quote-unquote runway. So no, I never nailed my catwalk. Also, keep in mind that I modeled for a period of time, and I decided personally I hated it. I did not enjoy modeling. Modeling was not fun for me. There were a lot of things I didn't like about it, but the main thing was it prioritized something that I didn't actually believe in, which is that aesthetics matter over health. For me, my health is more important than my aesthetics. Back in the day, however, modeling, especially in Thailand, they just wanted me to be as skinny as I could be. Like when I was really unhealthy, I'm talking unbelievably unhealthy, they were like, yes, good job. You know? Yeah, I think that it's better to do that as well. I agree with you, Trokian, I agree. But as a DPS, that is not within my control. Okay, I'll stop this one. Through. No, you want to kick that one late. You want to kick that one as late as possible so I can actually have the damage buff for my whole cooldowns. Early kick. Hey, my ghouls come in, right? Hopefully. I'll show you some of the stuff that I used to do. I keep all my old social media for modeling separate. Like, I don't combine it with this. That'd be weird. I have posted some thirst traps on Twitter. Eventually people kept asking me if I had an OnlyFans, and I was like, no. So eventually people kept asking me if I did, and I was like, no, I do not. But they were like, can we see some of the old modeling photos at least? And I was like, sure. So I made a Twitter and posted some there, but I don't really use it. Trying to Kill the totem. Can AMS this actually? Or Death Advance? I thought they changed it so you couldn't dodge that anymore, but it looks like they're still dodging it. For what it's worth, I can drop this, but it won't work that much, though. What's up, Keishan? Dude, have you ever had key lime pie? Holy, have you ever had key lime pie before? Dude, key lime pie is so fucking good. You ever had that? Oh, we have a lot of deaths. I don't know if we can finish this without a res. Can try. Yo, key lime pie is actually, like, amazing. Yeah, key lime pie is so good. That is a holiday treat that I can get behind. Finally finished all the Christmas wrapping. How many presents this year, Gold? Do you guys have big extended families, or like how big is the family gathering for you? How big is it for you? I don't have any family in Thailand. I live alone here. You know, I just I got my lizards, I got my cats, and I have my girlfriend. So it's just us. And she's with her family for Christmas. They invited me over. They're going, she's like at her family house down south. They did invite me if I wanted to go, but I decided not to. I don't like traveling. I'm not a big traveler. Traveling is not my thing. Traveling involves leaving home. I don't want to leave home. Oh, we did it. Nice job. DK is a live lord if I don't get hit by mechanics. And even if I do get hit by mechanics, it's one of the reasons I like DK. Hold up. Unreal. I kind of want to try your Dev Evoker build. Let me see what you're playing.
We will always
You were
be
blasting.
looking over our shoulders at the Vile branch. Come back with me.
Yo, you should use this. Life Cinders is crazy strong. Well, maybe not anymore, I guess, without Blaze being applied. But that's still a really strong. They use this on the tank, for example, on Gather. That's a full external. Maybe not so much anymore. Yeah, it looks pretty standard. It's not that different than what I've seen before. All right, let's make this tier list. I've been playing all the tanks for a while now. Goodbye, Rebecca. When we make the tier list, we're gonna go here. Tier list maker tanks. Wow. Class on January 5th. Yeah, I'm curious to know how this is gonna go. I don't know when we're gonna get it, but I think right now it's post-holiday. I don't think it's soon. I think at the moment we're kind of now waiting for holidays to be over. There you go. Before I do this, I'll just go take a quick break and get a snack. But we don't need as many tiers as this, so we just delete this row, and then we have cheesecake. I think that, I don't know about A plus and A. I feel like I just like A, B, C. Kind of like this. Well, yeah, I'd be cool ranking them this way. Big healing and tank overhaul. I'm curious to know what they're going to do about it. I'm a little worried, to be honest. Then like D. Something like that. There you go. 1, 2. He's pumping consistently. Unsure, to be honest. Yo, if you guys don't know who I'm streaming with on the main stream here, you guys should go follow him. Shin is awesome. He's cool. Do you hear him outside, Kitty? He's meowing outside the door right now. Oh, the cat is so cute, but he's so loud. He has learned to scream. He says, the more I scream into the void, the more treats I will get. Okay, I need to go grab a snack, though. Shindig is meowing outside. I think, Ariana, that a lot of people would prefer that, but no. My actual cat. You met him before? You can come in for a second. What? You're just a little baby. You're just a little baby. You're a little baby. Just a little baby. Little baby. Did you wake me up at 5 a.m. this morning? By doing this? Was that you? Was that you? Did you do that? At 5 a.m. this morning, you were just like this all the time, non-stop, consistently, just meowing so loud. Was that you? Did you decide to do that earlier? Yeah. That was you. With your little attention whore. Mm-hmm. Correct. Mm-hmm. 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 He is a very cute cat. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no. Wow. I gotta get a snack before I make a tier list. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Gotta get a snack before I make a tier list. Do, 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 do. There's another cat actually below me too. Hey. He's just a little baby. That's right. He's just a little baby. I'm annoying my cat at the moment, Andrews, and I'm going to make a tank tier list based on everything I know about beta. And also kind of hoping to address some of the problems with tanking as well. So I want to use this tier list as a time to talk about all my thoughts on tanking. What's this? Oh, where'd you? Woo! All right, ready? I'm going to annoy him for a second. You ready? He likes attention so much that he doesn't even mind being annoyed a little. Hi, other baby. Look, hold up. There's another baby down here, but you can't see her because she's not. There's no chair for her. Hi, little one. You want to come say hi to the people? Yeah. You see the people? I don't have any treats for you. I'm sorry. This is just an empty hand. She's looking for treats. You see how polite she's being? She's looking for treats down there. That's what she wants right now, but she's not going to get any. I'll give them treats later. Sawadee Kop. How you doing, Bastos? Oh, also, my bad. It's a floor reveal. My bad. Hi, little one. They're circling me like sharks. The girlfriend's out with her family now. So, Merry Christmas. The girlfriend's out with her family, so I am the only human in the home with them, which means that I am now the certified treat dispenser. Okay, so when we make a tier list, the camera has to go this way. There. And also, I kind of wish I could cover the ads. You see the ads on the website? I wish I could cover them. Didn't I used to do it like this? Hold up, wait a second. I have a plan. Image. Not this one. What the fuck is that image? Holy shit. Why is this an image on stream? Bro, what the fuck? Why do I have this here? I thought it was a raccoon. That's not a raccoon. That's me as a blue demon shirtless. Show us. I mean, sure. It's just random. I thought it was a raccoon that I had saved on my OBS. I have no idea why this is here, but sure. It's not inappropriate. Yeah, it's just like a random, there, it's right there. That's an old modeling photo. This is the blue demon shoot. Long time ago. 7 years ago now. That's real body paint, by the way. That's not edited. That's not like Photoshop or anything. That's like real, like prosthetic horns and everything. Oh, I miss doing body paint stuff. Honestly, the coolest shit ever. Okay, so hold up. I was hoping to get like a raccoon of some kind. Browse images. I want a little raccoon or something. I need a cute little raccoon. Or my dogs are cute too. Let's find a good image to. We can make a bear. No, I don't want to be partial on this tier list. I can't make a guardian druid image. Well, where the fuck is my raccoons? Downloads, pictures. Ah, here, there you go. Nice, perfect. So yeah, this is the image I was thinking of, and I can kind of just go like this. I can't. How do I resize it diagonally? Isn't there a way to like? Yeah, like this. There you go. Now, I'm going to in a second. I'm not yet. I have to get a snack first. I got distracted by the cats. I just want to hide the ads with different raccoon images like this. I think this is clever. Is this not kind of clever? They change monk. I am noticing that this monk icon is a little weird, but it works. Can I use my camera to cover it? I don't like the ads. What if I actually brought the whole browser down? Like this? No, that's weird. Can't do that. You can make it wider. There you go. Like so. Stop fighting each other, please. Thank you. Okay, like that. You are a snack? Thank you. Well, actually, I don't want to be eaten. Okay, I'm just resizing it because the last one, they just had random Thai ads flashing everybody, and I was like, I don't like it. Stop fighting each other. Kids. Okay, better? Just inspect element deleted. On the page? No. I'll click on ads. And guess what will rank? Let me see. Oh, I have a slightly different cook here. I have a slightly different, though. Believe it or not, I actually think that, personally. Okay. I'm going to grab a snack real quick. I just want some milk or something, and I'll be right back and we'll make the tier list. I'm not debating people. Once we do it, I have a lot of things to say about it, though. Don't be annoying your sister. Stop. Be nice. Be polite. You're social people. Without further ado, let's not beat around the bush too much. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Everything look clear on your end? You can see the tier list. Coming to Thailand next week. Ooh, very cool. Very cool. Thailand is awesome, man. If you have any questions about Thailand, just message me first. You can find me on Discord. Message me there because I've lived here now, oh man, 8 years. South Thailand. You're going to Pattaya. Have fun. Have you been there before? Have you been there before? Pattaya is an interesting place. I've actually never been to Pattaya. Years ago. Interesting. Yeah, I've actually never been there personally. All right. Could probably end the stream together with Shin. Oh, gold. Mr. Gold Shortcake, are you still here? Hey, Album! Yo, how are you enjoying Thailand? Yeah, you mentioned you were coming. How are you liking Thailand, man? There are 2 tanks and cheesecake. It's so nice. Good, I'm glad you like it. Mr. Gold Shortcake, are you still here? I told you I would show you something real quick and I forgot. I mean, I'm in Bangkok. I live in the main city. I've been to some of the different islands or some of the different ocean towns and stuff, but yeah, I'm a city guy. Actually, I like cities. And Bangkok is so good, I have no reason to go anywhere else, to be honest. This tier list, I really want to use it as a chance. Arriving in Bangkok is only the last day. I think Bangkok's cool, personally. But I don't know, people travel differently, you know? Once I start the tier list, I direct clip it to YouTube after. So just reminder that I will not really be able to lock in and respond too much to comments. I have a lot of things to say about the tanks. I want to actually try to get through them because hopefully this provides criticism, but also feedback. And people need to understand why the tanks are good and what makes tanking fun. As I mentioned before, it is right now, we have a problem, which is that no one wants to tank. And if you think that's bad on retail, it is unbelievably worse on beta. Partially because we're not getting IO. And so there's no... People want to play what's fun. On beta, we're messing around, so people want to play what's fun. And guess what? Tanking isn't fun right now. That's the problem. It doesn't feel fun. It doesn't feel rewarding. You work very, very hard, and at the end of the key, you're just like, meh. My wife's family's from Thailand. Last time we were there was 2008. 2018 isn't that 7 years ago? You know, actually, no, 2018 is almost 6 years ago now. The hell? That's crazy. No, sorry. It's almost 8 years ago now. What am I talking about? Oh, that's wild, dude. How did it happen? Where did the time go? Me when math? Yeah, well, I got a bit of a headache, and I kind of wish I could take, like, a hot shower before actually making the tier list, but I don't want to debate you guys for hours and hours and hours. I said I would make a tier list today is my plan. If I'm going to make a tier list, I'm going to make a tier list. I have thoughts. What's up, Draco? Oh, I have thoughts. But I do wish I can get my blood pressure. My head just does this sometimes. And normally I just solve it by... I mean, I don't know. Can I wait 5 more minutes? I'll turn this off. I really don't want to debate people. We're not doing tier lists just yet. I can turn this off for a second. Got enough water? Yeah, it's like water and salt, but sometimes it's just like heat. Heat helps the most. It's mostly I feel like I've been dehydrated since I got my wisdom tooth out. How's your ankle, Draco? What's up, Ash? Last time tanking was fun was in Legion. So, One of the conversations I want to have is how do you make tanking fun again? What do you have to do to make tanking fun again? What is it that's fun about tanking? That's not necessarily an easy question to answer, I think. But no one wants to tank on beta. Like, literally every beta group is just getting cortisone shot on the 6. Being immortal. I think being powerful and doing big damage is a tank. I think it's damage. I think at the end of the day, it's actually damage. Yeah. I think that's the... Yeah. I think it's the same for tanks and healers. Oh, no, that's not true. Healers are fun when they're powerful in terms of bumping HPS bars up real fast. A lot of times healers don't need to do big dam. That's not why people play healing. Healers can, in fact, and it is very fun for healers to just do massive healing. Like, big healing cooldowns are fun. Being able to take a health bar and go boop, 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 that's fun. So making spot healing powerful is a good way to go. Let's change it to anime lo-fi for a second. Or One Piece lo-fi I like as well. Sorry, tier list isn't made. That's the healer one. We're making a new one soon. I'm making it in like 5 minutes. Give me a second though, because I know exactly how to increase my blood pressure, and I'll be like perfectly fine. I'm sure my healer's having fun. Yeah, I mean that's it. People would tank more if it did more damage. And because I can do as a tank, I don't need to change specs. I think that supporting is cool, but damage is more fun. But give me like 5 minutes. Give me like properly about 5 minutes though. What a bait tier list or so. I know. I made one. I was playing healers for 12 days straight. Now I'm tanking. Then tanks rely on healers to be alive as a shit season. I agree with that. Tanks should be independent, but also just make tanks powerful. You can still challenge them. Right now, though, in this season, there are some issues. No. I'm just take care of my health real quick. All right, tier list is in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. I have to do the green thing. Fix your head. Yeah, I know it's worth it. It's worth it. I know. So I just have to turn off the tab, as I have learned the hard way. You just on the green, just go turn off the tab real quick. Boom, Parmesan. Because I actually hope that this will reach the right things. There's a few things I change about that, Dan. But you all have a general idea. I think that people kind of know where tanks stand because they haven't done a good job of balancing tanks on beta right now. I think that in general, people actually do know where tanks are because everybody's kind of right with most of what they're saying here. You know? Oh, hey Dan, you're a new member. Thank you for supporting on the YouTube. I want to put no, Dan, you're a YouTube member. You decided to be a YouTube member. Question for you: what do you want to see? If there was special member or Patreon type content I could make, whether it's quick guides for the tanks or dungeon guides, routing, special tips, that's what I want to do as well. What would you want to see? Out of curiosity. I see that tag there. Okay, let me turn off the tab. I'll be right back. 5 minutes. Five minutes, 10 minutes. This works every time. Okay. So much better, sorry. I don't like to consider myself as chronically ill anymore, but sometimes, man. Like, I don't like to consider myself as being chronically ill because I'm not anymore. Like, I'm so much healthier than I used to be, but goddamn, sometimes it really gets to me. I'm just sitting here, and I notice my blood pressure fucking kicks the bin. I'm like, I can't think, and I'm like, no, I really have a lot of things to say about the tier list, though. Like, this is something I've been working on for a long time. I've been playing beta for a reason, and I want to be able to actually make a proper tier list. You know, this is something I really like doing it. So, let's do the tier list. Standing in a hot shower helps a lot. Like doing squats, like 100 squats in a burning hot shower, and I inevitably feel better for at least an hour. At least an hour. Whoops, that's the wrong thing. Window capture. That's the right one. One Piece. This one. What's up, Mike? We're about to make a little tier list for the tanks. And a lot of good stuff to say. All right, ready? Let's do it. Shall we? I think we're good. Shall we do it? Let me just run this here so that people don't actually get ads during the thing. Yo, what's up, Gold? Gold, I told you I would tell you something. Okay, so right before the tier list, you see my camera? Look at this. I'll show you real quick. It's so easy to show you this. All right, Gold. This is the thing with modeling. So, what's up, Rish? I've seen you on beta. I haven't done a key with you yet. About to make a tier list, but real quick, let me show you this. So when it comes to modeling as a male, girls do this too. Posing and everything. Oh, fuck, you're about to get an ad. God damn it. This is why I wish I could just give subs to everybody. So you can make your body look however you want. I told Gold I would tell him this before when we were talking about modeling. Let me know when you're back. What's up, Rish? No, hi, Eldris. Thanks for the sub. Thank you for the sub. With my tier list, look, I'm new at content creation. I've only been doing this for a year, and there are people who have been doing this for 5 years, and they do this every season. But for me, I feel like I have a unique perspective on tanking, on healing, mostly because I pug. I don't always get to play with world first people, and it completely changes the game when you're playing with like really good players versus not, and you're just pugging on your average weekly 12 priority, which feels impossible. There are some keys which I would consider to be the easiest keys, but man, are you going to have a different time with it week one. When you get into Algothar Academy, you're going to be like, this is impossible, even though it's the easiest key of the season. And it's just because the tree boss in a higher level, people stack, they walk left, they know to kill the ad, they know to clear the bleed, done. It's easy. But in a lower key level, like that's not a guarantee. Like there's, people don't know how to do that, and it is toxic as hell to do that boss. Because nobody knows what they're doing. So it's different. All right, Goldie back. So when it comes to tanking as well, there are some tanks that are a little bit more independent, but mostly the season is demanding certain things. Like I want to make a whole video on a meta prediction on DPS and considering what is based on the new dungeons, how important is priority or funnel damage? Because there are some dungeons that have a lot of priority or funnel damage, and there are other dungeons that are not, you see? And so like this will matter. Like how good is Arcane? Well, if Arcane is equal to this, but it still has the profile it does, well, that it's not just how good is Mage. Do you need Decurse? Is somebody else bringing Lust? And with tanking and healing, unfortunately, they get the short end of the stick. We just fill whatever the group needs. That's the thing with tanks and healers. Tanks and healers mostly kind of get cucked a little bit. You just do what the group needs you to do. The group is normally built around whatever DPS are going to be the best. And then you simply operate from there, if that makes sense. No, yo, thanks for the Prime. Not much appreciated. Thank you for the subs, guys. Hopefully this tier list will help people understand how the tanks are looking right now. Yes, well, exactly, but you have to take that into account. Like, some tanks are better at dealing with stupid than other tanks. But like some tanks, for example, like again, I want to say this about Colossus Warrior. When I get into it, you'll hear me. Colossus Warrior has a fundamental problem where even if it's tuned pretty good, you can't, like, snap threat is so bad that in a coordinated group, when people, first pull of Alcathar Academy, there are mobs coming from 1, 2, 3 direction, yeah? You as a Colossus Warrior, unless you actually charge, clap, and revenge and take 10 seconds to gather, your DPS are going to zug. They're super excited. Big lust pull, big AoE pad, they're excited. They're just going to zug. And you as a warrior, there's like nothing you can do. You have AoE taunt, but the AoE taunt, if you have to send it early, becomes a problem because things are still funneling in. And so aggro is a tough thing. In Alcathar Academy, right after the bird boss, you go here, you got to pull one thing over here, one thing over here, and one thing here. I would literally edit the route as a warrior because I just don't know, or like I would have to play with a hunter with misdirect or something. Like there's no way for me to overcome the barrier. Yeah, it's actually like a thing. Like if hunter is meta, then warrior is a little bit better because that aggro is such a problem. But in hierarchies, you just go, hey guys, wait a second, because you're in Discord and people know to just wait. And you're like, no problem. So then you get your full stacks of Colossal Might and you could do your whole thing, and Colossus is great, you know what I mean? Gold, let me show you something real quick. This is a random tangent, don't get into the tier list. I told you I'd tell you this earlier. So with modeling, you can make yourself look differently depending on how you pose with lighting. Lighting is big and makeup is big. But so for example, let's say that I wanted to do high fashion. High fashion is a softer male look. They don't like muscles. In fact, I'm a little too muscular right now to do it, but let's say I was going to. I would soften my body. So I would soften my poses, and if I wanted to take my arm out like this, I would try to soften it so that you would see the line, because I want to show you the line, but I don't want to make myself look big. So I'm going to find the angle with the photo, and I'm going to attempt to shift around until I look softer, because that's something you can do for high fashion. So I'm going to choose an angle of my face which shows off the jawline, and I'm going to turn my head a little bit, and I'm going to try to accentuate the muscles in my neck, and then look up. Whereas, oh fuck, hi Shin. You always raid me at the weirdest goddamn times. Hi Shin. Hi, yes, I'm about to make the tier list. I was also going on some, you always raid me at the weirdest times. All right. I'm just gonna. Thank you. Hi, shit. I hope you're enjoying your DPS experiment. I'm just going to continue with it. So basically, when you're doing fashion modeling, you don't want to appear muscular. You want to appear softer. So I relax my shoulders. I show you the lines because you're supposed to be lean and aesthetic. Whereas the second that I want to be more masculine and I want to show you, if I was to do the modeling shoot I have on Thursday, on Christmas, which is the gym, yeah? So the gym thing, I'm going to immediately turn my arm, broaden my shoulders, and look at the difference. So I'm here, and I'm doing some weird angle stuff with my neck, and I'm showing you again this because people like lines. Lines are fashionable. So I'm trying to show you all the lines. Watch this. Do you see the difference in those two things? But they're the same person, and the lighting didn't change. Nothing changed. All I did was I changed the angle of my body. So when you see a photo from a male model, you have to understand that it's completely, like, you can change the result of that photo entirely based on purely off angles. When I first moved to Thailand, it was my main job. Many years ago, I didn't like it, to be honest. I'm not a huge, I'm too autistic to model properly, but I struggle with the faces. I struggle a lot with the faces, but that's why I had to learn like how to maneuver it so I could actually do the things. But yeah, it changes a lot. Like if I stand up and I show you, there's a way to do a slim pose and there's a way to do a wide pose. Yeah, and they're like two different things, but my body angle changes it, not my shape. Like I can make myself look 5 kilos bigger or 5 kilos smaller based purely off of angles. If my feet are standing, look. If my feet are standing at a 45-degree angle, and I turn my body to you, and then I take my right hip, put it in, I look lean. You see? But this is angle. You don't see this on the photo. This is angular. Watch the difference. I simply square up, and now I don't look nearly as angular, but I'm just posing. Can you see the difference? It's just that second. It's 2 seconds. But it's the position of my feet, my hips, and my shoulder. Completely changes the look. So when you're trying to appear a certain way, all modeling is pretty much fake. You just have to know how to maneuver things like that. And the same with the face. Yeah. First time catching in a week. I had to, I got my wisdom tooth out, so I had to take a whole week off. What exactly? I don't remember. I don't remember, but it was just a tangent. I got a lot of thoughts about tanks. Let's go. Nope, hold up. I'm gonna tell Petco I'm gonna hold up. I gotta pay respect to the master. Thanks, Tierlist, for now. Good luck. Petco invited me. All right, Shin. Have you modeled before? Love you, Tam. I'm gonna go out. Yo. Enjoy your holidays, man. Yeah, but you could see the difference, right? Show us the gym shoots later. If there's not personal information in it, sure. Yeah, I can, of course. Yeah, I think it's interesting. But you can see how quickly, and I didn't do anything special. Like, you know what I mean, though? You've got the jawline, which I think is what matters. I don't know, that's what people tell me. The thing with modeling is that I always have such a hard time because whenever I used to work events, they told me to stop talking. Every single time, without fail, they were just like, oh, they're like, great, stand there, good, don't talk. Every time I worked events. Because I was like, they were like, stand there and look pretty. And I was like, haha, and they were like, no, bad. And I was like, haha, and they were like, better, that's the one. Now you just, every time. All right, shall we? Let's get into it. All right, when I start the tier list, I will have comments open, but keep in mind, I'm just going to direct export it to YouTube. Shin makes a ton of effort into his YouTube videos. If Shin makes a YouTube video, you should watch it because it's guaranteed to be a good video. I, on the other hand, put exactly 0 amount of editing. I don't even know how to do video editing, so everything I post is a one-take direct clip. I don't edit anything. I don't even have video editing software. I literally just, like, it's not clipped. It's straight up, like, from start to finish. Whatever happens in that happens. Like, if I say the wrong thing, I say the wrong thing. It is what it is. Self-preservation. Yeah, I'll show you some stuff. If you're around after the tier list, remind me, and I'll talk more about the modeling, because it's very, very, very unhealthy. And it prioritizes all the wrong things, I think. All right, cool. Shall we? Thank you for coming to say hi, Shin. I hope we get to game more, and I hope you've been enjoying your DPS journey. I bet. Let's go. So, when it comes to tanking, here we go. Timestamp it real fast. We're at 4:13. Fantastic. Done. Easy. 4:13. Cool. Cool. Yeah. I'm going to start off like 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to the official meta tank tier list of what's looking good in Midnight Season 1. I have been playing beta every single day for the last month, and I have a pretty good understanding of what looks good with tanking. Now, if you'd like to skip ahead and hear me talk about your specific tank, there will be timestamps in all of the video. You can just skip ahead like this. But I encourage you to listen to the next 5 minutes because this is important. What defines a meta tank is not as simple as what tank is powerful. Oftentimes, the meta tank is determined by what the group needs. An example being, if you have a purely physical comp, Brewmaster stonks go up. Whereas if all the best DPS are magic, then VDH stonks go up. So you have to realize that sometimes the actual meta tank is determined by what your group requires. On top of that, do you need a specific dispel profile? Is the tank required to do different jobs in the dungeon? And so when I talk about this tier list, I don't just want to rank the tanks based on power level, but I also want to think about what these dungeons are asking you to do. Because, spoiler alert, this season is going to be hard. In fact, I am so hoping that Blizzard comes around in January and straight up buffs tanks across the board. Right now on beta, we have a problem, which is that nobody wants to tank. Every single time you go into a group, if I say, hey, I'd like to DPS today, then somebody goes, oh, okay, who's tanking? And I say, oh, do you want to tank? And they say, yeah, no, not really, actually. I was like, great, how about, so do you want a tank? And they're like, do I have to? Nobody wants the tank right now on beta because although there are 2 tanks in the absolute top S plus category, which is great, that not one, there's 2 on that category. These dungeons are pretty hard to tank. There is no reward to tanking right now on beta. And that is a problem that I hope they address going into the actual season of Midnight, because we all know the game needs more tanks and the game needs more healers. So I hope that we see some big tuning for all tanks and all healers coming up. The other thing to consider is that one of the reasons that that's true is largely every single dungeon has several mobs that have magic damage inflicted on melee hit. I don't know why. I don't know what encouraged them to do this. I don't know what demons possess their mind. But every single dungeon has multiple mobs, by the way, where the guy doesn't just melee hit you, but he does additional arcane damage on hit, which some tanks are a lot more favorably defensive against, and other tanks are just like, what am I supposed to do? So that's a big issue with some of these dungeons. You'll notice a lot of these pulls, depending on the tank you play, you might have to pull it differently, because some tanks are very equipped to deal with massively stacking debuffs and massively stacking magic damage on hit. Other tanks, not so much. Ultimately, though, remember, before I actually start ranking stuff, every single tank will be viable. Blizzard has not put out a release of the game in quite some time where there was truly one tank that was actually unplayable. Every single tank will be decent. If you are looking to just get 3K, you should play the tank you like the most. WoW seasons are 6 months long. Have fun. It's a game. Breathe. It's a game. So just remember that whatever is here in the S plus or the lower tier, you have to imagine and remember you're playing this for many months, most likely. So play the thing that you like, first and foremost. Second of all, let's get into the tier list without further ado. So there are actually 2 tanks that are going to be in the S plus cheesecake tier. Today, instead of starting at the bottom, I'd like to start from the top. I'd like to change it up on the hip-hop industry. Cool. There are 2 tanks that are up here right now. Can you guess what the first tank is? Does everybody know what the 2 tanks that are actually looking best on beta are? There's 2. One of them is Prot Pally. So Prot Pally is actually one of the tanks that is an S plus cheesecake. Now this is very interesting because the history of Prot Pally on beta looks like this. The very first iteration of beta, Prot Pally was literally the worst tank by far, but it always did damage. Even in the very first week, before it received any sort of defensive buffs, which I'll talk about in a second, this tank was doing numbers. I remember going into the first Algathar Academy, and I was like, wow, I'm doing a lot of damage. I mean, I'm dying, and I'm super paper, and I'm super squishy, and I don't feel like I'm a very good tank, but actually, it's pretty solid. I'm doing big numbers. So here's the thing. Recently, they giga buffed its defensive value, and they did it in a way that actually benefits Prot Pally. There were 2 problems with it before. Number 1 is that it was bugged. The initial version of beta, a few key talents for Prot Pally were completely bugged, which is why the first few weeks, everybody was harping on it. Everybody was complaining about it. And number 2, going into Midnight with the pruning, they took so much away from Prot Pally, including the Consecrate being tied to Mastery, as well as a huge amount of block chance, as well as XYZ. So much was taken away, they hadn't given anything back. So originally, I made a video months ago when it was first announced where I was like, guys, what's going on with Pally? Because I don't know how you're supposed to play this tank when you have no CDR, no this, no that. And I'm like, what are you supposed to do? Now, they giga buffed it baseline. This was the right decision. They also gave it some more cooldown reduction on its major defenses. But the problem with Pally before, and a lot of times why people didn't understand how to play Paladin, is that the rule of Paladin is that you can never be naked. So unfortunately, it's not a good tank for people who enjoy exhibitionism, which I'm sure isn't you. But the point is, Paladin needs a cooldown rolling. So you normally alternate your wings, your tank trinket, your ardent, your bubble, your kings, your this, your tier, your that. You have so many buttons that you alternate, and you have to understand the optimal rotation of those buttons. Going into Midnight, you can't do that anymore. So it needs to be tanky in its baseline Shield of the Righteous and Consecrate. They took out Consecrate, so now you only had Shield of the Righteous. When you actually stand there as a prop paladin and you use Shield of the Righteous, your base armor value is not that high. A lot of times people don't think about this, but the amount of damage that you are taking is significantly higher than a warrior or a druid or a this or a that without the ability to self-heal yourself through that damage, because Word of Glory hits like a wet noodle, and not one of the cool wet noodles that you used to fight with at the pool with your older brother or younger brother or whatever, and then drink a Capri Sun when we were all happy and less mentally ill. So Pally had this problem of it can't really deal with the incoming damage, and you are just reliant on your healer. Now, what they did was they buffed it baseline. They gave it better armor reduction, massively increased the baseline damage reduction from physical hits. On top of that, you now have way more coverage than you did before. Your wings is powerful, and you do good damage. There are 2 different talents right now with Prot Paladin that effectively function like Leech. So the more damage you do, the more absorb shield and healing you're getting. In the pulls that require massively strong tank cooldowns, because there's a bunch of magic damage incoming, Prot Paladin is capable of dealing with them flawlessly. You're strong on your gather because you don't have a bunch of setup globals. When you're walking into the pull, you have options. This isn't a tank that requires 10 seconds to get settled. You have very good snap threat through your shield. It's a great pug tank because you can solo control kicks. And a lot of these dungeon packs have 1 to 2 casters tops. They have done a good job with dungeon design in terms of casters. There's no dungeon like Priory that has 5 casters that you need to lock down. So in a weird way, Shield is a little better than Sigil. Because you don't need massive AoE CC, you need big single target stuns, single target stops. So if you're a Prot Paladin, then casts are almost a non-issue, so long as you're a good Prot Paladin. My only tip for you is mouse over macro your Avenger Shield, so you don't have to physically target the mob. It will help you a lot. So you get more shield resets through the Apex and everything. Altogether, Prot Paladin is looking like a tank that is well equipped to handle anything it needs to handle. Its one weakness is that in some of these dungeons, there are a few tank busters that apply a bleed that is a little bit too long for Prot Pally to deal with flawlessly. They did buff Word of Glory, but I think that could use another buff, to be honest. You are still a little bit reliant on your healer on some of the single target boss encounters, but that's not a problem because your healer can heal you during those moments. Remember, I haven't just played all the tanks, but I've also played all the healers, and I kind of know what the damage patterns of these dungeons look like. I think that Prot Paladin with Sack, with Spell Ward, with Bop, there are a few key moments where Bop will save an ally. And so it still has its whole utility package. And on top of that, guys, I should have pulled up logs before this. It just does massive damage. I would expect a nerf to this soon. I would not be surprised if you saw a damage nerf to it, but I hope they're not too heavy-handed. Because remember, the damage from Prot Pally is also what makes it tanky on a baseline level. Because your shields hit really hard. And if they nerf that too much, then you get less absorbs. And I think that's an important thing for them to watch out for, just because it's doing, but you're basically a DPS. In AoE, you're a DPS, and single target, you're still a little weak. But ultimately, Prot Pally feels really good. You just still need to have a plan, but you can have that plan rotating a big Wings, a big Ardent. You could rotate through 2 charges of Kings, Bubble, like you do have a plan. So I think that Prot Pally is in a really good spot right now. It doesn't have an offensive group buff, but it will make your key feel safer. I think that on a baseline level, even if you don't have Kings or even if you don't have Wings up, Lightsmith feels great. My counter argument is that Templar still does not feel great. I only did 1 Templar key. To be honest, I didn't test it that much. Everybody's playing Lightsmith for a reason. I'm not ranking the hero talents for tanks like I did for the healer tier list, and the simple reason is because not all hero talents are created equal for tanks. There are some that are drastically better. You will always play one or the other. So Lightsmith right now, significantly better. I would expect nerfs to this soon because it's kind of unfair. If you take a look at the top level Pallies, you will be able to actually see some crazy numbers, and even a mid-level Pally who isn't min-maxing, there's not a lot to min-max anymore. You just hit your buttons faster. You will do a lot of damage as a Prot Pally. So I think this is good. Those are my thoughts on Pally. Let's move on. There's one more tank in the S plus cheesecake category. And then we're going to get into the nuance, because there are 2 tanks that are so ahead everything else. And the next tank is VDH. VDH, originally on beta, was the best tank bar none. Now, they did nerf it recently, but let me explain why it's the best tank. When they pruned all the tanks, they also took away so much of its active mitigation. Some tanks got that baked in passively, and other tanks did not. So Prot Paladin took away, but was not put back. VDH, the exact opposite. They made all the effects that you previously had to think about a lot more completely passive. You don't have to think about it in the slightest. Your spikes is like a 500% uptime right now. It is, you never ever drop spikes. You can fully macro that if you so desire. On top of that, Fiery Brand now applies to yourself, which is very, very impactful because it's much smoother on gathers. You are playing the double charge of Fiery Brand. Everyone is effectively playing this. And everything else, Painbringer, Calcified Spikes, your Frailty, your Soul Crush stacks, you kind of hit 1-2, 1-2, 1-2, and everything is up at a baseline level. Your Apex talent is the sweetest Apex talent out of all the tanks. It feels so good to get free meta resets. Unbelievably powerful and also good feeling thing to just get free metas in the middle of a poll. So, chef's kiss on that. Feels really, really good to play. There are some times you don't get those procs, and there are some instances where VDH still on gather, you have to make a plan for it, but as long as you have brand, you're probably not going to die. Again, spikes is 100%. Now, the things that they changed for VDH is mostly they added back Spirit Bomb, which is now on a bigger cooldown. You can't spam it anymore like you used to. It's fun. The issue with VDH is that Eldrazi was the best, and Eldrazi played pretty much exactly the same as it did before. It didn't feel any different going in. The main difference is that I didn't hit Feldev when I was playing it. That's a weird thing to change for this. When I first read all the changes, I was really concerned. I thought, they're taking away Demonic, so Feldev doesn't proc Demon Form anymore. They're not really giving you a lot back, but actually in playing it, you're just so tanky. In terms of tankiness alone, VDH is way above Pally. There's nothing that tops VDH. The experience of going into these dungeons, which, by the way, I'm not testing on 10s, I'm testing on 15 and higher, is night and day. If I'm playing my VDH, I can kind of go, just chill a little bit, just tank the dungeon. Maybe I won't min-max my damage too much, but that's no problem. I can't die. I am functionally immortal. VDH is so unbelievably tanky and also requires no healing whatsoever. Like, it's pretty insane how much of a difference it is. I've shown you some logs on the healer tier list where if I'm healing a VDH, I basically don't need to heal them. And if I'm healing any other tank, they might have 40% of my overall healing in a dungeon. It is pretty massive, the difference. So what VDH brings to these dungeons is A, you still have Chaos Brand, and 2, you have sigils. A lot of these packs, Pit of Sauron, Seat of the Triumvirate, etc., they are positioned perfectly in a sigil radius. So many of these polls have one dangerous poll with a bunch either of casters or things you need to stop. Sigils are perfect for them. Think about the platform in Algathar Academy before Veximus. Prot Pally will be very powerful there, and so will VDH, because VDH can sigil, and then Chaos Nova, and then sigil. And so you do have that utility, even in a pug. People talk about how powerful that it is a higher level, true. But even in a pug, you as a VDH can control a lot of different polls. So it's pretty impactful to have that utility kit, as well as the fact that you're immortal while you're doing it. You don't have to worry so much about your GCDs as you did before, where you'd walk into a poll and say, I'd like to sigil, but I'm going to die. So I think that VDH is very powerful. Its damage relatively rivals Prot Pally. These two tanks are doing what I hope all tanks will do. Because the next tank I'm going to rank, you're going to be surprised. But right now, these two tanks are unparalleled on beta. The difference of doing a dungeon with these versus any other tank is massive. They're immortal, they're giga damage, and on top of that, you just feel smooth playing them. Here is where I'm going to talk a little bit about the tanks before we go rate the next stuff. There is not a single tank in A. The gap between these two and the other tanks is so massive that the next tank gets ranked in B. A is completely empty because these two tanks are actually that ahead right now. And that's my problem. I hope that they buff the other tanks to this level and that they don't nerf these two tanks down. Okay? I'm really, really, really hoping that that's what they choose to do. Because if they nerf tanks, what are they doing, man? I mean, you would say the same thing about healers, and they nerfed healers. keep in mind that healing was already pretty toxic on beta week 1, but in raid they were a little too powerful. So then we saw sweeping 5% nerfs across healers, and a lot of healers got their abilities tuned. They nuked Farseer, Resto, Shaman for no reason. This is a tank tier list, so we're not going to get into it too much. And it wasn't even that good in keys. I'm a little worried that if that happens to tanks, nobody wants the tank right now in beta. And I would be concerned about that. So the next tank that gets ranked in the B category is going to be Bear. Now, Bear is solid. There's nothing wrong with Guardian Druid. It got a massive rework going in. In fact, out of every single tank, Guardian plays the most different. It fundamentally was the tank that was changed the most going into Midnight. No Thorns of Iron, Raze is back on the menu, and on top of Raze, we have way more amps and interactions to consider with Raze. Guardian is no longer the most sleeper, the most easy, and the most straightforward tank. If you want to play this tank at a relatively competitive level, then you actually have to think. It is wild. I know. I don't mean to upset any of the Guardian Druids watching this, but you will have to think. You cannot just spam Iron for anymore. You can't just walk in, thrash, and do your thing. You actually have to think a little bit. It still benefits from the fact that positioning is the easiest out of any tank, in terms of the fact you don't have a shield and you don't block. The problem is that Raze is a frontal. So you can't just be willy-nilly. You have to actually be tanking as a Guardian now. Guardian getting more complicated, is that a good thing? I don't know. There's a lot of Bear players that are really happy and excited about it, but there's also a lot of Bear players who aren't that excited about it. There's a lot of Bear players I know who are like, can we still spam Ironfur? And I play Bear because I just want to chill after work, and I just want to clarify before I talk more about Guardian. Both of those playstyles are entirely valid. You are right if you just want to chill but still be able to tank. And you are also right if you want to be sweating a little bit more on your favorite tank, which is Bear, and you want a little bit more complexity to it. Both of those are totally fair viewpoints. For the people who are enjoying that complexity, you have Druid of the Claw. Druid of the Claw is a very, very, very brain-on active version of Guardian. In fact, the most active version of this tank that I have ever played personally in my history of the game. You have basically you have a bunch of different resources to manage, but the timing of all of it, the fact that Killing Blow exists, the fact that your Apex talent echoes that Killing Blow, the fact that you still have to respond to Ravage procs, the fact that you have to be making decisions about one stack Ironfur versus this, when do I need two, when do I need this, every single pull to min-max properly, you are actually thinking of your rotation at all times. Now, one of the things that's changed a lot about Guardian is that on Gather, it's a little bit less friendly. Even if you're playing Elun's Chosen, the way that the talent builds have shifted is that you are effectively taking 20% less damage 5 or 10 seconds into the pull. About 10 seconds into the pull, you're taking about 20% less damage through either Scintillating Moonlight, if you decide to path through that, and through Rend and Tear. But right on pull, you don't have those abilities. So what's interesting is I think that you're going to see a lot of Guardians die, especially playing Druid of the Claw and Gather. Druid of the Claw Snap Threat is still a bit of an issue. Elun's Chosen is still playable. I've tested both. Elun's Chosen is slightly behind in damage. The main thing is that Inner Resilience, the new talent with Frenzied Regen, actually allows you to play this tank and survive the keys. But I'm not sure if people are going to like this version as much. I think it really depends on which camp you came from before. I could still bring this into the 15 Nexus, but I died through Incarn on one of the pulls that my Paladin lived with a single button. I remember this specifically because I was playing with Vicman and some high-level people, and I was like, I'm a game. I'm going to show them the power of Bear. And I had a headache because I just got my Wisdom Tooth out, so I was kind of gaming. I was like, I'm going to game. I'm going to show them the power of Bear. And then I went into a pull, and I had Incarn, and I died because I missed a global. These dungeons are deadly. I had Ironfur out, by the way, but it doesn't matter because those mobs inflict magic damage on hit. Additional arcane damage. So Ironfur doesn't help you with that. Physical DR in these dungeons really won't matter that much. There are a few things that melee hard, but honestly, almost everything that is dangerous is a magic hit. So unfortunately, bears are notoriously not the tankiest against that. I would argue against them being squishy against it, but you really have to make a plan on gather. And the way to do that is frenzied regen. Frenzied regen giving you the inner resilience, basically a 30% max health shield. That's how you kind of soak up the magic damage so that you can get your Moonfire, Scintillating Moonlight, and Rend and Tear, plus your cooldown rotation going, and you'll be okay. I think that bear has changed fundamentally. It will be good against magic damage, but you will also occasionally, if you don't have a plan, if you're not actively thinking about things, you will literally just vanish out of thin air. The pull in Algathar Academy with the battle axes, the difference of tanking that on my warrior or my druid is night and day compared to my demon hunter, which just does its basic rotation and goes, I'm fine. My paladin just kind of does its basic rotation. I'm like, I'm chilling. And yet my bear is just sitting there and I go literally in Incarn with Lunar Beam up. My health bar goes boop, 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 and I have to keep Frenzied Regen ticking at all times or I will vanish into nothingness within 0.2 seconds. It's kind of massive. It's a big, 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 big difference. On top of that, you do not have the utility package that other tanks have, like VDH and Prot Pally. So I can't even do a triple pull because I only have the Vortex Typhoon in cap and a kick. So I don't trust the ability to do that pull because I don't have an AoE stop. I don't have an AoE CC or an AoE silence. Other tanks do. Now, a benefit to bear is that you have decurse, correct? A lot of these dungeons, curses are, I wouldn't call them mandatory. There's a curse in Windrunner Spire that you would be able to help with. It's a little bit of uptime on the second boss, but it's not like it's going to kill you. There are curses in Pit of Sauron, which are the most egregious. There are a few curses that are going to be helpful to dispel, but the chances of Mage being meta are nearly 100%, so realistically, the fact that Guardian has decurse or even a poison cleanser, some poisons too, I think it will be helpful, and it certainly provides a bit of a niche, but the bigger thing about Guardian providing a niche is that it has Mark of the Wild. Group buffs are still a thing, unfortunately, and so they're massive. Now, all of a sudden, if group buffs are still a thing, this is a very good one. If for some reason Restlo Druid is really trash, as well as Boomkid and Feral, then Guardian has much more of a place in keys, because you can live. Because Guardian is fully capable of living, but the amounts of work you have to do on Guardian to live compared to this is kind of high, which is interesting, right? So I would consider that to be interesting. And on top of that, by the way, I just like to point out, these, let's say I pull a 15 Nexus clean, or the new dungeons, Nexus, or even a Magisters, or even a this, or whatever. All of those have massive things. Guardian is the tankiest against any of the big boss hits. Because of Inner Resilience, the new talent, you don't even notice them. So against Ember Dawn in Windrunner Spire, this tank is like, ow. This tank is like, what? I don't even feel it. Literally, you have an amazing set of rotational cooldowns, as well as just like a nuke of a self-heal that transforms into a shield. So in terms of boss hits, wouldn't even be surprised if the Race to World First was super hard. It never is, but if it was very, very hard for tanks, Guardian would be, in my opinion, one of the tankiest tanks against one-shot mechanics for tank. You can actually soak a lot more, so that's interesting. That Guardian has that niche now. Double survival instinct on top of that. You are giga omega tanky against those things. Okay, moving on. I've said enough about Guardian. We have to talk about the niches and kind of how it's going to play out. The last thing I'll say before I move on is every tank in these categories has one fundamental problem, which is that these guys in a clean run are doing 100k overall. DPS. Now, you don't have to know what that means because there's a stat squish and a number squish. 100k. This, 60k. Maybe 65. If I really, really game it, and I do massive pulls and don't die, and game my combat potion, and play with target cap specs, and buff myself, maybe 70. It is 30% behind these two. These two can do crazy damage. This one can't. No matter what build I play. I could play Druid of the Claw and be pitch perfect with my gameplay. I cannot touch the damage of these two tanks. So again, I hope that they buff instead of nerf. Okay, next, Monk. Monk is right above Warrior, in my opinion. Monk can live, but it has kind of some fundamental issues now. One is that these dungeons just clap tanks, and a lot of it is magic hits, not dodgeable damage. On top of the fact that it is that, it no longer has its niche of doing very, very, very high damage. The saving grace for Monk is that it has a unique buff, which is Mystic Touch. If for some reason you really needed a Brewmaster, you could play Brew. It does have a few kind of niche abilities. I actually think that some really, like some gaming transcendences. Ring of Peace is very helpful in a few of these pulls. There are a few moments where Monk will shine 100%. But without doing massive damage, and also the fact that you are even more reliant on your healer than you were before, give or take, because again, the simplification, you have a few less tools to deal with things, but more importantly, there's just a bunch of magic hits. There's a bunch of magic hits. Let me respond to this. Cool. Making tank 1 now. Cool. So the point is that why would you play Monk? If the tanks look like this right now, you have to ask yourself, why would you bring a bear? There's no reason, really. Unless Mark of the Wild was something you really wanted. But 3% verse from your tank is massive, but it doesn't account for a 30% damage differential and what these tanks will bring and how easy these tanks will make the dungeon. So unfortunately, every tank that isn't an S+ just doesn't really actually have a proper niche. And Brewmaster falls into that category exactly. Could you play it? Absolutely. Is it able to do the beta keys? 100%, just like Bear. But why? Why? That's the question with Brew. There's not really a good, strong argument. Mystic Touch has the problem of it really only benefits a few very specific specs. And a lot of people, if you don't know this, 5% physical damage done is not the same as 5% melee damage done. Physical damage, there's a lot of melee specs that are very good that do not do physical damage, they do magic damage, such as Frosty K. Frosty K has some physical damage and some this, or pretty much any melee spec in WoW. Survival Hunter, a lot of magic damage. Enhancement Shaman, a lot of magic damage. There are very few specs in the game that are pure physical damage. So Monk is very, very, very comp locked. Even if it was tuned and buffed equally according to Bear, Bear fits into a bunch of comps, whereas Monk, there are some healers that it doesn't work very well with. And on top of that, can it live? Absolutely. It's not in a bad spot right now, hence why it's not down here. But I just don't know what the reason to play it is in terms of power, in terms of playstyle, in terms of what it brings to these dungeons. So I'm going to leave Monk right there. They could definitely buff Monk. And I'd like to point out, I'm fine with changing up the meta. I'd kind of like Monk to have a season. I think it's been a very long time since Monk was very, very good. Even in the season it had the OP Keg of the Heavens tier set, Blood DK was better. And speaking of the next tank, which is not Blood DK, it is Warrior. Warrior, I'm putting in B tier as well, not A. B, Warrior goes right across the same with Monk. Now, it has effectively the same problems we've already talked about. I've already told you that a lot of these dungeons, the checks, and I will literally go over them specifically for you. You gotta understand how much magic damage are in these dungeons. It's insane. It's crazy the amounts of magic damage that you have to deal with. It's basically a season of magic and bleed damage. There's also some bleeds, but it's mostly magic damage. So Warrior has a great toolkit in terms of the fact that you have, big ignore pains, you got perma-physical DR through your shield, and you have 2 shield walls, you have this, you got demo shout, you got a lot of options, you got your spell reflect. The problem is, you don't have a lot of self-healing still. They didn't really change Warrior at all going into Midnight. It is effectively the same tank. You are good at the things you're good at, and you're very bad at the things you're bad at. The one issue is that Thane is currently carried by its tier set. I don't think people understand how powerful the tier set is on retail. Warrior is strongly carried by the fact that that tier set is insane. So its damage is insane, which makes it feel really good. Rotationally, this is the easiest tank to play right now. On beta, arguably, easiest tank to play if you're playing Thane. Colossus is a bit more complicated. Now, Thane has okay snap threat, so it's not bad for pugs, and it's pretty tanky. I would describe Warrior as pretty tanky until the pulls you're not. Again, you're like, one pull is like, you're just going boom, 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 boom. Things are just clapping you, and you're like, oh, you're fine. You're a warrior. You just, big shield. But then the next pull has 7 mobs that inflict magic damage on you, and you're like, ah! So there are some pulls, if I was playing a warrior this season, I would literally have to think I need my cheat death. I have to play Battle-Scarred Veteran, and I'm going to commit my cheat death to survive this pull. And I'm thinking, okay, I need to walk in here with double shield wall and cheat death and this, and I might survive. Because I'm just, what am I going to do? Like, I don't have the toolkit to really deal with like those battle axes. They just slap you in Algathar. So for example, I have an AoE silence, which is great, very powerful AoE silence. So if I do the triple platform pull before Veximus, I can CC it very well because that pull it dies pretty quick with cooldowns. So having a thing that stops it for 6 seconds as a tank almost enables it potentially. Let's say I do that pull, I can CC it. I just can't live it. Like, I would have to go in with absolutely everything and play perfectly before that point. Rotationally, it's very simple. But Thane and Colossus are different tanks, just like Druid of the Claw has AC and Druid of the Claw. Thane and Colossus are kind of the same. Colossus all of a sudden has min-max and also fundamental problems with aggro. This is the biggest thing to understand about Warrior, and one of the reasons I cannot rate it higher. Actually, Colossus is doing better than Thane right now on beta. So like Colossus is actually fun to play and pretty sturdy and also does decent damage. Still nothing compared to this, but decent numbers. Okay, so I was doing an Algathar Academy on my Colossus Warrior. I walk into the first pull, I gotta gather it, right? And I'm thinking I'm playing with some good people. They know to wait. I go 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna walk in the center of it, and I'm not gonna actually take the time to charge to this pack, Thunderclap, Revenge, charge to that pack, Thunderclap. I'm not gonna wait 10 seconds. So I go in the middle, Heroic Throw, Taunt, get close to this one, Thunderclap this one, go back to the center. Everything is funneling in. I have basically like 50 mobs coming at me. 1, 2, 3 like this. And I'm thinking, great, the second they get in range, I'm AoE taunting because I have no way to get threat on this. So I've AoE taunted right here, boom, like this, and I go like this, cool. So I AoE taunt. But the thing is that they're still too spread. So I've missed the mobs on the edge because I was too fast with it. Now people are blasting. It's a lust pull. Everybody's blasting. And as Colossus, there's nothing I can do. I just don't have the ability to gather effectively in a pug. And that was with me telling my team to wait. And we wiped, and I said, no problem, guys. Next time, give me 2 whole seconds. I got this. Super tanky, right? No problem. There's bleeds on that pull. I've got this. I got this. So we did that. Later in the dungeon, there's another pull where I have to gather something from the right, something to the left, and something in the center. And I didn't say, hey, guys, wait a second for aggro. And I was just like, boom, done. We lost the key again because I just couldn't, like, people started hitting the things before I had actually centered in the pull. And I was just like, yeah, this is terrible. And I did a few keys on my Warrior, and I just really had a problem with Colossus aggro. I think that it plays well if you can get a misdirect or something like that. Like, possibly. Guys, we're probably only getting patch notes after the holidays. We're in holiday season now, so everybody's off. I think the next patch notes is maybe like January 5th or something like that. That's when we're expecting something. But again, I hope even if I do play Colossus and I do get that misdirect, or my team just waits for me to gather and I don't have any aggro problems, the biggest thing to understand is I min-max the hell out of it. I game my Colossal Might stacks. I've damage amped it with Avatar and Demo Shout, which no longer has the perfect synchronicity on their cooldowns now. I've done everything right. And I'm still 30% behind this. Like, I'm still, even if I do everything right, even if I game as Drew, I'm 30% behind these tanks. Like, it's not similar. You know, it is tanky, but it has, I think, some issues. Now, the best thing about Warrior is that attack power buff is much better than Mystic Touch in terms of the fact that it will benefit a lot more specs. So there is a reason to play Warrior, and that's if your comp looks something like you won't see Havoc, I don't think, but let's say it looks something like a Unholy DK with a BM Hunter, and I don't know, I'll throw something in there just to give him a Ret Pally. Let's pretend. So you have a Ret Pally in that comp, like all of a sudden Prot Warrior is blasting because Prot Warrior gives 5% to all of those things. That's very important. It's 4.7% on the table or something like that. That's massive. So Warrior still has that niche, and again, it's tanky against what it's tanky against, but there are times when you are suffering. That being said, we have one tank left to go over, Blood DK. This tank paid for the sins of its ancestors. It was, on the first week of beta, omega fun to play. It was arguably one of the best tanks. Still felt like a Blood DK, but man, were you blasting. Look at the top logs from the first week of beta. Nothing was touching Blood DK, which is unfortunate because if you're really, really good at the early part of beta, you get absolutely nuked down. Just under. I think this is the only tank in C tier. You no longer have a reason to play it. It was so good when it was interacting, your Apex was interacting with Sand Lane, and you were getting, 5, 6, 7 Dancing Rune weapons out. It was amazingly fun because you were doing big damage. Do you know why it was fun? Because you were doing big damage. Not necessarily because you were omega tanky. It's because you were doing massive numbers. You were blasting, and that is super fun to play. Unfortunately, they changed that. And on top of that, they nerfed it. So now you are no longer doing big damage. You are also fighting to survive. Can you survive? Yes. Why? When you think about the tank tier list and the healer tier list, a big question to ask yourself is why? Can you play it? Yes. Why? There's really no reason to bring it. Grips, are they important? Absolutely. Is AMS good? Yes, but here's the problem with AMS. If I was to make a DPS tier list, one of the things I would talk about is how a lot of these dungeons have changed their philosophy. Their philosophy has moved a lot away from there's no boss like the first boss of Priory where you need a specific kick rotation, because if kicks go off on a lot of these bosses, it's actually okay. I swear, unless they damage amp them like crazy soon. But like, even the first boss in Nexus, the lightning boss in Nexus if you go left, or the second boss if you go right, that arcing zap doesn't really kill people. You can get most of the kicks and you're fine. But like, it's not like a crazy one tap. There's a few casts that are like, nah. But there are abilities that AMS completely mitigates, but not on the tank. The second boss, Magister's Terrace, AMS every minute completely gets rid of one of those dots. Massively helpful. Ember Dawn, AMS gets rid of that. You don't have to worry about the soak. And your range, but only on DPS. The second boss of Windrunner Spire, there's AMS completely gets rid of the stacking debuff there. AMS is very, very powerful. But a lot of the times where I felt like, man, I am gaming this AMS, I feel so good, I'm helping my healer, that's a DPS mechanic, not a tank mechanic. There's no boss like the second boss of Priory, which puts a thing in the center that you need to soak, and I, as a Blood DK, say, no problem, guys, I got this. I can't actually do that. Most of the mechanics are DPS oriented, why AMS would be so broken. Because you'll hear me say that a lot of like, wow, AMS feels so good right now, okay? The thing is, the best thing I think that they gave is you have the Abominable choice node, which is a lot more accessible with the Gorfine's Grasp Silence choice node. So you effectively play, you don't actually play Abominable, I think, in almost every case, which is kind of sad. A 3-second grip with Silence is very impactful, 100%. But your damage is simply a little lackluster, and your survivability is also in question. I would not describe DK as being very, very, very tanky right now. I would describe it as you can totally do it, but you're fighting. You're fighting hard. You're fighting hard. As a healer, I'm stressed healing you. As a healer, I'm not so stressed healing you or you. I know how to heal Prot Warrior because I know when they're going to be in trouble. As a healer, I don't like seeing this guy and I don't like seeing this guy. They scare me. They require my external on pull because they still have a hard time generating, even though they've simplified it. It's got really cool class fantasy, at least I feel like, with the Swarming Mist and some of the changes, but there's not really a good reason to play it, and none of these dungeons do I feel like, yes, I am a Blood DK. If damage completely isn't a factor and you were talking purely survivability, I do think this tier list would change slightly. I think it would look like this. To be honest, if damage was a non-factor whatsoever, the thing is, it is a factor. It's a factor for threat. It's a factor through your passive leech talents. How sustainable you are is a lot to do with damage. I know some people are like, tank damage doesn't matter, but it does matter fundamentally in a key. If damage wasn't an issue, I think I would rank them like this. I would rank them like this, I think. That's how I would rank them if damage wasn't a factor, but it just feels like I cannot express to you that it's 30% ahead right now. Like, it's crazy how much more numbers this is doing. I would still rank it like this. I would rank it like that. That's how I would rank it if damage was a non-factor, but it is a factor. So I would put these down. And the gap between these tanks is way too high in terms of damage. The gap between these tanks is way too high right now. I'd also like to caveat this, which is that no one who makes a tank tier list plays all 6 tanks equally. You have to remember that everyone who makes a tank tier list, you have preferences, okay? You can't solo test a tank. If you take a tank and you say, I'm going to solo the first pull of Algathar Academy as a test, it is a stress test, but it doesn't actually apply because so many reasons. So many reasons why that's not always a very good test. I've been able to solo the first pull on pretty much everything if I don't take the and this was pre-bleed change, I could take all 3 without the flies, and I could solo on any tank. But I do think it's important to realize, in an actual practice, doing 100k overall compared to 70k compared to 50k does matter. If it was the difference between 60 and 50, that's irrelevant, right? I think that the biggest thing here is, why do you play the tank? You only have 1 tank and a key. So what are you bringing that the other tank is not? This one is bringing immortality, big dam, and CC control. That is very useful in these keys, because again, a lot of these pulls are positioned perfectly for sigil. This one is bringing an extreme utility package, the ability to group certain pulls that you couldn't. Again, a perfect defensive kit to kind of deal with a lot of the incoming magic damage, so your healer doesn't have to actually be burning externals and watching you like crazy. On top of that, big damage and shielding for your team. This one does have off healing, which is actually really nice, but all of a sudden you have Mark of the Wild, which is helpful. Vortex is... No, the Vortex doesn't have like a specific niche use like it does in some of, like, Halls of Atonement. Vortex is so helpful, but there's not really like any fleeing mobs right now, so Vortex is okay. This one has an AoE silence that is pretty tanky. I would say, if anything, I could hear the argument that Warrior should be maybe an A. I could see that. I know Warrior is doing some pretty high keys, but it feels a little lackluster without the Thane tier set. And again, its damage is just, it's okay. But I also think this isn't ranked on fun necessarily, but I don't know. I think Warrior hasn't changed at all. It's exactly the same tank. In general, tanking, these are all interchangeable on B, by the way. And then C, Blood DK, it just got nerfed too much. It was doing so good early on, and then now you have all the problems that you had before without a very strong niche. There's nothing that Blood DK does better than, like, for example, sustainability. You're like, well, Blood DK, that's the self-healing tank. No, this is the self-healing tank. You cannot compare these two. These two right here, this one is infinitely more self-healing than this one right now. Like, this one is struggling, this one is immortal. So it doesn't even have that niche anymore. Just like Bear doesn't have the niche of, I do big incarn pulls. It used to be a long time ago that tanks had more of an identity. Tanks have a lot less of an identity now, where Bear is not the incarn pull, big Bear pull, doesn't really exist anymore. In fact, on most of the big pulls that I would do in these dungeons, I would so much rather be a prop alley, personally, or a VDH. I would actually not want to be a Bear, because on a Bear, even in incarn plus Lunar Beam plus Bark, I'm struggling. Not hard, like I can do it, but I'll show you the difference. I mean, just watch any of the gameplay on stream and you'll be like, wow, you just died through incarn. And I'm like, yup. It's because I decided to hit this global instead of frenzied regen. Should have hit that. So yeah, let me answer these questions. That's my tank tier list. That's my thoughts on the tank. Before I actually end the video, what I want to talk about, though, is this. Here's what I really want to talk about. Just make tanking more powerful. Please, please, please. Right now, these feel pretty good to play. Buff this. Don't nerf this. We need more tanks. Please pull the ripcord. Make tanks powerful. Do not nerf tanks. We will have a very, very, very bad season. Please do not nerf tanks. I'm going to make another rant about this at some point, because right now on beta, nobody wants to tank because it's stressful, it's hard, and there's no reward because we're not getting IO. At least in the season, you can be the type of person who wants to tank because you want to carry your team to victory and you care a lot about score. So that will feel better. But right now, it does not feel good to tank. Okay, I've ranted enough. I think I've talked to you enough about the damage patterns in these dungeons and why I think the tanks are ranked like this. I could see an argument for changing this around a little bit, but effectively, you got these two and you got the rest. That is where tanks are. No tank is so bad that it's in D tier, like it can't live. That was originally what it looked like, and they've done a fair job of buffing things, but they could use a lot more buffs. I think they could use a lot more of a look at. Buff these tanks by 20%. 20%, 20%, 20%, it'll look like this. I'm serious, and it probably still will be VDH and prop pally. At 20% buff across the board, it would look like this. That would be better. I'm not a game designer, though. I don't pretend to be. I don't know how to fix the game. I just know that we need more tanks. Okay? That's what I do know. That's my tier list. Anyways, I'll be making more update like this, and I'll be updating this. If there are any major changes, I will look to update this in the future, and I will see you in the next update. Okay, bye. All right, not bye on stream. I'm still here. Bye on the tier list that I make. Okay, what do you guys think? Those are my thoughts. I've been taking a lot. Let me actually show. Let me go out of this now and just show you this. Okay, listen. When I go in, and I'm doing these, it's tough. I'm excited to main Blood DK and come and see how far. It's C tier is not bad. Like, it's not like you can't play Blood DK, but I'm just gonna give you an example. The reasoning for why is so impactful. Look, so when I'm here and I'm on my Guardian, take a look at these dungeons, okay? We have something like Windrunner's Spire. In Windrunner's Spire, I think this is the best dungeon to tank right now. I like this dungeon, actually. It's pretty solid. My warrior might need to get retired. So here's the thing. If you pug keys on a warrior, I feel like you have to play Thane instead of Colossus. I'm not going to lie. I think you have to play Thane instead of Colossus. I just don't see. I mean, you can't. What are you supposed to do unless you have a hunter friend who will misdirect you when you need it? Like, I actually think that aggro is such a problem that it's really, really tough. But okay, if you take a look at Algathar Academy, which is the easiest tank dungeon, the tank checks are in the very first pull. There are massive bleeds that go on you, so you need to be able to live that. Pretty much every tank can. Some tanks need no healing. Some tanks need external plus massive healing. Cool. Brewmaster being one of the tanks that need a lot of healing on a pull like this. Guardian Druid's pretty tanky, but actually not immortal. Prot Warrior actually needs a lot of healing on a pull like this because there are massive bleeds. 5 stacks of a bleed that goes on you pretty much permanently in that pull. Then you have the platforms afterwards, which are now battle axes. Battle axes have a massive arcane damage inflicted on attack, and it's a massive amount of it. My bear's health in Incarn will literally go like this. Boop. And then I'll be like, no problem. I have massive shielding. I'm fighting for my life the entire time I'm in a pull like that. And I have big heals. Look, by the way, look at this. This is one of the coolest things about Bear right now is that your Frenzied Regen is an absolute nuke. So I gotta get my health low enough to show you. Cool, ready? So wait, don't die, don't die, don't die. Oh, I messed up. All right, I died. So I can't, that's what will happen when you fight magic damage. That's what will happen. All right, I messed up. It's really hard to take damage in Stormwind. Okay, all I can do is laugh on that one. When I take enough damage, I will show you that a single button is actually so impactful. Even with this amount of self-healing, you kind of have to be spamming Frenzied Regen to live a lot of these pulls on Bear. Even with the buff to Ursoc's Fury, even with the Apex talent, even during your massive cooldowns, you can disappear. That's how you know a tank season is hard. There is almost nothing in current retail that will do that to you. Like, in the current season of retail, there's almost zero that will do that. I mean that, too. There's really almost nothing. I'm trying to think. Like, maybe a Floodgate pull if you get 20 stacks after third boss in Priory Paladin pull. No, I mean, like, look, if you just Incarn and you have Lunar Beam up, you kind of, like, you're not going to die to that, but you will on beta. It feels a lot more like a Grim Batol. Do you remember Grim Batol? Do you remember tanking Grim Batol? All right, look at this. My health is here. One Frenzied Regen ticks me that hard and gives me a shield for 30% of my max health. That is massive. That is crazy. That's what a single Frenzied Regen, not amped, not anything. No Lunar Beam, nothing. That's a massive self-heal, and I'm telling you that I will still die instantly. Like, it doesn't even matter. Like, I can take a lot more damage here, and that's the shield that I have right now. Stop proccing. That's the one Frenzied Regen that auto-procs. I will still die. So it's pretty insane to me how much of a difference it makes. If I take a lot more damage, and now Prot Pally Word of Glory doesn't do this, but Prot Pally doesn't drop as far. And there's a reward for playing it. I think that they just, I don't know, what's the point of making mobs do magic damage on hit? Does it really benefit anyone? Perfect. Look at my health bar now. I go to Bear Form, I press Frenzied Regen. A single press of this basically ticks my entire health bar up. And that's with nothing else applied. And I get the shield from it. Yeah, I don't know why they... Yeah, like again, we have this massive button. And it's very, very impactful. It would take me like several Word of Glories to do that on a Paladin. But Paladin doesn't drop that far. I'm not sure. If we take a look at the dungeons, like... Magic damage inflicted on hit. A bunch of these guys just clap the tank and do frost damage. Seed of the Triumvirate has... I don't think there's actually any specific magic damage. It just hurts a little bit, though. They want boss damage to do actual damage. So, well, it's not just boss damage either, though. Yeah. Well, Prop Pally doesn't die right now. It's very hard to die on a Prop Pally. Very hard to die on a Prop Pally, though. Nice little tier list. Thank you, Gold. I'm trying to think, like, this guy has this is a massive bleed. No, I mean, you can, in Incarn, it's spammable. And I'm telling you, I die through that. The only way I live a lot of these pulls, during Incarn, I will literally still die. During Incarn, you can spam it. You can literally spam it, and your Apex talent is supposed to buff it when it gets fixed. Your Apex talent on Guardian is still pretty bugged. I can literally spam that heal. So my health bar will be ticking up entirely. Here, oh wait, can't I just go to a dungeon to show you this? And I will still die. Which is insane to me that that's how much damage these packs are doing. And that concerns me because I, as a tank player, will be like, ooh, a challenge, okay. Like, I didn't actually mind tanking Grim Batol because no one else wanted to. And it was a flex for me. It was like, you know, my friends were all like, hey, we need a tank real bad here. Please come tank Grim Batol. And I was like, I don't really want to, but sure, I'll come. Because no one else would do it. But that's not good for the season. Like, that's fine for me, but it's not good for the season. All right, what dungeon would have a great first pull to show you this on? We have Spire, which is going to do a magic debuff to me, plus this. Cavern, which is absolutely going to clap you. Big melees, not magic damage, actual big melees, so Warrior would be better here with some necrotic effects. Nexus, big magic. Big magic. What's up, Sam? I recognize your name. All these... The first pull of Magisters is decent. That's not that bad, the first pull there. There's other things here, though. Hi, Sam. Hello, hello. Yeah, I was gone for like a whole week because I had to get my wisdom tooth out. It was really annoying. Let's do Windrunner Spire. I'm going to die here eventually, but let me show you the damage intake. The job feels better. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Everyone's testing an Algathar. Algathar is the easiest key. Don't always test an Algathar. Algathar is like super easy. There's going to be two things that go on me here that I can't do this, though. Will you make it? Yes, of course. Of course, I will make a YouTube video of it. That'll be my upload tonight. I was going to make... I've been doing daily beta uploads, and then yesterday, I had like an actual migraine. That's a good question, Saint. I'm going to be real with you, and this is what concerns me. Worse. It worse. Significantly. Significantly. Because what happened is, they took a lot of tools away from tanks, but the damage that tanks take is higher. So think about it like this. More things to deal with as a tank, but less options of how to deal with it. Because every tank got pruned, right? Yeah. That's the problem. So here, we can just combat log this real fast, reset. And when my incarn is ready, I'll go. I'll pre-incarnate, I'll do everything right. What am I playing right now? Loon's Chosen? Yeah, this build, sure. So I have to live the gather. Once I'm in the pool, Scintillating Moonlight, 10% DR. This one, 10% DR. All right, shall we? Should we do this on 15 and see how long we can live there? This pool is not that bad. There's a tank problem. Yeah, but why? But also, the same thing happened with healers. I mean, Rish, do you feel powerful as a healer on beta? Because when I was testing healers, I was like, oh, this is not too bad. Alcathar is too easy. But everything else, I was like challenged. And I thought, wow, there's a lot of healing checks. This will be interesting. But I didn't feel like it was easy. Like, healers were not overpowered. And then they saw them in Raid. They was doing too well in Raid. And then they nerfed them from Raid. And now all of a sudden, tanks and healers got like 5% nerfs across the board. And I was like, no, we need buffs. Wrong way. Wrong way. Wrong way. This way. Wrong way. That way. They went the wrong way with it. I'm worried they're going to do the same thing with tanks. All right, Spire. My bags are so full here. There we go. Perfect. And 15. All right, I've never soloed this. I don't even know if I can. Did I forget to pick up 15? No. It's okay. I have 12. No. Okay, we got to go back and get it real quick, though. I love Druid. Yeah, that's the thing. Well, so if I was going to do the same thing, though, need all bronze on Prez Rogue if it's so much better. Yeah. I think that Prez... Yeah, well, I don't know, man. Actually, what happened to the Prot Paladin? What happened that made... So, Prot Paladin was buffed baseline, which I talked about a lot in the actual video. Very impactful to buff Paladin baseline instead of putting more power into Paladin's cooldowns. Because armor does matter, except for the fact that all these fucking dungeons have magic damage on hit. That to me really gets me. Why? Because that's a tank mechanic. Like, no one's taking melees except the tank, so why did they put magic damage on hit for so many of these mobs? I don't understand it. Like, that's the thing I don't get. Just take it off. Make a melee. Like, that's... Ow, it still hurts. There's still a lot of things going on in that pull. But in the Nexus is the best example of this, where you have... Why do they buff armor? So, no, I mean, armor does matter because things still melee you. It's not like you don't get meleeed at all. There's plenty of physical hits, too. But, I don't know, man. All right, let's do this real fast. Thing is, no tank is a demon. So, some tanks have a lot of more consistent self-healing and just a way to not get one-tapped. I didn't even, by the way, pre this. I'm just going to go here. So I'll game this as much as I can. I've never soloed this on 15. I would not describe this as easy because there's going to be two things that happen that my healer cannot dispel. But let's go ahead and do it properly. There's going to be a cast on me. Frenzied Regen is going to tick the hardest here. Cool. And let's go. Combat Potion. So there's going to be a bunch of casters here, though. I would incarn now. Each of these Frenzied Regen completely tops me. I maintain one stack Iron Fur, but Iron Fur is not... Oh, never mind.
Wasn't necessary.
Through incarn, doesn't matter. Magic, 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 magic. I'd have to try it again. Could I have done that better? Absolutely. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. How much armor you have or whatever. I could have played that better. I wasn't expecting to die on that global. Could have hit Frenzied Regen instead of Iron Fur. But if I don't have Frenzied Regen ticking on a bear, I just die. And that's the same with every tank. It's actually just that, because it does so much magic damage. These guys don't even do that much magic damage. This pull should be easy for me. Bark here. Lunar Beam. Get this kick. I'll do a slightly reduced Frenzied Regen on this global here. Ultimately, obviously, this caster would be casting on DPS. I can group it like this. Frenzied Regen. Big top. Go here. Proc on myself. I maintain one stack Iron Fur. I don't have an undead. Melee, melee, but these bolts, to be fair, are not the best test for this. I think I'd have to go to a different key. But also, why the magic damage? Every key is like this. I wish I could show... I'm going to go into an actual key, though, and show you properly. They tied armor to magic damage. That would be interesting. That would be really interesting if they did that. Yeah, I don't think that... On solo on 15 with the bolts going off on me, probably too much, unless I pulled only one caster. Alcathar is the most fun solo, but... Okay, let me do the same thing here on Pallid. I'll log over, I'll do the same exact thing, and I think... I'm looking at that, and I'm thinking... Alright, if I gamed it, I could probably live for like 45 seconds on Druid, but I would die, right? Okay, let me try Paladin. So... Paladin got buffed baseline, but it always did damage. They didn't even buff its damage. It actually always did damage. I just couldn't actually do this, though. All right. Try on Pally now. So right now, if I Shield to the Righteous, I have equivalent to 2 stacks of Iron Fur. So 2 stack of Iron Fur is the same exact thing for me, by the way, on Paladin. I don't have that big Frenzied Regen. Yeah, I'm not really sure either. And I think that this is the best time for them to make fundamental changes to tanking, I think. I think it would be a perfect time for them to do that. Because they're changing so much already, might as well start on the right foot, in my opinion. I think it would actually be good for them to do that. Is it cheating if I bubble here? Oh, Propel is really bad. Correct. And now they buffed it. They buffed its armor like crazy. They gave it much more CDR, and they fixed some of the bug talents like Gift of the Golden Valkyr, not actually consuming Guardian of the Ancient Kings procs, etc. So, remember with tier listing on beta, things change rapidly and dramatically. Things change a lot with beta. You have to remember that. Very important to remember the fact that things are always changing. We are expecting a buff, but probably not anytime soon. I think, unfortunately, the soonest we're going to get a change at this point is probably January, because holiday season. They take holidays off. Okay, let's see if I can do this any better on Paladin. Remember, there are 2 kicks, and the kicks were actually destroying me on my bear, but my Paladin should be able to get them. Not a problem.
The Ranger General was sharp and steadfast, while the Peacekeeper kept the calm. Which path will you choose?
Nope. This is a hard solo. Alright, I'm going to have to game a little bit harder. I can do it. You would have to rotate from wings a little bit faster. This is not a good solo. I don't know why I decided this one of all the things. There's no Algathar. I can do it. I had all my cooldowns. I didn't expect to die in that global. Same with Bear. Yeah, it is. Group in here. Probably have to bubble this global. And then group on here. Okay, so what I would do here is shield that kick. Kings myself. Into here. Shield this one. Hodge that one. Gaming. Kings again. And then I'll kick that one. Let this one go through. Wings myself. Word of Glory. Word of Glory doesn't hit like an absolute wet noodle at this point. And there's no tank that would be able to solo this. Not with all the magic damage. But nonetheless, this is a bad idea. I don't know why I decided to do this. Maybe on 12. We have to go into an actual key into it. Maybe VDH? No, there's a dispel that goes on YouTube though. The Bears have is something all tanks should get as a passive. Yeah, but the Ursol's warding doesn't give you more than 10% magic DR. It's limited to 10%. Alright, ignore that. Ignore all that testing just now. I was trying to show you the Giga Shields and it did not work. It did not work at all. What's people doing? Rish, are you in a key already? It's like he's in a key. Oh, my cam is still over here. There you go. Yes, you're in a key already. You want to do one after? What time is it right now? I just gotta put dinner in the air fryer. All tanks will be able, remember, all tanks at all times will be able to do whatever content you want them to do. But at the highest level, you have to ask yourself why you're bringing it. And that is not a clear answer, in my opinion. At the moment, there's not a clear answer for that, though. Chicken legs. The classic. No, Christmas I'm working. I won't be on stream tomorrow, and I have to take the last week off as well for the Wisdom Tooth. Try Frostbug 2 Winters. Nah, that's... I do think that you should worry about tanks, though. I absolutely think you should worry about tanks. The game is worse for everyone if tanks aren't good. If tanks aren't good, then tanking is bad for everyone. That is just a genuine fact. Yes, Lona. But I'll put it on the rest. You want more people tanking and more people healing. That's just the ultimate truth of the matter. There's no... You can't, like... You know what I mean? Like, you can't argue with that, I don't think, though. Yeah, and right now, that's my fear, is that that's going to happen. I genuinely think that that will happen right now. Okay, let me wait for somebody to be ready. Morge is around. Maybe he wants to do a key. I could test Warrior again, but I'm not sure. Like, Nexus is going to be so hard for Warrior in particular. In particular, Nexus, I think. Hundred looking for tanks, yeah. Well, that's what it feels like right now, Hareth. Where it's like even that pull I just did, like obviously it was a bad solo, and that's my bad, and I probably shouldn't have attempted that key. But even that pull, it feels like that all the time. And you got the DBS and join the seals. Okay. It'll be in a second. 20 minutes or so. No. So the problem is that even with in a regular setting with a full group and a healer, I'm still having to think that hard of thinking, okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm thinking, okay, that mob right there, he puts a debuff on me that does a healing absorb. That one over there, he does magic damage. That one does magic damage. So I'm going to go boom, ardent, then I'm turning around, boom, planting here, wings, toll, this, combat potion. All right, 3, 2, 1, I've got my kings, boom, 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 boom. And a bunch of damage, word of glory. Okay, oh fuck, I'm dying. And that's through my big cooldowns. Even if I overlap like that, I'll still be taking that much damage. And so that's me playing like a certified experienced tank. But your pugs aren't going to do that. Your pugs don't know how to do that. Your pugs are going to go in and they're going to be like, oh, I'm dead. And so the problem with Grim Batol was, technically speaking, it was doable, but the only way to do Grim Batol is to say, all right, we're pulling this 3-pack with the boss. What I'm going to do is the first set of slashes go out. I'm going to Hodge one to desync them, or actually don't stun them. I want them synced because I'm going to spell ward myself. First one, boom. The next one, I'm going to bubble. All right, there's a third set. I'm going to Kings. Perfect. Here we go. Perfect word of glory here. Boss is hitting me. 1, 2, 3. Boom, boom, boom. You're that type of gameplay is fun for some people, but I think it's fun for like a few % of people. And the vast majority of tanks kind of just want to tank. Like, they kind of just want to walk in there and hit some buttons. And I think they should be able to do that. But right now, at a 10 key level, you're going to die. You know? Yeah, exactly. And everybody blames the tank and everybody blames the healer. Which is kind of why I think, as an announcement, I might be DPSing next season. And I'm not even kidding about that. I think that I'm over the toxicity. I think that maybe it's time for me to, I want to get carried and chill throughout keys. And you could say to me, you could be like, oh, just because you're a DPS doesn't mean you get carried through keys. And I'll be like, you're kind of right, but you're also kind of not right. Like, you kind of do. Like, I don't have to think about anything. And the example is I did a 17 Magister's Terrace, which is an insanely high beta key. I did a 17 Terrace. I was playing DPS. And I just let everyone else deal with everything. I was using my grips and my stuns and whatever, and I was like, yeah, you can't argue that being a DPS is just as hard. No one is going to argue this. I mean, I don't think. Some people might. Yeah, that's fair, Storm, because, like, I don't know why WoW players are so against the game being easier. That is a very fucking great point. That is an excellent point, Storm. Dal, I mean, yeah. Dal, do you think that in any way? Honestly? Out of curiosity, do you think, you've played DPS sometimes. The fact that if I can die in a not 20, I mean, on beta, it's not like a 14 is super low. If I can die through Incarn and Lunar Beam because I missed a Frenzied Regen Global, that's hard. Like that, yeah, in Raid, 100%. Raid is a completely different beast. Tanking in Raid is, there are some bosses that are not true, but I mean, ultimately, tanking in Raid is not challenging. Yeah, for sure. You can't, that's for sure. There's no shot. I think a lot of people have specifically told me that. And the arguments I've heard was... the argument that I've heard about this is actually just... somebody told me, but DPS have to nail their rotation. And I'm like, what? They recruit DPS and have the best DPS play tank. I'm kind of curious about that too. Well, okay. The consistency of nailing boss position is not easy. I'm talking just living as a tank in raid is not normally tuned unless maybe you go in very undergeared. We should clarify, you're right. You can't fall asleep as a tank in raid because you have to be doing things at the exact time that your raid requires it. And you normally have a job. Like, you have to be at that marker with the boss at exactly 0.2 seconds. And if you are off by 0.5 seconds, raid's over, raid wipe. So, to be fair, the consistency and effort required for a tank in raid is high. Very high. But it's not hard to live. Like, normally bosses are tuned to have hit, you defensive, hit, you defensive, taunt swap. Right? Like, rotationally, it's not like you're going to die very often. I'm trying to think. Rashok, but even Rashok was like, again, but Rashok, the problem as a tank was not living. It was like, yeah, you have a rotation thing. You got to watch it a little bit. But it wasn't that. It was specifically, I need to move the boss at the exact corner that he needs to be in. You know? No, I kind of agree with that take. I mean, I understand. Hey, Mace. Like, I understand that take, to be fair. I don't not understand that take. But, I mean, like, everyone at a high level, at a high enough level, everybody has to lock in and play well. But I don't think the level of effort is the same across the board for tanks, healers, and DPS. I think that healers and lower content may have the hardest role. Tanks are at least independent. The tank tier list is not going to be up just yet. Sorry, quarterback. I'm going to put it up tonight. That one's the healer one. For some people, the skill disparity will come... Yeah, that's true. I'm also really curious to know how people will be reacting to base UI, because I've been playing base UI with no add-ons, and it's fine to me. I have a hard time finding nameplates sometimes. Like, I think Plater is probably worth it, because occasionally in the middle of a pack, I'm having a hard time, like, swapping to a target effectively. I have noticed that. Does Petco have a group? I gotta just put my chicken in the air fryer. Who this? Oh. Oh. Oh, hi, dude. It's gonna get rough for some of the skill disparity. What I want to see is how the Helki users, the Hikili users. You guys want to see my cat? Oh, you want to see my cat? He's meowing outside. Let me get him before he starts. I'm not supposed to enforce this behavior. Come on, buddy. Where are you, buddy? Cookie. Cookie. Come on for treats. What's up? Oh, hi, buddy. Come here. Come on. Here. Come on. Hi, buddy. Up. You want some snackers? Hi, buddy. Best time to join. Oh, that's a good kid for the doctor. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. Oh, no. Oh, oh, yeah, what? Is there something to say? No? Nothing to say? He's so cute. Look at those fangs. Look at those fangs. Such a deadly creature. Such a deadly creature. You're so warm. It's so cold in here, buddy. Hey, here, have some treats. Here. We're trying to delay their dinner so they don't annoy me as much at nighttime. Alright, if you get treats first, that's fine, but you have to listen. Sit. Okay, look. Look. Yeah. Sit. Good boy. Your turn next, honey. There are 2 cats here. No. But I'm also not streaming tomorrow. Keep in mind, I'm doing the photo shoot at the gym. Sit. Swipe at me, buddy. Up. Up, up. He is not the best at this. He's not the best. She's much better at this. Up, up. He attempts it. It's very cute that he attempts it at least. Up, up. Okay, off the chair. Let her turn. Off the chair. Off the chair, buddy. Listen. I don't know how to communicate with cats. I'm learning. It's a work in progress. I've been a dog person my entire life. Wow, look how long he is. Look how long this cat is. A big cat. You can tell, right, that I don't know how to live with cats. Like, I'm a dog person. You can kind of tell, right, because I don't really know how to play with them still. Hi, buddy. Like, I can love them, but I don't know exactly how to play with them. All right, look how good she is. This was the smart one. There's always a smart one, right? Sit. Good girl. She's 13 and he's 9. Okay, up, up. Good girl. Look how clean that is. Look how good she is. Look how good she is at it. She's so good. Hold on, let me this is big. Look how good she is at this. Why, we're ready? Up, up. No, good girl. Even though she's on a chair and she feels a little unstable. Yeah. Sit. Up, up. Good girl. You see how good that was? You see how good that up, up was? Okay, let's see if she remembers this one. Ready? Paw? There's no treat now. Paw? I'll count it. She moved her paw. She moved her paw. That's how you train it. Okay, you got this. You got this. I believe in you. Paw? Good girl. You saw it. You saw it. She moved her paw. That counts. Paw? Yes, good girl. Okay, don't scratch me, honey. All right, one more. For the cool kids. Up, up. Good girl. There you go. Yeah, I'm learning. Because I moved in with Kitty, and she is cats. No more. All done. Yeah. Cats are smart. They're like super smart. They're just stubborn. The reason you can't train them is not because they're not smart enough. It's because they just don't listen to you. It's not an intelligence thing. It's very specifically they just don't really care enough to listen, basically. Yeah, they basically just don't give a fuck. Correct. I don't know what time is it. Dal, I'd be curious. I'm going to be on a podcast, and hopefully one of the things I get to talk about, it is this podcast, by the way. Hopefully one of the things that I get to talk about, right? Oh, that's okay. Ignore that. Is the fact that the disparity between how much you have to prep as a tank and how much you have to prep as a healer is insane. That is the thing I'd like to talk about the most, I think. Okay, let me go put chicken in the air fryer and I'll decide what I'm doing. This is the podcast thingy. Ha-ha! The podcast. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, DPS don't have to prep as much as tanks and healers do. It's a lot of the problems I have is the homework. A lot of the problems I have with it is the homework required. In my opinion, Dal, that might be in more than the actual execution. It's the fact that a tank and a healer can't just walk into a key and do it, but a DPS can. Like, let's say that you don't play beta. The first time you go into Pit of Sauron, you might time it as a DPS. But the very first time you go in as a tank, you're like, bro, what the fuck? The very first time you go in as a healer, you're like, oh, what to do? That's the problem. Because the tanks and healers are required to know the mechanic beforehand. Because, whoops, I didn't press the defensive. I didn't know that that thing was going to kill me. But then your DPS don't understand that because they've never tanked before, and you see party chat and it just goes, tank? Question mark. You see? I think that's kind of one of the problems. So it's the amounts of prep work, which kind of makes the game oftentimes feel a little bit more like a chore or a job than it does a game. You know? Oftentimes. Not exactly, but I think that that can happen like that. All right, let me just go put chicken in the air fryer. I'll be right back. I leave this up because it's cool. It's Brutal's podcast. His podcast is actually really good. If you don't know it and you're only an enjoyer of the Potty C or the bench, you should check out Brutal's podcast because his podcast is cool as fuck and has a lot of the same people. Like Dratnos was on this week for his podcast, but it is different. It's a different vibe. Lower the prep stuff. Yeah. You have to know before it happens is one of the problems. Yeah, it's like routing as an example. Like, you don't know that you're not supposed to pull that thing until it kills you. And it's not clearly explained or understood. Be right back. Real fast. So, what's up, Goofy? 90 seconds. Yeah, dude. I have the minimum amount set as well. But you know, Goofy, I have a solution for you. It's interesting you say that. Because I was actually about to come back and realize I have work tonight. I had a terrible migraine yesterday. And I kind of have to prep just a little bit and just be prepared for the photo shoot tomorrow. That being said, I'm going to end the Twitch stream, but we'll continue to be here. I'll be there for a bit as I work on some YouTube vids. TH, you can talk more about it. Tomorrow I'm off. It's Christmas and I'm at the gym all day. So tomorrow will not be around. Thank you for hanging out today. I'm glad I could talk and at least be present with my wisdom tooth out. I was actually really worried about that, to be honest. I was indeed. Hey, TH. Hey, Earth. Yeah, if you do use it, I'll be there. I just kind of started again, so all the support helps. It's brand new. You just saw the clip of Juju. She's really cute, isn't she? She's the smart one. She's so adorable. She is. I mean, she's... When she does the little treats and she takes the treat out of my hands, that is the cute thing. That is the cuteness. Indeed. TH. Where are you? THW. Do I have you on Discord? Do I not? Wait, is this you? This is, I swear to God. I thought, well, I just friended you on Discord, and it looks like, do you have a photo of a weird, not weird, but kind of like porcelain-looking doll thing with a red eye and a black eye? Check DM. My mom said I think I might have left my phone downstairs, I'm not going to lie. Very possibly. Did you get that message on Discord? TH, did you get the message on Discord? Uh-oh. No? You see? Hey, Hera. Yeah, so that's me. Okay, calm down. I have messaged random people before. It's not the first time that's happened. Okay. So if you want to hang out, I will keep streaming there for a little bit, and we'll do some hangouts. These are like the Awoo After Dark, basically. Basically, yeah, let's put it this way. It's the return of Awoo After Dark. If you weren't here for that era of stream, it is a funny era of stream, let me tell you. Haha. Yes. I'll see you over there. Yes. Yes. Correct. Thank you. That's the one. Okay. Let's see. Che's on. Artemirs is on. Bro, I like Artemirs. He's cool. Do you guys know Artemirs? He's a chill guy. I like him. Alyssa, Oopsie, Bears, Provost. There's a bunch of people on right now. Nah, nothing about too much. Cool. Boom. Ba-boom, ba-doom, ba-boom. I tell someone my mom. Yeah, you can, actually. So this is, again, there's not a lot of filtering there. See you guys on Friday after Christmas. Yo, you guys have a great Christmas. I won't be here to say that personally, but you guys have a fantastic Christmas. Hold up. Izan. Hello. Yeah, TH, that's what your profile picture looks like. That's exactly what it looks like, though. That's exactly what it looks like. Okay, I'm just gonna raid and run there, and then we'll keep the stream going here. Hold up. Here we go. No, that's not you could tell all those stories here. Hi, Zan. Hello, Zan. Hi, people. I wonder if... Okay, I'll catch Rich next time. So we go like this. I wonder if... Who actually came here? If you're from the mainstream, who came here? And by YouTube. The raccoon is me. I love raccoons. I really like raccoons. Okay, let me turn off YouTube as well.